The first thing I did after being reborn was to directly chisel a steel plate from the aircraft carrier with a hammer. Then, risking tearing my throat, I swallowed the steel plate whole without hesitation. This was because in half an hour, a blood rain would descend, and over 70% of all living creatures worldwide would mutate into terrifying monsters. In my previous life, although I awakened the ultimate devourer talent, allowing me to devour anything with a talent attribute, I was killed by a group of mutated remnants before I could even use it. Now, having been reborn, I discovered that the devourer talent was still active. So I immediately decided to find things with powerful attributes to devour. This time, I would surely be ahead of everyone. After glancing at my surroundings, if there was one thing I could access at that moment with the most talent attributes, it would undoubtedly be the unified aircraft carrier before me, the Dragon Kingdom's 4th-generation nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. It not only has a displacement of over 150,000 tons but also features a controllable nuclear fusion power system and various advanced naval artillery. It is absolutely a national treasure. I couldn't even imagine how many talent attributes it possessed. So, taking advantage of the sparse crowd, I picked up a fire axe from the ground and immediately began hacking at the carrier's inner wall. I struck twice, and by the time I swung the third axe, others finally reacted. "What are you doing?" In less than 2 seconds, I was pinned to the ground by assistants. "Hold him down." "What's wrong with him?" "Go report it to the instructor, see if he's been on the ship too long and developed a mental illness." The naval soldiers didn't think my actions were too outrageous. After all, the special steel used to build aircraft carriers is extremely hard, and it would be absolutely impossible to cause significant damage with just a fire axe. They simply thought I was suffering from a mental illness, a common problem for sailors who live on ships for extended periods. A sharp fire axe was directly blunted, but only a few millimeter deep scratches were left on the bulkhead. Yet, my eyes lit up. A soybean-sized fragment of the aircraft carrier on the floor caught my attention. Ignoring the dirt, under the wide eyes of the others, I extended my tongue, swiped it around on the ground, licked up that carrier fragment, and then whoosh, swallowed it in one gulp. "Oh no, quickly stop him. Pry his mouth open. Get him to the infirmary, send him to the infirmary first. Otherwise, that thing will cut his esophagus and intestines, and he'll die." My actions finally caused a small commotion among the few naval officers. The irregularly shaped piece of steel was swallowed down my throat. At first, it indeed got stuck, and I felt the pain as it moved from my neck to my abdomen. Just as they said, my esophagus seemed to be torn, burning with pain. But I wasn't worried, because the ultimate devourer talent had already begun to take effect. In my consciousness, I saw a dense string of talent entries appear. Successfully devouring the aircraft carrier granted talent entries: Steel Body LV-9, Nuclear Power LV-8, Wave Breaker LV-8, War Behemoth LV-9, Great National Weapon LV-10, Divine Strength LV-9. A series of talent entries, large and small, too many to count, appeared on me. Especially the LV-9 Steel Body. The moment this entry appeared, the pain in my stomach immediately vanished. With a level 9 steel body, let alone eating special steel, I wouldn't shatter even if I swallowed a missile whole. I felt my body brimming with power, as if I could now overturn an aircraft carrier. With a slight tremor, a few elite sailors, utterly unable to withstand level 9 divine strength, released their hold on me. The global anomaly was about to begin in a few minutes, and I had to get to the deck immediately. I clearly remembered that at the beginning of the anomaly, this USS Unified Carrier Strike Group had encountered an anomalous humpback whale, suffering its first major damage at sea. This time, I would be the one to deal with this anomalous beast. I looked at the soldiers around me. Although it was a bit against protocol, and even dangerous, there was no time for lengthy explanations. I shot out like an arrow, sprinting towards the aircraft carrier's deck. I had many things to do, and with such great support, I could only resort to extraordinary measures. Soon, I forced my way onto the aircraft carrier's deck. The carrier's speed at sea wasn't particularly fast, only over 30 knots, or about 60 kilometers per hour, so it didn't grant me any speed-related talent entries. But that was fine. I got to the deck and ran directly towards one of the Dragon Nation's latest stealth fighters parked in a bay. A soldier who had followed me saw where I was running and cried out in alarm, "What are you doing? Stop! Or I'll shoot. After a series of warnings, the soldier pulled out his gun and aimed at my legs and arms. Bang, bang. 2 shots rang out, and 2 live rounds precisely hit my calf. The soldier, having fired, was putting away his gun and preparing to subdue me, but what made his eyes widen was that I merely had 2 large holes torn in my clothes. There wasn't a single mark on my calf, not even a white imprint where the bullet struck. How was this possible? Even a soldier with extremely high psychological resilience couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. But there was no way they could let me approach military aircraft. Subsequent bullets still hit me, yet they continued to have no effect, except for occasionally sparking a little, then nothing. A level 9 steel body meant I didn't need to defend against such attacks at all. I pressed on, ignoring the gunfire, ran to the nearest stealth fighter, and amidst the gnashing teeth and furious expressions of the others, forcibly ripped off one of its wingtips. Then, I tore at it a few more times, finally tearing off a piece of the fighter that I could hold in my mouth. I ate it raw. Devouring the stealth fighter successfully granted me the talent traits: Hyperspeed LV-11, Multiband Stealth LV-10, Flight LV-10. Another long string of talent traits appeared in my perception. The stealth fighter had fewer talent traits than the Unity-class aircraft carrier, and many of them were duplicates. The duplicate traits merged, with higher-level traits absorbing lower-level ones, increasing experience and trait levels. Although the stealth fighter had fewer talent traits, it possessed hyperspeed, which currently had the highest talent level, and it also directly bestowed upon me the ability to fly. I tried it out briefly. It felt instinctive, my feet lifted off the ground, and I hovered in the air. When I moved again, I shot thousands of meters away. As China's 5th generation ultra-hypersonic fighter, its speed had reached an astonishing Mach 42. Others only saw a blur as my figure vanished, leaving behind only a few loud sonic booms as I broke the sound barrier. Flying over the sea, I looked down at the aircraft carrier formation, searching for my next target. Your next, Skynet-class electronic reconnaissance ship. I selected my target, and my form directly swooped downwards. The Skynet-class electronic reconnaissance ship is China's latest generation of electronic reconnaissance vessels, capable of both reconnaissance and jamming. The most impressive thing is that it can forcibly access the electronic signals of other countries. The first time this Skynet-class electronic reconnaissance ship was deployed, it made the command center of the Eagle countries' joint military exercises continuously broadcast Boonie Bears for 3 hours. With such a record, it instilled fear and renown in other countries. There's no denying it, no matter how powerful, China's Skynet-class electronic reconnaissance ship is still unparalleled. It's very powerful. Even with my multi-band stealth talent trait, I was still detected by the phased array radar array on the Skynet-class electronic reconnaissance ship. However, the size of a stealth fighter displayed on radar is about that of a large bird. My proportional reflection on the detection radar was even smaller, only about half a soybean. Such data would normally be ignored. Even the rigorous Chinese soldiers were at this moment contemplating whether the signal appearing on the radar was an error or something else. But this amount of time was enough for me to approach and land on this Skynet-class electronic reconnaissance ship. I forcibly pried off a piece of the ship's hull with my hand, then put it into my mouth. To become stronger, I had to keep eating. Devouring the Skynet-class electronic reconnaissance ship successfully granted me the talent traits: Reconnaissance LV-11, Information Intrusion LV-9. In addition to the duplicate talent traits, I gained 2 new important ones, especially Reconnaissance, a trait I could immediately put to use. Locating the humped whale anomaly that was about to appear underwater would depend entirely on it. I looked up at the sky, and before I knew it, red clouds had already filled it. The global anomaly had begun. If the anomaly weren't so urgent, I would have really wanted to devour the entire aircraft carrier fleet's entries first. But the global anomaly would turn 70 to 80% of the world's creatures into monsters, especially with an anomalous humpback whale about to appear. My heart stirred, and starting from me, everything within several hundred kilometers entered my perception. Soon, I found the anomalous giant creature I was looking for, or rather, everyone felt it, because the sea level was rising sharply, and a huge shadow was already visible beneath the surface. Humpback whale, or rather, it should now be called by its anomalous name, the Great Kuan. After the anomaly, Its size had become even larger. It actually seemed bigger than the 150,000-ton displacement aircraft carrier Unity. Its dark, massive silhouette was lurking in the deep sea beneath the Unity aircraft carrier, rapidly surfacing, seemingly about to inflict massive damage on the Unity just as it had before its resurrection. The aircraft carrier fleet obviously noticed this situation. From the air, one could see the aircraft carrier Unity turning and changing direction. The other several escort ships also launched torpedoes from their flanks, and the missile silos on the escort ships were all poised, fully prepared for battle. However, those deep-sea torpedoes, on which high hopes had been placed, could not cause much damage to the Void Kuan beneath the sea. Although blood could be seen appearing in the seabed, the Void Kuan's body structure is not the same as that of a ship. Ships are hard on the outside and hollow on the inside. If the material's rigidity is insufficient and the bulkheads are not thick enough, they can be penetrated by torpedoes, tearing open compartments and flooding the hull, which is enough to anchor or capsize a steel warship. But the Void Kuan would not. For the Void Kuan, while the torpedo attack was painful, this level of flesh and blood damage was not fatal, not even a severe injury. Instead, it enraged the Void Kuan, inciting its ferocity. Its body, from an angular cave beneath the sea's surface, whipped its tail, actually stirring up a tsunami dozens of meters high directly on the sea. With just a roll and a flick of its tail, the Void Kuan's movement had such immense power. As the huge wave approached, the aircraft carrier Unity, with its height of over 80 meters, managed to hold steady amidst the rocking, but as the wave rolled into the distance, the other several 10,000-ton destroyers and frigates were still pushed away. At this moment, no one cared where I was going. It was a matter of life and death for the fleet. Sitting in the commander's seat in the aircraft carrier's command center, I pressed firmly on the table to keep myself from falling over in the shaking, constantly listening to the staff's suggestions. But facing the massive Void Kuan beneath the sea, even they found it difficult to act. Warships simply had few means of attacking targets below their hulls. On the radar, the Void Kuan silhouette was getting closer and closer to the carrier Unity. The commander knew they couldn't wait any longer. He threw his pen onto the table and ordered, "Have all other escort ships open their missile silos and launch a dense missile barrage for saturation coverage." But before the order could be passed on, the messenger was stopped by the staff officers. "Commander, no, we can't do that. Hundreds of missiles launched like this, the height of the tsunami generated by such a close-range internal explosion under the sea would be unimaginable, enough to capsize our entire fleet." The shouts of several staff officers ultimately stopped the fleet commander's order. Indeed, their previous targets were always extremely distant, sometimes thousands of kilometers away, so they never had to consider such issues. But now, the monster was right beneath them. The detonation point was too close and would definitely impact their own carrier battle group. If the distance were sufficient, Unity would not fear, but the Void Kuan was suddenly too close. The commander continuously tapped the table with his hand and said helplessly, "Maintain low-intensity bubble attacks, power up the carrier's propulsion system to full, and try to shake it off." Whether they could shake off this mutated Void Kuan, the fleet commander had no confidence. Due to its functional design, an aircraft carrier's speed is generally around 30-something knots, roughly 60 kilometers per hour. Although Unity was nuclear-powered and therefore faster, its speed was only marginally so. The approximate speed of an ordinary whale is also in this range. I hope the launched missiles and torpedoes can slow it down a bit more. Before the staff could even begin detailed data analysis, the monitor's exclaimed voice came through the headphones. "Oh no, this monster's speed has suddenly increased significantly, and it's charging towards the bow. Are we just going to watch it collide with us?" The commander's eyes widened. Could the aircraft carrier's sturdy hull withstand such an impact? But the collision didn't happen. The Void Kuan's altitude seemed to stop at the seabed, still about 150 meters deep from the carrier. What's going on? The commander was puzzled, and then he heard a loud shout, "Commander, look!" A monitor, no longer minding protocol, immediately transmitted what he saw to the screen in his palm. On top of that monster, which looked like a gray mountain, a person was firmly holding it back. What? This made even the most composed commander rub his eyes to make sure he wasn't mistaken. That was indeed a person, or rather, a monster. At this moment, my appearance was vastly different from before: gray hair, silver eyes, and 2 colossal steel wings extending from my back. The talent trait was transforming certain characteristics of my body into these mechanical constructs. I stubbornly held the Void Kuan's head, forcibly stopping its ascent. With power from both arms, I forcefully pushed down the Void Kuan's mountain-sized head. The Void Kuan let out an angry cry. Dark blue lines appeared above its grayish-white body, especially prominent around its tail. The Void Kuan had clearly employed a special extraordinary power, almost doubling its strength. Even besides giving monsters larger bodies and strength, it also endowed them with extraordinary talents and abilities. Inside the command center, the commander and his staff watched with wide eyes. The phantom of another aircraft carrier appeared behind me, plunging downwards diagonally, and collided forcefully with Su Kuan's head. At the same time, a ghostly blue light also appeared across the entire phantom carrier, providing me with an endless supply of power. I was like forcing an ox's head to drink water, pressing the Su Kuan, who wanted to turn the world upside down, back down. The massive phantom of the aircraft carrier smashed onto Su Kuan's head, the sword hand containing immense kinetic energy in terms of collision. A body of steel would not be weaker than ordinary flesh and blood. Large swathes of the sea had already been stained red by Su Kuan's blood. I stubbornly withstood Su Kuan's counterattack and pressed him down another 100 meters. Su Kuan's forehead, where it was struck by the sword hand, had exposed blackened bone, riddled with numerous cracks and fractures. Not only did his head directly burst open, but even his movements became somewhat sluggish in this daze. At this moment, I darted directly beneath Su Kuan's belly and punched his underside. In a trance, 2 sets of massive jet engines seemed to appear at the stern of that aircraft carrier, and steel wings, even longer than its sword body, extended from both sides of the sword shadow. Coupled with the super divine power belonging to the aircraft carrier, the tide was split into a massive chasm several hundred meters wide. I pushed upwards against Su Kuan's mountain-like body, directly breaking free from the water's surface. What did the onlookers see? The Unity aircraft carrier flying in the sky. My goodness, soldiers on the escort ships and cruisers witnessed a scene they would never forget. The Unity aircraft carrier was flying. It was pushing that colossal monster directly up several thousand meters into the sky. It was a good while before they realized that was not our Unity. Our aircraft carrier was still on the surface of the sea. What kind of monster was that? Besides the visible monitoring equipment, the radar display clearly showed 3 gigantic objects there, with the one on the sea surface being their Unity aircraft carrier. The one in the sky was an unknown entity. I was pushing that monster to a higher altitude, 1,000 meters, 3,000 meters, 6,000 meters, 9,000 meters, 10,000 meters. The reawakened Su Kuan tried to struggle, but clearly, after leaving the sea, his abilities and strength were considerably weakened, making it impossible for him to break free. All commanders in the various giant ships were waiting for the order from the mother ship's leader. At an altitude of over 10,000 meters, they knew it was already a very safe distance, a good opportunity to launch missiles for concentrated fire. Leader, give the order. The torpedoes launched earlier had already caused external injuries to this Void Kuan. If all ships launched a concentrated attack, the staff officers didn't need to analyze. They knew they had a chance to eliminate this monster. Wait for the person who helped us, who is buried beneath that monster. Someone expressed disagreement, saying, although that strange person seemed to help us, we can't be sure if they are friend or foe. The fleet leader waved his hand, stopping this argument. Our dragon nation never turns on its comrades. All artillery fire is to enter pre-startup status, but not for attack, but to be ready to provide support at any time. Understand? A military order, once given, cannot be changed. Even the concerned staff officer immediately chose to obey the order. At this moment, the Void Kuan had already been pushed several thousand meters further by me, and its altitude had reached nearly 20,000 meters. Carrying the Void Kuan, which weighed no less than an aircraft carrier, to this height, even I, with divine power level 9, felt a slight soreness in my arms. Hey, take this, Earth headbutt. The huge jet engines mounted on my back emitted bright blue particle jets, divine speed LV-11. I forcefully pushed the Void Kuan's body, throwing it horizontally into the distance, instantly launching the Void Kuan away at a speed approaching Mach 4. With a loud roar, the Void Kuan crashed into the sea, its back instantly becoming a pile of shredded flesh. What are you still waiting for? You're already at a safe distance, why aren't you attacking it yet? Just as all the staff officers and commanders felt suffocated by my throw, I loudly reprimanded them, interrupting everyone's thoughts. Afraid of me? What are you thinking? The commanders on each ship fell silent for a moment. Finally, the leader on the Unified Class aircraft carrier was the first to give the order, then quickly command to seize the opportunity. All missiles in pre-launch status, 3 volleys, fire. At this moment, I was already standing on the nearest Lingfeng 55 class frigate, and once again tore off a piece of steel, then swallowed it. Successfully devoured a Lingfeng 55 class frigate, gaining the talent entries: sword-wielding bodyguard LV-9, ship cannon power LV-8, single-handed assault LV-8. Instantly, several offensive entries appeared on me. After devouring this Lingfeng 55 class frigate, it was as if a missile launch base had grown on my back. This was because the Lingfeng 55 class had a total of 16 missile launch units, hundreds of launch skills, capable of launching 16 missiles simultaneously, and rapidly launching 12 batches in quick succession, nearly 200 missiles in total, including ballistic missiles carrying nuclear warheads. And after being transferred to me, even more earth-shattering changes occurred. By this time, the Void Kuan had long been obliterated by the bombardment. I sped at full throttle towards the Void Kuan's position. Killing a mutated monster, especially one of this level, was guaranteed to yield spoils. Searching for loot wasn't that troublesome, even if it was like finding a needle in a haystack, or salvaging in a sea constantly churning with tsunamis. It didn't take me long. Through my scouting perception, I clearly sensed a massive energy source, and using my wave breaker talent, I parted the sea to retrieve that lump of dark blue energy crystal. This item, later to be known as a demonic core, is an excellent supplement for those with extraordinary talents to raise their extraordinary power level. It can also be used in medicine and alchemy, or to forge extraordinary equipment and weapons, making it an absolute hard currency in the post-mutation world. Although the Void Kuan was killed by me shortly after its mutation and hadn't yet evolved into a maritime overlord like those in later generations, this demonic core was still only of Tier 3 quality. However, given its enormous size, the total energy it contained was comparable to some overlords and kings. In terms of size and energy reserves, the Void Kuan was indeed uniquely endowed among mutated beasts. As for this demonic core, there was nothing to say but to eat it directly. I cradled the millstone-sized core and took a direct bite, tearing off a grass-sized fragment from the dark blue core, then swallowed it whole. With a level 9 steel body, I believed this Tier 3 demonic core wouldn't burst me. I crunched and chewed mouthful after mouthful, and my cultivation realm steadily increased. In a matter of seconds, I broke through from my original extraordinary Tier 1 to extraordinary Tier 2, becoming an elite extraordinary warrior. In my previous life, extraordinary Tier 2 was called elite because extraordinary warriors at this realm were already the absolute backbone of surviving humanity. The demon core of the Void Kuan was truly enormous. I had only consumed a fragment the size of a jujube, which was actually equivalent to devouring the demon core energy of a normal, third-tier aberrant beast of the same rank as the Void Kuan. Upon devouring the Void Kuan, a third-tier overlord class aberrant beast, I gained the talent modifiers: Limitless Growth LV-8, Inherent Body LV-5, Devour LV-6, Super Regeneration LV-7, Power of the Sea LV-7, and Divine Power LV-7. Aside from the talent modifier levels being slightly lower than those from the aircraft carrier, the quantity was similar to what I had devoured from the carrier. As I looked through these newly acquired talent modifiers one by one, I couldn't help but marvel at the unique talents of the Void Kuan. Limitless Growth: superhumans with this talent, even if they cannot break through their current realm, can rely on this talent to grow their systems without limits, thereby enhancing their combat power and accumulating energy. This was the Void Kuan's core ability, and when combined with its LV-6 Devour talent modifier, the Void Kuan, when it embarked on a life, grew into a colossal creature in the ocean. Now that I could kill the Void Kuan, it truly felt like I had seized the opportune moment and geographical advantage, eliminating this menace that had long plagued the Dragon Kingdom's sea territories before it could fully develop. I devoured the talent trait of the Void Leviathan, and correspondingly gained its abilities. I then activated my devouring talent, and a massive black vortex appeared before me, even conjuring a level 8 gale. A huge volume of seawater was sucked in, pouring into the vortex I had opened. Compared to my ultimate devour conceptual devouring talent, this was a true devouring skill in every sense. I directly tossed the millstone-sized void leviathan's demonic core into the devouring vortex. This made devouring much easier, no longer requiring me to swallow it bite by bite, and the efficiency and utilization rate of the devouring also increased. In an instant, my transcendent realm surged wildly once again. After devouring the entire demonic core, immense power was generated within me every second. I couldn't help but let out a burp, and a blue light instantly shot out from my mouth. I quickly closed my mouth. Just that momentary expulsion of transcendent energy was enough to elevate an ordinary first-tier transcendent by a small stage. The void leviathan's demonic core was too large, and devouring too much at once left my stomach feeling quite distended. So, I transferred all the excess energy I couldn't digest to the aircraft carrier on my back. At this point, the phantom aircraft carrier behind me rapidly expanded, growing from its previous 150,000 tons to 250,000 tons, and this carrier showed new differences. While retaining all its previous characteristics, a new biological membrane now appeared on the aircraft carrier, and the ship's shape and appearance also underwent new changes. Compared to its previous steel-clad ferocity, the ship's hull was now more streamlined and teardrop-shaped. It now resembled a future weapon of war, a bio-warship. Simultaneously, my transcendent power also soared, smoothly reaching the third-tier transcendent lord level, and only stopping when it reached the peak of the lord level. A lord-level individual is powerful enough to become the lord of a medium-sized sanctuary, a true protector of a region. Looking at the enormous aircraft carrier before me, I casually waved my hand, and the aircraft carrier slammed heavily into the sea directly ahead, instantly unleashing an even larger tsunami. Coupled with my transcendent level and divine power, a mere wave of my hand produced an offensive force no less than the focused explosion of hundreds of previous hypersonic missiles. Now, if I were to encounter another third-tier void leviathan like this, a gentle smash from the aircraft carrier I manipulate from my back would easily inflict heavy damage. Although this unlimited growth consumes resources like a bottomless pit, this limitless growth is simply amazing. I am very satisfied with the unlimited growth talent trait, and I still have an aircraft carrier that needs to grow in size on my behalf. My current power is simply not something a third-tier lord level can withstand. Even overlord-level creatures would have to give me a wide berth. I put away the phantom image of the aircraft carrier, then fished out the huge bones that were constantly bobbing in the seawater. These were the bones of the void koan. Although some parts were shattered, some large sections remained. Lord-level bones are definitely the highest quality extraordinary materials, excellent treasures for trial tools and grinding into medicine. They can enhance bone strength, grant certain abilities, and have many uses, making them exceptionally precious. When the world rebuilds after the distortion, these things will certainly be priceless. I looked up at the sky. At this moment, blood rain was still pouring down, and distortions were continuously occurring. Presumably, by now, half of the people, animals, and plants worldwide have already distorted. In this world, some places can still be immune to the risk of distortion, but they are few. The aircraft carrier fleet before me is one such example. In this global distortion catastrophe, many things that only appear in novels and films have materialized due to extraordinary powers, gaining special abilities and strength. Take Boyue, for instance, and the Unity aircraft carrier is clearly a super weapon that carries a large part of Dragon Country's destiny. From the beginning of the Blood Rain until now, no soldier in the entire carrier fleet has undergone distortion, precisely because of the protection of the nation's destiny in the unseen, which isolates the influence of the Blood Rain. Buildings that can carry a large amount of national destiny, or national heavyweights like aircraft carriers, will be the core cornerstones for future human shelters. The Unity aircraft carrier was originally supposed to be severely damaged by the distorted Void Koan, but now that I have killed the Void Koan, the Unity aircraft carrier has been successfully preserved. The aircraft carrier is one of the most powerful weapons on Hylon Star, capable of eliminating any Lord-level distorted monster. But while the weapon is powerful, the soldiers who operate them are still too fragile. Therefore, I decided to help these soldiers rise to true extraordinary power. You see, the fish marrow in this fish's spine is known as soft gold. It is the only gentle special resource in the entire Void Koan's flesh and blood that can be directly absorbed by ordinary people. Using it to cleanse the bodies of soldiers in the carrier fleet with this level of extraordinary power stimulation, most of them can awaken their extraordinary talents and become true extraordinary warriors. Even if they cannot instantly awaken talents and extraordinary powers, they can greatly strengthen their bodies and become quasi-extraordinary soldiers. At this moment, inside the command center of the aircraft carrier unification, personnel of all ranks were busy in an orderly fashion. The chief of staff of the carrier strike group asked the person reporting, "Well, have you found the vulnerabilities in our electronic information network?" "No report yet. Chief of Staff, our electronic firewall shows no damage whatsoever. It's more like they just took our keys and opened our doors directly, bypassing our defenses and coming right in." How is this possible? This Chief of Staff was once proficient in electronic information technology. Although he now held the position of Chief of Staff for the carrier strike group, he had not let his skills lapse. He deeply understood how much powerful technical strength and hardware support it would take to silently bypass their own layers of tight electronic information firewalls, bypass the defenses unnoticed, and directly infiltrate. This kind of bypass was even more terrifying than forcibly breaching defenses. Report, that individual is rapidly approaching us, flying at approximately Mach 12, and will reach our position in about 58 seconds. The soldier responsible for monitoring radar array information reported to the staff. My stealth capabilities are very strong, appearing on the phased array radar as 5 skeletal structures of a distorted void whale. The flight data of Mach 12 once again astonished the staff. How did it reach Mach 12? Previously, his flight speed was only around Mach 4. How did it suddenly triple? Hearing this data, the entire staff was thrown into disarray. A mere change in data rendered all their previously deduced countermeasures for me as a hostile target into useless scrap paper. Furthermore, they had almost no countermeasures, because my capabilities were not just speed, I also possess stealth characteristics and electronic information intrusion capabilities. Will the phased array radar array even be able to detect if we try to intercept the opponent? The opponent is about to re-enter our safety perimeter. A staff member pointed at the screen and asked. Every second that passes, their reaction window shrinks by 4. I think we should fight. I also think we should fight. We can't put our fate into the hands of unknown people who knows if they are friend or foe. They don't seem to have any ill intentions. 7 or 8 staff officers in the General Staff Department voiced their opinions. Some wanted to fight, some thought we should try friendly communication. It was roughly a 50-50 split, but most of the staff officers felt it was important to maintain a relatively safe distance from me, preventing me from approaching within 100 kilometers of the Unity carrier fleet. All the staff officers looked at the fleet commander, who had been silent. The chief of staff looked at him expectantly, waiting for him to issue an order. But the fleet commander-in-chief was not in a hurry to reply. Since their discussion began, he had been watching the footage of me fighting with Su Kuan. He had watched it many times. Instead of answering the staff officer's questions, he waited until this round of video finished, then rewound the video, enlarged it, and projected it onto the screen. Look, he's wearing our military boots. At least he's from our navy. This means he's one of us, one of our soldiers. Someone's eyes widened. If I were a soldier of the Dragon Nation, they would have countless bold ideas. Send someone to check which squad is missing personnel and verify his identity on duty. The commander-in-chief instructed. At this time, all personnel on the ship were at their combat stations, so anyone missing could be quickly identified. Meanwhile, the commander-in-chief also brought up another discussion: a human possessing such powerful strength, powerful monsters appearing in the deep sea comparable to aircraft carriers, the layer of blood covering the sky, and the ceaseless blood rain that has already stained the shallow sea red. This is absolutely not normal. Has something happened to this sea area or to Earth? He felt that the world had absolutely undergone unexpected changes. But if something had happened in this world, satellite communications from the Dragon Nation should have connected by now. Send someone to actively communicate with higher command and see if anything has happened. No need to communicate, it's useless. Before the commander-in-chief's voice had faded, his order was interrupted. Everyone in the cabin involuntarily looked up, only to find that their electronic communication system had been hacked again. It wasn't anyone else, it was my face projected onto the electronic screen. Don't engage in that useless credit. The world is currently undergoing distortion, and it's estimated that more than half of the population has already turned into monsters. The staff responsible for communicating with the fleet might have already turned into monsters. Even if not, the entire planet Hylan is in chaos. They won't be able to figure out what's happening in a short time. Once global distortion begins, the chaotic order won't be so easy to restore. In fact, it's only been less than 10 minutes since the distortion began. Even with Dragon Nation's organizational prowess, there's no way to turn this massive carriage of a nation around in such a short period. Everyone aboard the One Yuan fleet looked extremely grim. Many of these soldiers have spent years on aircraft carriers, at sea. For what? Was it not to guard the nation behind them? They are a wall for Dragon Nation, guardians of its people. But now, with global distortion and trouble within Dragon Nation, the Commander-in-Chief didn't hesitate for a second, immediately ordering all units of the aircraft carrier fleet to return to port immediately, and to prepare for mobilization, sacrifice, and combat. The atmosphere in the entire command room instantly turned solemn and chilling. In an instant, all ships in the carrier fleet also turned around, speeding towards the Dragon Nation mainland. The entire fleet was operating at full speed. The Commander-in-Chief's orders continued to pour in: all fighter jets prepare for launch, all fighter jets deploy in order, all naval personnel prepare for ground combat. China has reached a moment where it needs our protection. At this moment, I suddenly interrupted the Commander-in-Chief, stating that if the soldiers went out like this, departing from the protection of national destiny, they would still undergo distortion if drenched by the blood rain. My words put the Commander-in-Chief in a difficult position. He could send his soldiers to clear out those distorted monsters, accepting casualties, but he absolutely could not accept his soldiers sacrificing themselves in vain, turning into monsters. The Commander-in-Chief looked at the screen with anticipation. Since I had raised the problem, I should also have a solution. At this point, I flew above the aircraft carrier, directly throwing the fishbone heavily, and then declared, I came back to help. To avoid being affected by the blood rain's distortion, it's simple: just awaken a talent and become a transcendent. I explained the effects of the Void Kuan's rainwater over the electronic channel. The effects of the rain instantly made the officers and all soldiers in the command room breathe heavily. Can they become as strong as you after becoming transcendent? Facing the Commander-in-Chief's question, I paused slightly before replying, probably not. The Commander-in-Chief was slightly disappointed but immediately perked up again. Because according to what I said, as long as they could awaken their talent and become transcendent, every soldier under his command could rival the former elite soldiers. At this time, they also discovered some ordinary fish distortion bodies on the seabed. Presumably, most of the distorted monsters I mentioned during the global distortion were of this ordinary type. If they became transcendent warriors, they should be able to handle them. Shi Chen himself thought the same. The entire carrier fleet, with nearly 20 warships plus the aircraft carrier, totaled over 10,000 people. If most of them became awakened, it would be enough to quickly establish a huge sanctuary. Shi Chen reached out and, with a chop and a pull at the Void Kuan's spinal column, forcibly tore off the section next to its skull. Then, with a strong pull, Shi Chen extracted a golden, translucent, jelly-like substance that emitted a faint blue phosphorescence. Despite its soft and springy appearance, it didn't break even after Shi Chen pulled out its entire length of several hundred meters. It was incredibly resilient. This was the most essential part of the fishbone, the fish marrow, known as soft gold. Even ordinary people could use its mild transcendent energy. It was the best resource for stimulating their awakening to transcendence. Shi Chen directly tossed it onto the unified aircraft carrier, and like a super anaconda, it occupied a large area on the deck. At this moment, many naval soldiers were already lined up on the unified aircraft carrier. All of them, after receiving orders, were waiting here for the first batch of warriors to awaken. Shi Chen provided them with this priceless Lord-level fish marrow, and the exchange condition he asked for was very simple. That was, just one drop of blood from each warrior. Although newly awakened transcendent warriors usually only possess one talent trait, their talent level generally wouldn't be very high. However, there were tens of thousands of naval warriors here. Shi Chen provided resources that could help them quickly awaken to transcendence, and in return, he would obtain thousands, even tens of thousands, of talent traits. Mutual benefit. Warriors lined up and came forward one by one, then each used a military knife to cut off a bit of fish marrow and directly smeared it on their person, especially applying more to the center of their forehead. Soon, flames suddenly burst forth from a warrior's body. The first transcendent warrior successfully awakened. He awakened abilities related to fire control. Immediately after, another naval warrior was surrounded by whirlwinds, a transcendent characteristic related to wind. The Void Kuan's fish marrow had miraculous effects. Almost half of the warriors were able to awaken transcendent talents. Fire control, wind control, superhuman strength, gravity control, and so on, a wide variety. Moreover, after awakening their talents, transcendent energy began to be born within their bodies. Not only their talent characteristics, but their individual combat power also surged. However, none of them could compare to the terrifying power Chi-Chan displayed by holding an aircraft carrier in his hand. But among their talents, there were also some excellent ones. For example, one warrior surprisingly awakened a space-type talent ability, and upon awakening, it was a Tier 2 trait, barely allowing for short-distance spatial teleportation. Another warrior even awakened a rare soul-type talent. Of course, his talent level was not high at the moment, barely allowing him to perform soul-searching on people. In addition, the previously mentioned secondary transcendent talents, such as gravity manipulation, air manipulation, and some lightning control, were also quite good. Such a scene was not only happening on the aircraft carrier Unity. After Chi-Chan distributed the fish marrow, the same thing was happening on all ships of the carrier fleet. One after another, naval warriors were rapidly awakening to become transcendent fighters. And Chi-Chan was not idle either. His figure flew from the deck of the mothership, then landed. With a light touch of his toes, he stepped onto a huge, dark object that had just surfaced. China's latest generation 099 type nuclear submarine. It was also part of the Unity carrier fleet, having just surfaced. The Unity carrier fleet was equipped with a total of 3 099 type attack nuclear submarines. This thing wasn't small at all. It was even more outrageous than some warships, with a displacement of over 20,000 tons. It was also a top-tier weapon of war. Chi-Chan's eyes were hot. Standing on top of this nuclear submarine, he was, of course, eyeing its talent attributes. However, for this behemoth, Chi-Chan's actions were still a bit gentle. After a long selection, he finally chose one of the periscopes extending from the nuclear submarine and then ate it. He did not destroy its body structure. Submarines and warships are different. Submarines need to dive thousands, even tens of thousands of meters underwater to operate. He couldn't casually damage the nuclear submarine. Even a small crack or structural damage to a nuclear submarine could lead to it being crushed and flattened directly by the powerful water pressure thousands of meters deep in the ocean. However, breaking off a replaceable periscope was enough for Chi-Chan to devour the desired talent attributes. Successfully devoured 099 type nuclear submarine. Acquired talent attributes: deep dive, super pressure resistance, stealth, assassination, deep sea behemoth. There were also over a dozen talent attributes, both unique and duplicates. Although thousands of talent attributes were already waiting for him, Chi-Chan would still not miss the opportunity to devour every weapon of war here. The combat power gap between high-level attributes and low-level attributes is enormous. Devouring a few more weapons of war from the carrier fleet was enough to elevate Chi-Chan's combat power by another order of magnitude. After devouring the 099 type nuclear submarine, Chi-Chan could truly reach for the moon in the sky and catch turtles in the deepest oceans. After spending a little more time, Chi-Chan also completely devoured the other two types of large destroyers. The talent abilities of these two destroyers overlapped with other warships, and he did not acquire any new abilities. However, after devouring a large number of homogeneous talents, the levels of Chi-Chan's talent attributes all increased. For example, the original Divine Strength was promoted to Divine Might, Wave Breaker was promoted to Ocean Breaker, and so on. Most attributes showed changes in their levels. And after about 2 hours of waiting, the transcendent blood of over 10,000 warriors was also ready. If the talent attributes obtained by devouring various warships were high-level specialized attributes, The purpose of devouring the talent traits of these extraordinary warriors was to maximize the diversity of his own talent abilities and enhance the breadth of his power. Gathering the extraordinary blood of about 10,000 people. Then, the talent ability devour from the ruin koan activated. Devouring such a massive number of talents instantly made Chi-Chun feel full and bloated. At the same time, flames, ice, falling rocks, lightning, and other similar things continuously appeared around Chi-Chun. These were newly acquired talents that had surged in too overwhelmingly, unconsciously leaking out. Tens of thousands of talent traits, that's really too many. Successfully devoured and merged extraordinary blood. Acquired talent traits: Master of Fire Play, Ice Soul, Heart of Wood, Enhanced Physique, King of Soldiers, Scientist. Innumerable talent traits, diverse and uncountable, flashed before Chi-Chun's eyes. Moreover, a large number of homogeneous talent traits were merging, devouring each other, and upgrading to higher and more powerful levels. Most of these talent traits were common types, with a relatively high proportion, and now they all merged. Just like a crimson flame now shot out from under Chi-Chun's feet. Master of Flames, instantly the aircraft carrier deck beneath Chi-Chun's feet was scorched black over a large area, then glowed red and bright. Even though Chi-Chun almost instantly reigned in the fluctuating flame energy, it still left molten traces on the steel deck of the aircraft carrier. And not only that, the talents Chi-Chun upgraded were certainly not limited to Master of Flames. For example, Wind Speaker, Water Control, Muscle Man, King of Soldiers, Combat Skills, and so on. These talents were relatively common, but compared to those rare and special talent traits, they could merge and upgrade much faster. Especially King of Soldiers and Master of Combat Skills, these two gave Chi-Chun a great surprise. For each extraordinary warrior, the number of talents and their ability levels were actually not fixed. Just like a Lord-level ruin koan. As an extraordinary warrior's strength grew, they would correspondingly master more abilities, gain more bonus traits, and the level of their talent traits would also increase with the enhancement and development of their abilities. And the techniques and qualities a person is proficient in are actually the best trait seeds. The naval forces of the Dragon Kingdom are undoubtedly among the highest in comprehensive quality worldwide. So, when awakening extraordinary talents, many inherent qualities of individuals also formed independent talent traits. King of Soldiers and Master of Combat Skills were two of them. And many among the warriors possessed these. These two talent traits were not only devoured but also stacked and upgraded. As soon as these two talents entered his mind, the previously chaotic and countless talent traits in his brain instantly became clear. How to use them, what to use them for, and when to use them, it was as if it became second nature, a system suddenly falling into place. With these two talents for improving combat skills and general aptitude in hand, Chi-Chun's combat power increased by at least 30 to 40%. Sitting cross-legged on the UNS Unity aircraft carrier, it took another half an hour or so for the tens of thousands of talents to finally be upgraded and integrated. While not as terrifying as 10,000 talents, a large number of them were merged and absorbed due to their similarity to other talents, forming new high-level entries. But the final count still had 700 or 800 entries attached to Chi-Chun. Either their levels were high, or the entries were rare. Chi-Chun stood up from the carrier deck. He wasn't going to rejoin the fleet on the carrier. Dragon Country is vast, and there are too many mutated monsters in its territory, many of which are highly talented and eventually grow into Overlord or King tier creatures. Even at the very beginning of the mutation, Overlord tier aberrants appeared, destroying many cities. Now, before they reach their peak, is the perfect time to eliminate them. Commander-in-Chief, he's gone. Inside the carrier's command center, a staff officer received information and reported. I know. The Commander-in-Chief put down the portable screen in his hand, which displayed all information about Chi-Chun. Background check, position, years of service, age, and so on. Chi-Chun was indeed one of his soldiers. But the fleet commander-in-chief rationally chose not to forcibly conscript or retain Chi-Chun. The commander-in-chief set aside the device in his hand and said, "Forget it, pull back all the resources spent on him and let him go. He is a warrior who came from us, we must trust him. He possesses such ability, and he can achieve more by acting independently." The commander-in-chief skipped this topic, then opened another report. displaying it on the large screen in the command center. Seeing this report, everyone's expressions turned grim. Dragon Country, all cities have fallen. Or rather, the entire world has fallen. Red clouds obscure the stars, and blood rain never ceases. The entire world is undergoing mutation. Except for a small number of areas, the whole world is in a state of chaos, struggle, and disorder. There are people, even many, who can withstand the blood rain without mutating. And there are quite a few humans who, relying solely on the aberrant power within the blood rain, evolve into transcendent warriors. Under a massive population base, tens of millions, nearly 100 million transcendent warriors have been born on planet Azure. Dragon Country has a large territory and a large population. It's likely that 20 to 30 million transcendent warriors have awakened without issue. However, while humans are numerous, mutated monsters are even more so. Dragon Country has 20 to 30 million transcendent warriors, but the mutated humans number 8 or 900 million. And the mutated animals and plants will multiply that number by who knows how much. The disparity is simply too vast. Head to the coastal cities as soon as possible. How much longer until we arrive? We must do our best to build the first sanctuary. Protect as many compatriots as possible, preserve the embers in hope. 5 minutes. Traveling at Mach 12, Chi-Chin sped from the ocean of Dragon Nation to the southernmost tip of the Dragon Nation continent. Talent entries belong to multipliers and ability bonuses. Chi-Chin's transcendent rank is his fundamental attribute. After breaking through to Lord level, with 11th level super speed, it would only take Chi-Chin a few minutes to traverse the entire planet. Chi-Chin had already arrived at the coast of Dragon Nation. Lin City. If I remember correctly, a overlord level creature came out of the zoo in this city. Chi-Chin recalled the memories in his mind. There was a very powerful chimpanzee in the zoo of this city. Eventually, the entire city was destroyed because of it, and this city became the territory of this overlord creature. Chi-Chin's figure descended from the sky, landing directly on the tallest skyscraper in the city. He looked down from above, searching for the other party's figure. The aberration had been ongoing for almost 3 hours. The other party should have completed its aberration by now. Chi-Chin closed his eyes and used his reconnaissance ability for a wide area scan. He easily covered the entire city of Lin City. Without using his eyes, he could know the strength of targets by observing their energy levels. He filtered the results, only observing transcendent energy sources at or above the Lord level. Soon, Chi-Chin found his target. Gotcha! Chi-Chin opened his eyes in the direction of the east side of the city. An extremely massive energy source was raging. Instantly, Chi-Chin's figure disappeared from where he stood. Current city limits are vast. Even at Chi-Chin's speed, it took him 3 seconds of flight to reach above the chimpanzee. Chi-Chin looked down. Naturally, the true name of the aberrant creature became clear in his mind. Wild Gorilla Lord level aberrant creature. Originally a chimpanzee from the zoo, it aberrated and evolved. Standing up now, its body, though not as exaggeratedly swollen as the Abyss Leviathan after evolution, was still a full 5 to 6 meters tall. Its strength was even more astonishing. It was holding a 30 to 40 meter tall high-rise building in both hands, swinging the building like a club at its surroundings with great force. Its strength was ferocious. This entire high-rise building, weighing at least 50 to 60,000 tons, was being swung casually by this wild gorilla as if it were a mere stick. And it didn't seem to take much effort. When running and jumping, it could still cover dozens of meters at a time. This wild gorilla definitely has talent entries related to strength. Thump! 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 The wild gorilla was pounding the high-rise building against other nearby structures again and again. Each time, a section of the building it held would break off, and a large area of the surrounding city buildings would be swept away. At this point, people would be thrown out of the buildings or killed. With just a forceful inhale, the wild gorilla would suck these people into its mouth, chew a few times, and then swallow them whole, bones and all, to accumulate evolutionary energy. A 5 to 6 meter tall gorilla devouring humans is not as simple as popping peanuts into its mouth and swallowing them whole. Wild ape had to chew and tear, making the scene incredibly cruel and bloody.
Its eyes glowed with intense excitement and satisfaction. This mouthful snagged an extraordinary warrior, a much greater boost than eating a dozen ordinary humans. Bang! 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 Ooh! 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 The satisfaction made it involuntarily beat its chest and roar. At the edge of the ruins, many people could still be seen fleeing from surrounding buildings, desperately trying to escape further away. This monster's power is too terrifying. What do we do? Its speed is so fast, we can't escape. This was a team of 5 or 6 people, all lucky enough not to have mutated, fleeing together. But at this moment, their hearts were filled with despair. Because the extraordinary warrior who had just been chewed and swallowed by Wild Ape was the guardian of their team. Their team, huddling together for warmth, had fortunately awakened an extraordinary individual whose ability was quite good. Under his protection, they had barely survived the chaos of the city without dying. But now, their world had collapsed. The extraordinary warrior was no match for that monster. Their strongest member hadn't even had time to escape before being killed by Wild Ape and then turned into food. So what would become of them? A desperate atmosphere permeated the ruins, and they weren't the only desperate team. Wild Ape had been rampaging through this urban area for a long time, slaughtering no fewer than 800, if not 1,000, humans and other mutated creatures. It was rapidly enhancing itself through this predatory method. Oh God, is this the end of the world? Can no one come and save us? Some people despaired and no longer wanted to run. They stopped dead in their tracks, then knelt on both knees, bowing down to pray to the gods. The sky suddenly darkened. The frightened person, focused only on praying with lowered head, merely assumed the red clouds and bloody rain in the sky had intensified, and in their despair, had no mind to pay attention to anything else. But Wild Ape, evolved from a gorilla, suddenly raised its massive head. Lord level. Wild Ape sensed a power of the same level as its own in the sky above. However, even though it didn't feel a difference in life essence, its body couldn't help but tremble. Its muscles, shining black and hard as superalloy, made it a colossal monster reaching to the heavens. But at this moment, its legs, like pillars of steel, were trembling. An incomprehensible crushing pressure descended directly upon it. Gravity manipulation, mental deterrence, illusion, and various other auxiliary talent entries all pressed down. Wild Ape even felt a sense of suffocation. The air around it had been vacuumed away by Chi-Cheng using the air control talent. But what made it truly unable to bear was the giant mountain that tilted down from the sky. Wild Ape had no concept of things like battleships in its cognition. A 500,000-ton aircraft carrier smashed down, blocking out the sky. Its entire body was shaking, and the savage gorilla instinctively thought the sky was falling or that the mountains of its homeland were inverting. All the muscles in its body were trembling. Escape, I must escape. The savage gorilla roared, pounding its fists on the ground, and began to run on all fours, its figure blurring into a black afterimage. At the same time, a burst of black light suddenly emanated from its body, and large amounts of scorching white smoke rose from it, as if white flames were burning on its body. The savage gorilla's speed suddenly recovered significantly. It seemed to instantly break free from the suppression of Chi-Chen's various auxiliary and control abilities, and its body shot out like a black whirlwind. Each leap covered dozens of meters. Its suppressed state had recovered, but the Lord-level savage gorilla dared not look back in the slightest. The savage gorilla's intelligence was top tier among mutated species. It wasn't like the mutated void leviathan, whose eyes only held slaughter. As its strength grew, its intelligence also developed during the mutation, but its inner fear became even more sensitive. If that thing in the sky hits me, I'll definitely die. But it had barely run 100 meters when a silver portal suddenly appeared in front of it. The savage gorilla had no time to brake, and then a huge force suddenly appeared behind it, shoving it forward and pushing it in. Anywhere door. The silver portal disappeared, and when it reopened, the bow of the aircraft carrier was already pressing against its scalp. The immense wind pressure immediately made the savage gorilla, capable of resisting tens of thousands of tons, buckle its knees and fall to its knees. The colossal hull hadn't even scraped against the savage gorilla's body yet, but its scalp and fur were already being peeled back and blown away,
its flesh and blood torn directly by the wind pressure, revealing its black skull.
Bang! The savage gorilla's legs were the first to explode and break off.
Immediately after that came its head, neck, flesh, muscles, and bones.
With almost no power to resist, the savage gorilla was crushed into a bloody pulp. 500,000 tons.
Silver spatial anywhere doors appeared in various places around, opening, absorbing, closing. In an instant, dozens, even hundreds, appeared frequently, teleporting away the ordinary people who were trying to escape.
And at this moment, the 500,000-ton phantom of the aircraft carrier had just touched the ground. Boom!
The massive impact wave stirred up countless dust and earth waves, and while the blood rain from the sky was evaporated, it also destroyed countless buildings. The ground shook, and the entire Lin city, including dozens of miles around it, trembled. It very easily caused an earthquake. The mutated creatures in the city, whether they were searching, fighting, or even eating, all paused their actions simultaneously. Then they immediately stopped what they were doing and, uniformly centered on Chi-Chen, turned and fled in all directions. The gap in life levels, and the instinctive fear of power, caused them to instinctively flee further away with their animalistic minds. For a time, countless mutated beasts escaped from the already fallen Linchang. Countless people, who were on the verge of becoming food and entering the mouths of mutated creatures, were suddenly saved because of this. Chi-Chen had caused too much commotion. But in the end, no one could actually see Chi-Chen's figure. Only a few managed to catch a glimpse of a pair of silver divine eyes before being teleported to safety by the portal. Chi-Chen's iron-silver hair danced in the storm, his feet followed the phantom of the aircraft carrier as it landed on the ground, feeling a bit of regret. Next time, I can't use such violent, brute force tactics against Lord-level mutated creatures.
I need to be gentler.
Chi-Chen bent down and lightly scooped and rubbed his hand in the dust on the ground, which had been finely crushed to an extreme. The dust wafted into the air, then was quickly dampened by the blood rain. He could see sparkling dark luster radiating light within it. A Lord-level demon core. What a waste! Ruining natural treasures. The demon core, which was much harder than the Lord-level mutated creature itself, couldn't withstand the pressure of 500,000 tons falling from the sky and was directly crushed. Fortunately, Chi-Chen still had a method. The vortex of the Devour skill appeared, filtering and absorbing the demon core powder as much as possible. After a full 5 minutes of spinning and devouring, Chi-Chen finally stopped. Unfortunately, most of the power of the demon core had dissipated during its explosion and shattering. An entire shattered Lord-level demon core only pushed Chi-Chen's realm slightly further towards the Overlord level. The weight of the aircraft carrier's phantom also only increased by a little over 10,000 tons. The increase in paper stats wasn't significant. But this level was already enough for Chi-Chen to devour and extract the Fierce Ape's talent attributes. Successfully devoured Fierce Ape's talent attributes. Obtained talent attributes: Crush, Overlord Body, Adamant, Raging Thunder, Diamond Drill. It still has to be fighting bosses. The quality and quantity of talent attributes obtained are just higher. After devouring and absorbing all of the Fierce Ape's talent attributes, Chi-Chen couldn't help but exclaim. There's no need to elaborate on the attributes that are the same, similar, or analogous to Divine Strength and Steel Body. They have all been absorbed and integrated by Chi-Chen's homogeneous talent attributes, becoming experience for attribute upgrades. Just to mention these newly acquired ones, they are all prominent and rare talents. The drop rate is really high. The Crush ability, as its name suggests, adds the characteristic of crushing to Chi-Chen's attacks. Whether it's crushing enemy weapons or bones, it's very powerful. Definitely a high-tier rare talent. Adamant, no need to explain, a percentage increase in strength, vitality, and defense attributes. A super buff. Raging Thunder, Diamond Drill. The Fierce Ape's index and middle fingers of both hands were the strongest, hardest, and most resilient parts of its entire body. When it clasped its hands and launched an attack with this part, it was its most powerful ultimate move. If combined with Spiral Force, it would also carry armor-piercing and penetrating characteristics. The technique for using this talent was named by the wild ape itself as the Wild Thunder Vajra Drill. Super Armor. Super armor, needless to say, has an extremely high talent priority judgment. The wild ape, despite being controlled and suppressed by so many of Chi Chen's abilities, could instantly regain its mobility and restore its combat power, all thanks to the super armor skill. He successively acquired several special new talents, all of which were very useful. Especially super armor, which was nothing short of a divine skill. Meanwhile, while Chi Chen was absorbing and devouring the wild ape's talent entries, he wasn't idle either. Behind him, various types of missiles were continuously being launched. Missile after missile flew to various parts of Lin City, like celestial maidens scattering flowers. With detection radar locked on, each missile could hit its target with almost no error. Boom! 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 Large swathes of Lin City's not-so-large buildings collapsed, but the mutated creatures, deterred by Chi Chen and scared into huddling together, were also flattened in droves and annihilated into dust. At this point, the structural integrity of Lin City's buildings was no longer a concern. Large batches of mutated entities were eliminated. At the same time, the ground was left sparkling with a scattering of monster cores and mutated materials. Chi Chen did not collect these items but simply left them behind. Most of these were Tier 1 monster cores, perhaps even hundreds of thousands or millions combined wouldn't contain as much evolutionary energy as a single monster core from a void leviathan. Chi Chen now wanted to break through to the overlord level, and he had already somewhat outgrown these low-level monster cores. And they were too difficult to collect. However, these monster cores and mutated materials, if acquired by the survivors in Lin City, could become the catalysts and sparks to stimulate their extraordinary awakening. Chi Chen also had many other things to attend to. A mutated beast with overlord-level potential like the wild ape wasn't worthy of being Chi Chen's true objective. Lin City was not his final destination either. Nor was his goal to single-handedly clear out all the mutated monsters. He couldn't possibly clear out all the mutated creatures. Chi Chen could indeed destroy this city, but that would inevitably also eliminate all the survivors within it. His high-payload weapons couldn't be used indiscriminately. He could only bombard locations where there were absolutely no survivors left and only mutated creatures. As for what was left, as Chi Chen flew away, thousands of bomb-laden drones flew out from the hull of the aircraft carrier Phantom. He no longer looked at the sea of mutated monsters below, being pinpoint bombed repeatedly. This was all he could do. He single-handedly eliminated the city's strongest and largest Lord-level boss, the wild ape. He used various types of powerful missiles to eliminate over 20% of the mutated creatures in the city. Thousands of self-destructing drones flew to nearly 10,000 survivor hideouts to blast open an escape route for them. To create an opportunity for them to escape. Chi Chen had already done everything humanly possible. And he left behind all the demon cores, providing them with the sparks for transcending to extraordinary and enhancing their power. As long as they have the courage to snatch resources from mutated creatures, they have a chance to survive and grow stronger. Saving survivors was his responsibility. His background as a Dragon Kingdom Navy officer made him shoulder such a mission. However, some problems are like the trolley problem. Chi Chen can be the guardian of Lin City, but he cannot only be the guardian of Lin City. He could only give the survivors of Lin City a knife for self-rescue, and then quickly go to more critical places. The Great Wall. The Great Wall, the Dragon Kingdom's ultimate national treasure. A place where thousands of years of national destiny have converged. It could resist the invasion of blood rain and mutated powers. Each section, each stretch of the Great Wall could actually serve as the core of a shelter. And of such a Great Wall, the Dragon Kingdom has thousands of miles. Chi Chen estimated that perhaps nothing in the entire world could surpass the Great Wall. But, unfortunately, in his previous life, the Great Wall was destroyed. The Dragon Kingdom failed to defend the Great Wall. Because the Great Wall is very long, but most of the places where it is located are rugged and remote, and apart from some popular passes, there are hardly any traces of human activity. Nor were there many garrisons. Even in places with garrisons, most of the garrisons that still had organizational capacity and had restored it would prioritize people, going first to support and rescue densely populated areas. To rescue more survivors. Being people-oriented led to neglecting the existence of these ancient monuments.
And then, by the time the surviving humans figured out the role of ancient monuments in national destiny, it was already too late.
The over 20,000 kilometers of the Great Wall were either occupied by powerful mutated creatures or already destroyed. The Dragon Kingdom lost over 20,000 kilometers of shelter core. Even if they later re-attacked, contended, and recaptured, they never recovered more than 1,000 miles. Because these lost sections of the Great Wall, these treasured relics embodying national destiny, were also very attractive to mutated creatures, seeming to greatly benefit their evolution. The over 20,000 kilometers of the Great Wall actually spawned over 1,000 Lord-level creatures, nearly 100 overlords, and 13 kings.
13 kings.
One must know that, at that time, the entire Azure Star had not given birth to more than 100 kings.
Yet, the entire over 20,000 kilometers of the Great Wall alone gave birth to 13.
This further demonstrated the importance of the Great Wall, causing the later alliance of shelters surviving in the Dragon Kingdom to deeply regret their past actions. 13 kings, nearly 100 overlords, and over 1,000 lord-level mutated creatures meant there was simply no possibility of reclaiming the Great Wall. Moreover, people speculated that the first mutated creature on Azure Star to transcend the king level would most likely emerge from the 13 kings of the Great Wall. The Great Wall was probably doomed to fall permanently. But this time, there's still a chance. Even if the mutated creatures around the Great Wall have unique advantages.
But the mutation has only just begun. All famous mutated monsters of later generations can now be preset to be one level lower than their future peak state.
The 13 kings are now, in all likelihood, 13 overlords. The nearly 100 overlords are, in all likelihood, currently lord-level creatures. As for the thousands of lord-level mutated creatures, they are still trash, currently something that can be easily eliminated. It does not exceed Qi Chen's capabilities.
Killable. Qi Chen's gaze was firm, his eyes sharp. The Great Wall, this is a place that must be seized.
1,000 li of the Great Wall can save 1,000,000 lives.
It is immense merit. Moreover, how much blood will those 13 kings and hundreds of overlords of the Great Wall stain their hands with in the future?
Eliminating them now is extremely important.
The Great Wall, the 10,000 li Great Wall.
Qi Chen traveled north, and even before he arrived close by, the power in his body suddenly dropped, suppressed by a vast amount of national destiny. Along the way, Qi Chen also hastily passed 2 imperial tombs and an ancient capital. But unlike those ancient relics, the immense national destiny enshrined on the Great Wall was not of the pure, grand golden kind. Once transcendants reach the Lord level or above, they can perceive these mysterious powers through their transcendent vision. Just like the aircraft carrier Unity, it has a majestic golden dragon of national destiny soaring and coiling around it. This is also why the Lord-level mutated Void Whale immediately targeted the Unity aircraft carrier group as its primary attack. It wasn't because the Unity carrier group sailed over its head and provoked it, but because the aircraft carrier Unity itself held immense appeal for mutated monsters above the Lord level. By dominating and coexisting with national destiny, mutated monsters can evolve more rapidly. But the Dragon of Fortune of the Great Wall was not like this. It was entirely red and white, filled with a chilling aura. The carrier of national destiny held an absolute attraction for these mutated monsters. Although sparsely populated, these remote areas had an increasing number of wild animals, and the mutated monsters there were no fewer than those in densely populated major cities. Mutated mosquitoes, flies, rats, ants, ancient trees with ghostly faces, millstone-sized bees.
Not to mention fierce jackals and eagles. Wait a minute.
All, driven by their bodily instincts, surged forward, one after another, towards the pass of this section of the Great Wall. But before they could charge far, having just entered the domain covered by the national destiny, the fierce dragon of national destiny gently flicked its tail, unleashing a blood-red ripple. In an instant, with the exception of a few flying mutated creatures, all other mutated monsters below the first rank were severed at the waist.
Roar!
Then, with another dragon's roar, a white shockwave covered everything, descending from above and instantly crushing a large number of mutated creatures. A vast number of first-rank mutated monsters, unable to advance even 100 meters into the protective domain of the Great Wall, were completely annihilated by this unique fortune. This blood-red dragon of national destiny was lethal, unlike any Chi-Chen had seen before. First-tier mutated creatures could not invade at all. Only a few elite-tier mutated monsters and second-tier elite or higher mutated creatures could withstand this damage and break into the protective domain of the Great Wall. Such powerful protective defenses. Chi-Chen stood in the sky, observing for a short while. No wonder in later generations, Dragon Country fought desperately to reclaim the Great Wall. This protective ability was far stronger than the protection offered by ordinary shelters. Besides shielding the protected humans from the blood cloud and blood rain, it also prevented any first-tier mutated creatures from invading. It was incredibly powerful. Defending against a large number of first-tier mutated monsters is equivalent to defending against over 90% of monster invasions. Then, deploy a few powerful transcendent warrior guardians. The Great Wall would be humanity's most impregnable sanctuary. But unfortunately, by then, the mutated monsters occupying various passes and sections of the Great Wall had also grown in power. Dragon Country subsequently paid a huge price, only managing to reclaim less than 1,000 kilometers of the Great Wall. That was less than 1/20th of the Great Wall's total length. The efforts then had to be halted due to the combined resistance of 13 king-tier mutated creatures on the Great Wall. In ancient times, the Great Wall was the gateway of Dragon Country. Yet, it was occupied by mere beasts. What an immense humiliation! Faster, faster, faster. Drive the cars even quicker. Everyone behind, keep up. No one is allowed to fall behind. Machine guns mounted. If mutated monsters appear ahead, open fire immediately. The convoy will charge straight through. Do not stop, do not let these monsters block us. Evolved Transcendent Warriors, stand by for support. I in the mountains, within a military camp that Dragon Country had always kept hidden, the internal mutated chaos had already been quelled, and full organizational capabilities were restored within a few hours. The military district suffered severe losses. However, the commander of the military district had no time for sorrow or indignation. They had more important things to do. This place was near a large city with millions of people, and they had to go provide support. But just then, a piercing alarm and red warning lights suddenly blared in his command vehicle. What's going on? Report, Commander. In less than 3 seconds, a rapid reply came through the commander's headset from the radar vehicle. Our radar vehicle detected a sudden appearance of numerous flying signals in the northwest direction, moving at extremely high speed. They are missiles. And there are many of them. How is that possible? The commander slammed his hand on the table, his eyes wide as he shouted, within a few hundred miles of here, aren't we the only secret military district? Where else could missiles be launched from? Quick, check the impact points of those missiles. The commander slapped the table. This unexpected situation filled him with a bad feeling. At the same time, he was frantically racking his brain, wondering if there were any hidden friendly military zones nearby. There aren't any. To launch a large number of missiles, there must also be a large number of missile silos. Military facilities of this scale deployed near his defense perimeter. It was impossible for him not to receive intelligence. Strange. While the commander was pondering, the radar monitoring on the other side actually expressed the same confusion. Strange. All those missile signals were launched simultaneously from near Dioma Pass, but their points of impact are also almost all near Dioma Pass. Launched from one location and then almost exploding in place? They couldn't quite figure it out. In mid-air, Chi-Chen retracted the phantom of the aircraft carrier. The large number of missiles cleared a significant stretch of mutated creatures outside the Great Wall's protection range. Then Chi-Chen rushed into the area within the Dioma Pass section of the Great Wall. The red national destiny energy quivered slightly, as if it recognized Chi-Chen's identity as a Dragon Kingdom citizen and did not obstruct him. But Chi-Chen was not the first creature to rush into the Dioma Pass of the Great Wall. Beneath the towering walls of the Great Wall, numerous mutated creatures were still lurking. These were monsters that had evolved into second-order elite mutated creatures in a short period of time. But not one of them dared to go any further up. Because at the very top of Dioma Pass, on the city wall, an even more powerful existence was already entrenched.
Mountain-moving earth dragon, Lord-level mutated creature.
The suppression from a higher life level made them only dare to move beneath the city, not daring to overstep even half a step upwards. Earth dragons, in fact, were mutated large lizards. During the mutation process, it was fortunate enough to awaken a trace of dragon bloodline. The unique bloodline power of the dragon species immediately made it extraordinary. It started as an elite-level second-order mutant and quickly broke through to the third-order lord level, becoming an earth dragon species, a mountain-moving earth dragon. And it successfully occupied a section of the Great Wall, becoming the strongest mutated creature on Dioma Pass. Its appearance was hideous. Its entire body was sprawled on the Great Wall of Dioma Pass, its scales were greenish, grayish, rough, and extremely ugly. Its entire body, from head to tail, looked to be over 20 meters, almost 30 meters long. Its body was bloated and fat, sprawling on the city wall, wider than the wall's surface. It lifted a not too large head, and a pair of eerie green small eyes glowed, fixated on the red and white Qian divine dragon in the sky. From time to time, it would open its mouth and extend a snake-like tongue, which was 7 or 8 meters long. It was hard to imagine how such a tongue could fit in its mouth. But each time it extended its tongue, it would pierce into the body of the Qian divine dragon above the pass, causing the red and white solemn divine dragon to roar repeatedly, its body rolling, emitting resounding roars. With a flick of its tongue, it would tear off a wisp of national destiny power, which was then swallowed by the mountain-moving earth dragon, churned into its mouth. The moving mountain dragon's small eyes were filled with excitement. There was a good reason why mutated creatures liked to stay in places rich with national destiny. Every time it tore off a strand of national destiny emanating from the Great Wall and refined and devoured it, the dragon vein power within its body would grow a little stronger. Then, a tiny scale on its neck would begin to transform towards becoming a golden scale. Counting carefully, there were already about 4 or 5 palm-sized, a dozen or so scales on the moving mountain dragon's neck that had transformed into golden dragon scales. It didn't devour and digest the red dragon's national fortune quickly. But after consuming a dozen or so strands, its bloodline had already become significantly stronger, and its mutation level easily evolved from early-stage lord to mid-stage lord. If it continued to shed its skin like this moving mountain dragon would eventually evolve to the overlord level. Moreover, if the dragonification proceeded smoothly, it might even become a true dragon species in the future, possessing potential beyond the king level. The moving mountain dragon retracted its tongue, preparing to swallow the freshly torn strand of national destiny into its belly. The moving mountain dragon was so mesmerized by the thrill of this power and bloodline surge that it didn't notice a hand had already reached the top of its head. With a gentle squeeze, Qi grabbed the moving mountain dragon's tongue, causing it to let out a painful, sharp cry, hiss. Anyone who had their tongue grabbed and pulled hard would be in excruciating pain. But before the moving mountain dragon could even react, Qi was already performing a shot-put throwing rotational motion. Its vision blurred, the moving mountain dragon felt the entire world tilting and spinning. In just 1 or 2 seconds, Qi, utilizing a talent called Tornado, grabbed the moving mountain dragon's tongue and spun it around hundreds of times on the spot. The moving mountain dragon felt dizzy and nauseous, and its tongue was in excruciating pain, wishing it would just break off right now. Its tongue, which had been retracted by 80 to 90%, was violently whipped out again to 8 or 9 meters long in this intense spinning. It was even stretched taut, and seemed even longer than before. As for the strand of national destiny torn off by the moving mountain dragon, it had long since dispersed and flew back into the body of the red and white giant dragon of national fortune. With a mighty toss from Qi, the moving mountain dragon's body was flung away like a comet. Damn it, this was all the national destiny of Dragon Country. God knew if anything would be lost after these mutated creatures absorbed it. Screw them. This was the only thought in Qi mind right now. He threw out his hand, flinging the moving mountain dragon's body away. It crashed violently into, and shattered, a large mountain. It violently smashed through a mountaintop. After throwing the moving mountain dragon far away from the Great Wall, Qi jumped down from atop the Great Wall. After trampling a few second-tier elite mutated monsters to death on his way down, Qi once again summoned the shadow of the aircraft carrier. The aircraft carrier was too massive. Qi destructive power in combat was also too high. It would be easy to destroy the Great Wall's fortifications. It would be better to throw the mountain-moving dragon far away to kill it without reservations. Still, a simple and unadorned Chibaku Tensei Heavenly Obstruction Tremor Star was used, launching the super aircraft carrier like a meteor. At this moment, the mountain-moving Earth Dragon had just lifted the mountain peak it had just smashed. Its innate talent, mountain moving, allows it to lift geomantic veins several times stronger than itself. Whether using geomantic veins far beyond its own strength for defense or attack, it possesses unparalleled power. Purely in terms of strength when standing on geomantic veins, the mountain-moving Earth Dragon is even much stronger than the wild ape and the void Kuan. Its dragon bloodline grants it greater, higher than its level species values, possessing superior physical qualities. Its mastery over geomantic vein talent allows it to lift geomantic veins several times its own strength for combat. It's not without reason that the mountain-moving Earth Dragon could repel several other Lord-level distorted creatures and occupy this excellent section of the Great Wall, which is considered good among the entire 20,000 plus kilometers. Although it is only mid-Lord level, its strength is already among the top performers in the entire Lord level tier. However, when Qi Chen's aircraft carrier colossal ship violently slammed into the massive geomantic vein it had just lifted, even the solid geomantic vein couldn't withstand such immense explosive force. Especially the crushing level force, a high-tier rare talent from the wild ape, instantly made the geomantic vein in front of the colossal ship brittle. After a stalemate of less than 2 seconds, a crunch sound was heard, not particularly loud, but it was clearly visible that the aircraft carrier colossal ship directly sank downwards. The geomantic vein mountain peak, lifted by the mountain-moving Earth Dragon, instantly shattered in the middle, showing cracks, and split into 2 halves, separating left and right. Then came the instant collapse. With the gravity manipulation modifier applied, the original 510,000-ton aircraft carrier colossal ship's weight, without considering any speed-enhanced collision force, could still be multiplied several times. With almost no resistance, the aircraft carrier colossal ship slammed onto the mountain-moving Earth Dragon. The sound was no different from smashing and breaking geomantic veins. With a slightly smaller crunching sound than before, the stubborn mountain-moving Earth Dragon was also easily crushed in half by the aircraft carrier colossal ship, splitting into 2. Qi Chen reached out and, with a gesture, a delicate silver anywhere door appeared. He barely managed to retrieve the mountain-moving Earth Dragon's demon core before it was crushed by the aircraft carrier colossal ship. However, Qi Chen was not in a hurry to inspect his spoils of war. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the distant sky. A golden speck of light was rapidly moving away. Since you've come all this way, just stay. The golden speck of light disappeared quickly, vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. It was flying at several times the speed of sound per second. Very fast. But with multiple reconnaissance talent modifiers, Qi Chen still clearly saw the appearance of the newcomer. Azure Pang. Azure Pang, Lord-level distorted creature. Originally an ordinary bird, it happened to be high in the clouds when the aberration descended. It plunged headfirst into a blood cloud, bathing in a large amount of blood rain, and underwent a powerful aberrant evolution, surprisingly giving birth to a trace of Pang bird bloodline, becoming a green Pang beast. The green Pang, a Lord-level aberrant monster, had come to stir up trouble for the mountain-moving Earth Dragon. Targeting an aberrant creature of the same rank and possessing a dragon bloodline, the green Pang naturally also possessed considerable strength. The Pang bird bloodline was not much inferior to a dragon bloodline. A great Pang rises with the wind in a single day, soaring 90,000 li into the sky. A single flap of its wings covers 18,000 li. Of course, this is how the mythical creature golden-winged great Pang is described in Dragon Country mythology. While the green Pang couldn't possibly be that powerful now, extreme speed was its most proficient attribute. The green Pang is a type of Pang skilled at harnessing wind power. Although its bloodline was thin and its strength was only Lord level, a single flap of its wings could easily achieve an extreme speed of nearly Mach 10. This was almost 3 times the speed of human technology's supersonic fighter jets. It was an extreme speed unreachable by humans, except for a few weapons. It had intended to contend for territory with the mountain-moving Earth Dragon. It had extreme speed, while the mountain-moving Earth Dragon excelled in strength and defense. Each had its advantages. However, before it even reached the destination, it saw the mountain-moving earth dragon split in two and crushed by Qi Chen. Without any hesitation, the green pang immediately turned its head and fled, even faster than when it arrived. Aberrant creatures, once they reach a certain level of strength, all possess intelligence. At this point, calling them aberrant monsters was no longer quite appropriate. People of later generations all called them yaos. The green pang was not foolish. The intelligence of lord-level creatures was already considerable. Seeking advantages and avoiding harm, Qi Chen was clearly a threatening, highly deadly presence to it. It had only seen a few of the Yao race with such power. Unbeatable. The green pang's head tilted slightly backward, and its nearly 180-degree visible pang eyes saw a strange-looking steel bird chasing it from behind. Faster than itself, and even 1/3 faster. The green pang let out a cry, the green glow on its body intensified, and fierce winds were controlled by it, lifting its wings and pushing it to fly higher and faster. In an instant, its speed had already broken through Mach 10, reaching Mach 11. But even so, it still couldn't shake off Qi Chen. The distance between Qi Chen and it was constantly closing. Behind it, this time the phantom behind Qi Chen was finally no longer a massive aircraft carrier. This time it had changed to the Star Annihilator 40, a supersonic fighter jet. In the green pang's eyes, the massive mechanical iron bird followed closely behind, gaining 400 to 500 meters on it every second. Qi Chen, in this state, now possessed a baseflight speed well into the Mach range. Originally, the Star Annihilator 40A only had a flight speed of Mach 3 or 4. But Qi Chen's transcendent level increase allowed it to also have the possibility of evolving alongside Qi Chen. This guy flies pretty fast. Qi Chen thought for a moment and immediately used the gravity control ability he possessed to reduce some of his own gravity. His speed instantly increased by another notch. Then, he manipulated the air with his air control talent, evacuating as much air resistance as possible in front of him to reduce drag. Next, his wind speaker talent activated. He softly chanted, letting the wind propel him, and Qi Chen's speed increased yet again. And then, Xingpeng saw that even though he had already brought his speed to its maximum, Qi Chen was right behind him, his speed increasing bit by bit, then another significant jump. Then another small increase, and another big jump. After 5, 6, 7, 8 such accelerations, Xingpeng realized that the speed difference between them had not only failed to shrink but had actually widened. The speed difference was almost double what it was at the beginning. Qi Chen's speed had already soared above Mach 16. Originally, it was only being caught up by 1,000 meters per second, but now that it had accelerated, it was being caught up by 2,000 meters per second instead. If it hadn't started its escape from a sufficiently far distance, it would have been caught by now. Oh, there are two more. While chasing Xingpeng, the two of them, one pursuing and one fleeing, covered dozens of kilometers in just over 10 seconds. Then Qi Chen noticed that there were two more Lord-level aberrant monsters in the distance, one to the left and one to the right, both heading towards Daemagwan. Interesting, are they also here to cause trouble for the mountain-moving earth dragon? These two monsters were a gray shadow wolf and a massive formless wild boar. Both of them saw Xingpeng in the sky and let out fierce roars, as if questioning what Xingpeng was doing and where it was going. They had been invited by Xingpeng to attack the mountain-moving earth dragon together, to jointly seize this section of the Great Wall at Daemagwan. They had agreed that the three of them would join forces to snatch 3 particularly good sections of the Great Wall Pass, and then each would take one. The best section, Daemagwan, would go to Xingpeng, but Xingpeng would have to bear the brunt of the attack, always striking first, engaging the enemy first, and then the other two would follow to encircle. But why did Xingpeng run away? They roared and questioned loudly, but Xingpeng was like a thin green line in the sky, streaking over their heads, completely uninterested in glancing at them. And then, another thin silver line, Qi Chen, also flew over their heads. It was only then that they suddenly realized Xingpeng was being pursued. Faster than Xingpeng, capable of making Xingpeng flee without any resistance, what kind of power is that? Overlord level? With low growls, they dared not be too loud, communicating in beast speech. But Qi Chen flying over their heads did not mean he was letting them go. Qi Chen's palm moved downward. To the left and right, a massive aircraft carrier and an equally huge gray-white void koan, both glowing with an eerie blue light, plummeted towards the ground. He had never said that he could only summon the phantom of one thing at a time. The aircraft carrier, the Star Destroyer 40A fighter jet, and the ruined Leviathan, which had originally been combined, were all separated again by Qi Chen. Moreover, a gorilla was perched on the bow of the aircraft carrier's phantom, and a half-golden scaled earth dragon was sprawled on top of the ruined Leviathan's head. Almost casually, Qi Chen tossed these summoned items down without even looking back. Xingpeng then felt that after a roar, the auras of these two lord-level demon beasts completely disappeared. Dead? Compared to Xingpeng, mountain-moving earth dragon, wild gorilla, and ruined Leviathan, these four demon beasts with relatively special bloodlines or higher intelligence, the shadow wolf and the faceless boar were still a bit mediocre. They were just ordinary lord-level creatures. In Qi Chen's memory, there wasn't much impression of them. It seemed he hadn't heard of them. It's highly probable that they either died, or they never broke through to higher realms before Qi Chen's previous life ended in sacrifice, fading into the ranks of numerous commander-level creatures. Unlike the ruined Leviathan, mountain-moving earth dragon, wild gorilla, and Xingpeng, these four, with the exception of the mountain-moving earth dragon being unnamed in later generations, possibly having died accidentally in the early stages of the anomaly. The remaining three had all genuinely become renowned overlord-level creatures, dominating their respective territories. Correspondingly, their strength was also somewhat mediocre. A 500,000-ton aircraft carrier supervessel could pulverize an anomalous creature like the mountain-moving earth dragon in 2 to 3 seconds, let alone the shadow wolf and faceless boar, which were the most ordinary in terms of strength among lord-level creatures. Almost instantly upon falling, they were shattered into pieces. Even though the shadow wolf's innate ability was actually quite good. Possessing the ability to create clones, a single clone could lead to several almost identical shadow wolves ganging up, which was quite advantageous in combat. But, facing such a violently overwhelming situation, one squishy target and 4 or 5 squishy targets made no difference at all. The shadow wolf splitting off excellent clones to desperately resist didn't last as long as the thick-skinned faceless boar next to it. However, any struggle was futile. Both of them were crushed in less than 2 seconds. The summoned phantoms of the wild gorilla and mountain-moving earth dragon, one reaching out with a hand and the other coiling with its tongue, grasped their demon cores. After completing their mission, the semi-materialized illusions dissipated, then reformed into several brand new Star Destroyer 40A fighter jets, chasing in the direction of Qi Chen and Xingpeng with their spoils of war. By this time, Qi Chen's figure was already towering over the head of the Green Pang. The Green Pang still tried to shake Qi Chen off by rapidly changing direction, but Qi Chen merely stomped down hard, landing squarely on its back. The stomp was heavy, causing the Green Pang to whimper and plummet several thousand meters before finally stopping. Its bloodline was thin, inheriting only the speed characteristics of the Pang lineage, but not the physical prowess of the great Pang bird. Qi Chen's stomp nearly broke its wing outright. Even after steadying itself a few times, its body was lopsided, one side higher than the other, and its flight path was erratic, veering left and right, up and down. Its wings must have suffered numerous fractures, and every flap caused it pain. Moreover, Qi Chen was pressing down on its right wing, making it difficult for the Green Pang to flap upwards. The Green Pang shrieked in anger, its body suddenly spinning rapidly like a horizontal washing machine drum. It could not tolerate someone standing on its back as if riding it. Its instinctive resistance made it forget its fear of Qi Chen for a moment. A green whirlwind spun with the Green Pang, but Qi Chen grabbed its neck, and a black dark light ignited on his body hegemony. In addition to the black aura, a white energy field also swirled around Qi Chen. The black and white airflow neutralized all forces acting on Qi Chen's body, whether it was the swirling wind or forces from various directions. Qi Chen was stuck to the Green Pang's body, while in this contest, the Green Pang's golden-tipped iron feathers were painfully pulled by Qi Chen. The Green Pang couldn't maintain such a rapid spin for long, but Qi Chen remained standing steadily throughout. Until the Green Pang stopped, Qi Chen's posture hadn't wavered in the slightest. At this moment, Qi Chen briefly sensed his surroundings, feeling that enough commotion had been made. Qi Chen slowly reached out and touched the Green Pang's wing, speaking indifferently as if Hades himself were announcing its fate. "All right, your purpose is served. Hand over your demon core, and you can die." With that, Qi Chen tore hard with his hand, and blood rained down. It was impossible to distinguish whether it was the mutated rainwater falling from the blood cloud or the blood gushing from the green pang's broken wing. Qi Chen, a normal human exactly 1.8 meters tall, tore off a pang wing whose single span was certainly no less than 10 times his own length. The visual impact of this was quite brutal. Unfortunately, there weren't many spectators. Accompanying it was only the green pang's shriek. A cry of blood. More than half of the wing fell into the deep mountains first. The sharp pang feathers mowed down a swath of mountain trees like a scythe cutting wheat. The green pang itself struggled on with one wing for a while, with green airflow circulating where the lost half wing used to be. The green pang intended to use wind attribute energy to temporarily simulate and construct a new wing. But by this time, Qi Chen could already see the azure pang's internal organs directly through the wound he had torn open. In its chest cavity, a greenish-black demon core was visible in the center, adorned with shimmering golden light on its surface. Qi Chen reached out and gently grabbed it, and the wind-attributed energy that the azure pang had just condensed was popped like a bubble. With a swift scoop, the azure pang had no way to resist. The azure pang's demon core was thus directly extracted alive by Qi Chen. With a pained shriek, the azure pang's power began to drain away like water. Its life force also flickered precariously. Without a demon core, it was even more severe for an aberrated creature than losing its heart. It was almost a countdown, 3, 2, 1, the light in the azure pang's eyes rapidly dimmed, then completely vanished. The single-winged azure pang plummeted, crashing violently into a mountaintop. Boom! Qi Chen detached from its body a second before the azure pang hit the mountain, leaping onto the fighter jet that had just caught up from behind. The fighter jets combined, and after a few seconds, transformed back into a biocarrier capable of flying in the sky. Qi Chen took the two demon cores respectfully offered by the mountain-moving earth dragon and the wild gorilla. He already had several of these lord-level demon cores in his hand. He could devour a wave of them. However, before that, Qi Chen's mind stirred, activating the nuclear power talent keyword. Almost infinite energy supplied the hull of the carrier giant ship, shaping supersonic missiles ready for launch. With a body weighing over 500,000 tons and an increasingly wide deck, it meant Qi Chen could launch even more missile units simultaneously. A volley of 100 shots was a thing of the past. Hundreds of missiles in a single volley, that was Qi Chen's current firepower configuration. In several consecutive rounds, thousands of missiles rose from the deck of the carrier giant ship. At its peak, the entire Great Wall would have thousands of lord-level aberrated creatures. Even in the early stages, there were still 100 or 200 lord-level aberrated demon beasts. Killing them one by one was too inefficient. Qi Chen's pursuit and battle with the azure pang just now had accomplished his own goal. He chased the azure pang, flying unscrupulously through the sky, without concealing his formidable aura and the fluctuations of battle. Coupled with the annihilated shadow wolf and formless Mongshan boar, Qi Chen had made enough of a commotion, attracting the attention of countless creatures. At least, creatures above lord level within a 1 to 200 kilometer radius could perceive the aura fluctuations that Qi Chen deliberately amplified and leaked. The instinct to watch a spectacle is inherent in intelligent beings. Once they evolved a considerable degree of intelligence, these aberrated demon beasts were no exception. They inevitably fell prey to the addiction of watching a spectacle. In Qi Chen's perception, in the hundreds of kilometers of the Great Wall segment nearby, except for a select few, the vast majority of lord-level aberrated demon beasts had temporarily left the passes they occupied. One by one, they were either approaching this direction or finding a relatively tall mountaintop to look and perceive in this direction. Although no one knew where the fight broke out, everyone was choosing a good spot to watch the drama unfold and seeing if they could gain any advantage. Aside from relying on the power of national destiny along the Great Wall, devouring the demonic cores and flesh of other mutated creatures after killing them was also a way to quickly evolve. Just like the wild gorilla, it evolved through slaughter. Have you all come out? Good, now I can deal with you. Thousands of various missiles, long range, medium range, and short range, emerged endlessly. The Phantom aircraft carrier was not a true technological creation. As long as the energy from the nuclear power held up, there would be an endless supply of these shells with various functions, powered by supernatural forces. These Lord-level mutated creatures, who had left the vicinity of the Great Wall, still didn't realize that they had abandoned the greatest protection that would have made Chi-Chen hesitant to act. It wasn't until dozens or hundreds of various supernatural missiles, each distributed to every single one of them, soared at super high speeds and exploded in front of them that they realized. The spectacle they were watching, they themselves were a part of it. An average of 100 super high-speed missiles per mutated demon race creature. Even behemoths like the Sukuan couldn't survive such an overwhelming, saturated explosion. Let alone these creatures, whose main advantageous abilities were not focused on health points or defense. Among them, there were even 2 monsters with relatively special bloodlines. But it didn't make much difference. Chi-Chen's strength was already overwhelmingly superior to these Lord-level creatures. Though their bloodlines were precious, they possessed only a trace of residual power, which could not change their fate. Death. Over a dozen Lord-level mutated demon race creatures fell almost simultaneously. Except for one of them, a mutated lord whose true form was a pangolin, who quickly burrowed into the earth, drilling deep down, and whose defensive talent barely managed to block the attack. But it was also on its last breath, almost completely incapacitated. A large number of drones flew out from behind Chi-Chen again, to help him search for the demonic cores dropped after he killed these Lord-level demonic beasts. Chi-Chen himself appeared directly in front of that mutated pangolin. "You're quite bold." Chi-Chen stomped, crushing the pangolin's already brittle back armor, which had been scorched and impacted by the explosion. After a few gentle grinds, he casually stomped the heavily injured pangolin to death. This mutated pangolin was quite audacious. Presuming upon its ability to burrow and tunnel through mountains, it actually ran directly within 10 kilometers of Chi-Chen to watch the drama up close. He dug out its demonic core. At this moment, Chi-Chen had already devoured quite a few demonic cores and could proceed with a wave of absorption. The dozen newly hunted demonic cores were still in the distance, and the drone fleet hadn't brought them back yet. Chi-Chen currently only had the demonic cores of the mountain-moving earth dragon, the Azure Pang, the Shadow Wolf, the faceless Mongshan Boar, and this mutated pangolin. Chi-Chen first picked up the demonic core of the mountain-moving earth dragon, which perhaps would be more accurately described as a pseudo-dragon pearl. The devouring vortex appeared in his hand. The demon core of a Lord-level demon is large, but none appeared again like the Rukuan's millstone-sized one. The demon core, the size of a baby's head, was swallowed by the black vortex, and Chi-Chen's power surged again. Faintly, 2 strands of golden hair, coiling and twisting like lightning patterns, or perhaps 2 golden dragon horns, grew from Chi-Chen's iron-silver hair at his 2 temples. A faint dragon's roar echoed around Chi-Chen. Successfully devoured the mountain-moving earth dragon. Obtained new talent traits: mountain-moving strength, earth strength, dragon bloodline, earth dragon wormkin. It's clear from the mountain-moving earth dragon's talent traits that most of its power came from 2 sources, half from its mountain-moving ability, which is its talent for utilizing telluric energy, and the other half entirely from the augmentation of its dragon bloodline. The dragon bloodline in the mountain-moving earth dragon was only level 3, and even a level 3 dragon bloodline only evolved it into an LV.5 wormkin. The mountain-moving earth dragon possessed a very thin dragon bloodline, which also demonstrated the power of the dragon bloodline. With a talent trait at such a low level, it could still grant the mountain-moving earth dragon such immense power. I wonder how powerful true divine dragons and true pure-blooded dragons would be. As the dragon bloodline talent trait appeared on him, Chi-Chen felt his own enhancement. If this world were a game, to draw an analogy, his HP, defense, strength, agility, intelligence, including more critical rate, penetration, cooldown reduction, luck, charm, and so on, all attributes had been boosted. This was an all-around enhancement, and it was fundamental, not a temporary, buff-like augmentation. So strong. Chi-Chen clenched his fist, feeling his power, and couldn't help but exclaim, no wonder later on, those few king-level and overlord-level dragon-type mutated beasts were so powerful, almost kings among kings. This level of improvement. This explains it. Chi-Chen absorbed all of the mountain-moving earth dragon's talent traits, preparing to absorb the second demon core. But when he prepared to take out the Azure Pang's demon core, he found that his transformation had not yet stopped. His newly acquired two talent traits, Dragon Bloodline and Earth Dragon Wormkin, resonated with one of his existing talent traits.
National Strategic Asset. These three traits glowed with a rich golden light on Shi Chen's talent tree.
In Shi Chen's self-perception, the national strategic asset trait seemed to become the root of the Dragon Bloodline and Earth Dragon Wormkin traits. Bloodline, if no other special evolutionary circumstances occur, is innate. It is fundamentally impossible for it to increase or decrease.
Shi Chen wasn't born a dragon, he was human.
Even if he gained the dragon's bloodline, it was a one-time boost, like water without a source. But now, something seemed different. His nation's heavy weapon talent seemed to resonate with these two dragon bloodline-related entries.
Fortune, national fortune. That's right. The mountain-moving earth dragon enhanced its dragon bloodline by devouring and absorbing the power of national fortune from the Great Wall. National fortune can make a bloodline stronger.
In Shi Chen's perception, the nation's heavy weapon entry was like a heart, firmly connected to the mountain-moving earth dragon's two special talent entries regarding bloodline and race. It made Dragon's Bloodline and Earth Dragon Wyrm kind no longer unimprovable, sourceless origins. It was like a heart, throbbing rhythmically, pumping power, or rather, the power of national fortune, into the two entries. With the nation's heavy weapon entry becoming the core, the changes in Dragon's Bloodline and Earth Dragon Wyrm kind became even more significant. Shi Chen watched as these two entries continuously glowed, by Yubiu up. Up. The entry levels kept jumping upwards. Dragon's Bloodline. It soared all the way up, and the glow on the entry became increasingly magnificent. Dragon patterns subtly emerged, growing deeper and deeper. The upgrade of the Dragon's Bloodline only stopped when the entry's appearance had transformed into a true divine dragon soaring in the canopy of the talent tree. The talent level of the Dragon's Bloodline directly reached an astonishing divine dragon's bloodline. And the other talent entry also evolved directly from Earth Dragon Wyrm kind to Protector Golden Dragon True Dragon kind. The mountain-moving Earth Dragon had to meticulously peel, refine, and absorb the national fortune contained in the Great Wall. Shi Chen, with the nation's heavy weapon talent entry, had himself become the carrier and core of an immense national fortune. All these entries were Shi Chen's own, requiring no processes of refining or transformation. National fortune was continuously poured into Shi Chen's entries and bloodline, seemingly without end. For a moment, Shi Chen seemed almost inhuman. The two golden strands of hair on his head actually stood up, forming a pair of glistening golden horn-like structures on his forehead. His eyes sparkled with electricity, and his body was wreathed in flowing golden qi. With every breath, there was a faint sound of wind and thunder. He was cloaked in dragon patterns, treading on auspicious clouds. Occasionally, golden scales and golden armor would intermittently appear and disappear on his body. Between his shoulders and along his spine, the shadow of a golden dragon coiled. Shi Chen's transformation was astonishing. If one were to prick his skin now and draw a drop of blood, they would find that even his blood had turned a brilliant golden. Divine Dragon's Bloodline. Protector Golden Dragon True Dragon kind. The bloodline was incomparably rich, its nobility truer than a true dragon. Phew, that was exhilarating. Shi Chen felt a deep sense of exhilaration from the bottom of his heart. Transcendent advancement is an evolution at the life level, and bloodline enhancement is another kind of evolution at the life level. When the dragon bloodline was purified to the point of becoming a true dragon species, Shi Chen felt completely different. In that instant, it was as if his whole being was ascending. Flesh, soul, consciousness. Everything was trembling. It was even more exhilarating than the last shiver of making love. The dragon bloodline is already so powerful, what about the rock bloodline? The pinnacle of the rock bloodline is the golden-winged great rock. Its bloodline potential and mythical status are on par with the dragon race. The dragon bloodline can be purified with the power of national destiny, and the rock bloodline must be able to too. Shi Chen picked up the Azure Rock's demon core. He now had only one concern: would mixing the great rock's bloodline into the dragon bloodline make his pure blood impure again? It should be fine. Shi Chen thought about it. If it were an ordinary person, there might indeed be conflicts between different types of bloodlines, with the two bloodlines mutually invading each other. But it shouldn't matter to him. His bloodline didn't come from himself, but from the talent traits he possessed. And traits, under normal circumstances, can exist independently. Theoretically, the Great Rock bloodline trait wouldn't affect the properties of the Dragon bloodline trait. There was no essential similarity between the two. In fact, due to the different bloodlines, they could be said to be worlds apart. There shouldn't be mutual devouring in fusion. The traits had never conflicted before. Eat. The Azure Rock's demon core was in Qi Chen's hand for no more than 2 seconds before it vanished into the vortex of consumption, being broken down into the purest evolutionary energy. Successfully consumed Azure Rock's demon core. Acquired new talent traits: divine speed, wind manipulation, rock bloodline, Azure Rock subspecies. A talent configuration very similar to that of the mountain-moving earth dragon. This also indirectly indicated that the Azure Rock and the mountain-moving earth dragon should roughly be mutated monsters of the same level. Qi Chen was not disappointed. The Azure Rock's bloodline also brought him a different kind of power. A pair of azure energy wings stretched out from Qi Chen's back, each wing over 10 meters long. It was apparent that their appearance was quite similar to the Azure Rock's great rock wings. Several falling azure divine veins appeared on Qi Chen's calves and neck, and his gaze became sharper. Looking out towards the sky, his pure vision and visual accuracy had actually doubled. And those wings, Qi Chen felt they could provide him with flying power and speed no less than that provided by a fighter jet. But this was only the beginning of the change. Almost as soon as the traits were absorbed, they began to evolve again. The azure wings Qi Chen had just obtained instantly re-dyed into a fiery golden color, and the divine veins on his body, his pupil color. All began to transform in this direction. The great power trait was like an unceasing heart, not caring how many organs it had to drive or how much blood it had to move through how many vessels during its operation. It could drive the evolution of 2 bloodline talents. Even evolving 4 bloodline talents wouldn't make things worse. Almost instantly, the rock bloodline evolved into a higher tier rock bloodline, the Azure Rock subspecies bloodline, evolving into a brand new golden rock pureblood true rock. Although it didn't directly evolve to the status of a golden-winged great rock, it still evolved directly into a pureblood golden rock. The golden rock's bloodline was also golden in color. But Qi Chen could clearly feel 2 distinct bloodlines within his body, coexisting without interference. The 2 talent entries belonging to the golden rock bloodline also each sported a shimmering golden rock phantom, responding remotely to the 2 dragon bloodline talents similarly linked to the heart pillar of the nation entry. The enhancement of the dragon bloodline was more comprehensive, almost every attribute received a boost. The enhancement of the rock bloodline, however, was more specialized. Qi Chen's strength and defense didn't increase much, but his speed increased by an astonishing multiple. Additionally, there were special penetration and armor-piercing abilities. While the strength increase might not seem significant, in terms of offensive power, it could be even more terrifying than the basic attributes provided by the dragon bloodline. This is the difference between all-around enhancement and specialized enhancement. Between the 2 bloodlines, it was hard to say which was better or worse. It seemed they were indeed on the same level. After absorbing the top-tier demonic cores of these 2 demon beasts, 1 dragon and 1 rock, Qi Chen felt the power within his body surge to an extreme. He was on the verge of ascending to Overlord tier. Qi Chen felt his body had reached a critical point. Once he crossed it, it would be another evolution in the level of life itself. Overlord tier and Lord tier were entirely different worlds. If Lord tier aberrant creatures could dominate a city or town, and Lord tier extraordinary warriors could guard, wield power, or establish small to medium-sized sanctuaries, then Overlord tier creatures would almost claim an entire prefecture or commandery as their hunting grounds. Compared to Lord tier, Overlord tier represented a qualitative leap in power. It was a sublimation in the level of life and abilities. Qi Chen had heard before that Overlord tier extraordinary warriors and demon beasts would have an aura field around them. Within this range, all life forms below Overlord tier would be suppressed, losing 90% of their strength. Overlord tier could easily crush Lord tier. And Qi Chen had now reached this boundary. Qi Chen had never encountered the Overlord tier before, he only felt that this breakthrough seemed to have no bottleneck, and he should be able to break through as long as he accumulated enough energy, which wouldn't be difficult. His body's self-perception told him that this breakthrough should be very smooth. Little did he know, there were conditions for evolving from Lord Tier to Overlord Tier. That is, one must possess at least one level 9, or a level 10 or higher talent ability. Energy accumulation was merely the most basic condition. Before Overlord Tier, this condition wasn't restrictive. Common, elite, Lord talents. Although most common tier extraordinary creatures have extraordinary talents within this range. Elite tier in. Most top-tier talents possessed by Lord-level creatures are at this level. But this is not a strict requirement. If a Lord-level supernatural creature is truly gifted and exceptionally defying, it is theoretically possible for it to only possess the lowest-tier talent entries. Discounting cases where combat power is laughably low. But theoretically, such a garbage Lord-level creature can indeed be born. Because before the Lord level, most evolutionary difficulty lay only in stacking energy and surviving. However, the Overlord level is different. Talent entries have become a rigid requirement for evolving into the Overlord level. Because only talent entries above this level can transform and form a talent domain. And a domain is the most powerful ability and characteristic of an Overlord level creature. Talent is the minimum requirement for evolving into a domain. Without this level of talent, one can never form a domain, and naturally, will not be qualified to evolve into an Overlord level supernatural being. Just like the mountain-moving earth dragon and the azure rock. In terms of actual combat power, the mountain-moving earth dragon actually has a bit more advantage. But in terms of the possibility of evolving to the Overlord level, the azure rock has a greater advantage than the mountain-moving earth dragon. Because the azure rock possesses a crucial talent entry, divine speed. Not only does it meet the conditions for forming a domain, but the entry level is also higher. Even if it evolves into a domain, it won't be among the weakest. Of course, Chi-Chen did not perceive these bottlenecks and conditions. He broke through almost without realizing it. Because, on Chi-Chen's body, there was never a lack of talents above level. Great Nation's Cornerstone, Divine Speed, Multi-Obscuring Invisibility, Flight, War Behemoth, Reconnaissance, Divine Power, Dragon Bloodline, National Guardian Golden Dragon True Dragon Species, Rock Bloodline, Golden Rock Pure-Blooded True Rock. Chi-Chen alone possesses 11 talents above level 10. Not only does he meet the evolutionary conditions for breaking through to the Overlord level, but he also has an abundance. The demon cores of the mutated pangolin, shadow wolf, and formless wild boar turned into powder in Chi-Chen's hands, providing the final energy for his evolutionary breakthrough. Successfully devoured mutated pangolin demon core. Acquired new talent entries, earth burrowing, earth manipulation, poison plague. Successfully devoured shadow wolf demon core. Acquired new talent entries, multiple shadow clones, howling moon. Successfully devoured formless wild boar demon core. Acquired new talent entries, gigantification, mountain-shattering strength, rage. The 3 Lord-level demon cores provided the final power for Chi-Chen's breakthrough. Before he could even examine these newly acquired talents, the talents on Chi-Chen's body had already begun to transform towards forming a domain. Great Nation's Cornerstone, Divine Speed, Multi-Obscuring Invisibility, Flight, War Behemoth, Reconnaissance, Divine Power, Dragon Bloodline, National Guardian Golden Dragon True Dragon Species, Rock Bloodline, Golden Rock Pure-Blooded True Rock. One by one, talent entries above level 10 manifested on Chi-Chen's body. Then, through talent upgrades, it evolved into new layers of domains. Grand National Artifact Domain of Fortune. Divine Speed Domain of Velocity. Multi-Shade Stealth Domain of Concealment. Flight Domain of Sky. War Beast Domain of War. Reconnaissance Domain of Perception. Divine Power Domain of Strength. Dragon Bloodline Domain of Dragon Blood. Guardian Golden Dragon True Dragon Species Domain of True Dragon. Rock Bloodline Domain of Rock Blood. Golden Rock Pureblood True Rock Domain of True Rock. It was quite exaggerated, almost 1 layer per second, a full 11 different domains unfolded around Chi-Chen, 9 first-tier domains and 2 second-tier domains. 11 layers. The ranges varied. The smallest, like the domain of concealment, merely wrapped around Chi-Chen, existing close to his body. The broadest, like the 11th level reconnaissance talent evolved into the domain of perception, had only just begun to unfurl, and after more than 10 seconds, it was still continuously expanding outwards.
The range of perception could be extremely far.
Chi-Chen controlled the domain of perception to expand to about 1,000 kilometers before stopping its further expansion. However, Chi-Chen estimated that his second-tier domain of perception could easily expand to a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers, and at full power, it should be able to cover most of the Azure planet.
But doing so would mean receiving too much information every moment.
Unless absolutely necessary, expanding this domain to a radius of 1,000 kilometers was just right. He could keep it open indefinitely without any burden. The remaining domains were generally within the range of 10 to 100 kilometers. Their sizes varied, but the suppressing power was almost identical. With a gentle tremor from all 11 layers of domains, all low-level aberrant creatures within the domains were instantly pulverized into a bloody mess, clearing out hundreds of kilometers of the Great Wall in one go. Lord-tier individuals still needed a treasure with the power of fortune or similar forces as a core to establish a sanctuary. But Overlord-tier individuals did not. Chi-Chen could feel that after evolving into an Overlord-tier transcendent, as long as he was within the influence range of his domain, the blood clouds and blood rain would no longer affect him.
Before the Overlord tier, although transcendent warriors who became transcendent would no longer undergo aberration, they would still be affected by the aberrant power in the blood rain. They needed to spend a certain amount of energy and transcendent power daily to refine away the aberrant pollution. The lower the strength, the more effort required. But now, after reaching the Overlord tier, with the domain open, the aberrant pollution in the blood rain could not get close.
Within Chi-Chen's surrounding domains, except for the domain of perception which had too large an area and thus diluted its power, in all other domain areas, whenever blood rain fell, the aberrant pollution within it would be automatically purified by Chi-Chen's domain. The blood rain not only turned transparent during the purification process but also transformed into the most ordinary transcendent energy before landing, decomposing and scattering into the world.
A hegemon tier transcendent is a walking sanctuary.
It is truly too extravagant to make a hegemon tier transcendent the core of a sanctuary. Finding such strategic power, few people would do it.
Hegemon tiers also rarely accept such confinement.
Only in Dragon Country had Chi-Chen heard of a few hegemon tiers, for the sake of saving one or two sanctuary cores and protecting more people, willingly staying put in one place year-round. Chi-Chen admired this kind of dedication, but he couldn't do it. Moreover, Chi-Chen felt that expelling the barbarians was more important and gratifying than merely sheltering one side. As long as all these mutated creatures are eliminated or driven out, there will be no need to build more sanctuaries. As Chi-Chen sensed the low-tier mutated creatures within a 100-kilometer radius being crushed into pulp by him, he felt a rush of exhilaration. Within the newly evolved fast domain, Chi-Chen's flight speed could almost double. His basic physical attributes, already enhanced after evolving to hegemon tier, now far surpassed those of Ultraman. A single movement covered over a dozen kilometers. In mere seconds, Chi-Chen had wiped out the few Lord-tier demon beasts that were timid or cunning and cautious, and thus hadn't been lured out, still clinging to the Great Wall. Chi-Chen's combat power was already off the charts. After reaching hegemon tier, dealing with Lord-tier creatures was not much different from dealing with ordinary tier mutated creatures. It was all a sweep. It just required using his hand when dealing with Lord tiers. He swiftly appeared before them, grabbed them, and squeezed. Before they could even discern Chi-Chen's movements, they instantly lost their lives.
As for resistance?
As soon as the hegemon tier domain suppressed them, these Lord-tier mutated demon beasts lost all their power.
Originally, the gap between hegemon tier and Lord tier shouldn't have been so vast.
The suppression of a hegemon tier domain on those below hegemon tier means that their talent strength is halved, retaining 60% of its power, and their talent abilities retain 70% of their power. Moving up the tiers, only those with the corresponding talent entries will have their abilities unaffected by the domain's suppression and weakening. Hegemon tiers are extremely powerful, crushing Lord tiers in both basic attributes and talents.
A hegemon tier with an activated domain could easily kill dozens, even scores, of Lord tiers. But Lord tiers should still have the ability to struggle and escape. However, with Qi Chen, when his 11-layer domain descended, any talk of weakening or suppression ratios became a joke. Aside from Qi Chen needing to take direct action, they were as fragile as ordinary mutated creatures. 1 layer of domain could suppress, but 11 layers of domain were like a thick 5-finger mountain.
Qi Chen had just been promoted to hegemon tier, and his prestige was soaring. Yet, at this moment, someone always had to court disaster.
Who dares to spy on me like this? Qi Chen felt his perception domain being violently torn open in the north.
Suddenly, a blank void appeared in Qi Chen's perception domain.
Only a domain of the same level can tear apart and push away another domain. Unless it's an overlord level being, no matter how strong, it will be suppressed.
The one clamoring in Qi Chen's perception must also be an overlord level creature.
Overlord level. In later generations, there were still many.
But now, at this early stage of the anomaly, it is absolutely the top existence in the world, a future king-level prodigy. Those who could become overlord-level creatures in the early stages of the anomaly, as long as they didn't die, 9 out of 10 later became king-level transcendents. The one tearing apart Qi Chen's perception domain must be one of them.
Bold. I haven't even gone looking for trouble with you, and you're already coming to me.
Qi Chen's perception domain was only partially torn apart, or rather, partially stretched and interfered with by the opponent's domain. But as the opponent's domain moved, Qi Chen could still determine their position.
The opponent was fast, rapidly approaching.
The 6-winged saber-toothed tiger was furious. It had just been doting on one of its subordinates, a white tiger with piercing eyes and a striped forehead.
Damn it, it actually sensed someone else's prying. Were its tiger films something others could watch?
The 6-winged saber-toothed tiger could sense that the power was a reconnaissance-type domain. Possessing a domain, it should be in existence of the same level as itself.
But so what? Using one's domain to cover and spy on others was inherently an extremely offensive act. What's more, spying on its private affairs.
It scared it so much it jolted and instantly became impotent.
Who could tolerate this?
Especially since the white tiger beneath it had already shown a resentful expression.
This can be tolerated, but a tiger cannot. Moreover, it clearly tore apart the opponent's domain, yet the opponent still wouldn't back down. Was this challenging its authority?
The 6-winged saber-toothed tiger flapped its 3 pairs of half-black, half-white wings, achieving a speed that was no less than, and even faster than, the 11-level extreme speed of a green rock. It charged furiously in Qi Chen's direction.
Beside it, 2 innate domains also spread out. 1 black ring, 1 white ring.
The black domain primarily focused on corrosion, and the white domain primarily focused on killing. The 6-winged saber-toothed tiger stared intently at the perception domain constantly being pushed aside next to it. It thought, the opponent has an auxiliary perception-type domain, which doesn't add much to combat power.
It's a good target for establishing authority.
The 6-winged saber-toothed tiger had only recently broken through to overlord level and was not a naturally overlord level anomalous creature. At this moment, it hadn't yet made a name for itself. Seeing Qi Chen's perception domain now, it clearly regarded Qi Chen as a soft persimmon that could be easily dealt with, a stepping stone. The 6-winged saber-toothed tiger flew fast, the wind blowing, and it had actually calmed down a bit. But the calmer it became, the more it wanted to use Qi Chen to establish its reputation. The 6-winged striped tiger controlled its 2 domains, expanding outward violently, pushing away and distancing Qi Chen's perception domain. The strength of its domain seemed to be much greater than Qi Chen's, easily tearing open the perception domain, and then unfolding its 2 domains in the center of the perception domain.
Domain collision.
This was a conventional probing method in skirmishes between overlord class beings, and also a usual way to seize combat advantage. The stronger the domain, the higher its level, or if there's a mutual counter effect. The more one can tear apart and repel the opponent's domain, the more advantageous it naturally becomes. A domain is like a home ground that can be moved at any time. In a collision, whoever's domain is more resilient, occupying more space, naturally gains a stronger home ground buff and a larger home ground range.
Fellow from afar, why don't you surrender directly to me? I can forgive your prying offense.
Easily tearing open Qi Chen's perception domain, a surge of pride immediately rose in the six-winged striped tiger's heart.
It actually developed a desire to subdue Qi Chen.
You, a transcendent being primarily focused on perception and support abilities, possess no real combat prowess. Even if you evolve to the Overlord class, you'll only be a weakling at the bottom. Why not follow me, assist me, and together we can conquer this world? You lend me a hand, and I'll provide you with protection. What do you say to submitting to me? The Overlord class six-winged striped tiger, speaking human words from over 100 kilometers away, boomed its message to Qi Chen. The elevation of an Overlord class being, beyond improvements in strength and the evolution of life level, also involves the ignition of wisdom and thought. This six-winged striped tiger's intelligence was no different from that of a human, perhaps even smarter than the average human. Since becoming an Overlord class being, it had ceased its widespread slaughter and consumption of mutated creatures weaker than itself. Instead, it chose to subdue and establish its own forces. It already had several Lord-class demonic beasts under its command, including that white tiger. The six-winged striped tiger's mind had conceived the notions of power and territory. At this moment, it actually set its sights on Qi Chen, wanting to subdue Qi Chen, also an Overlord class being, as its subordinate. What the six-winged striped tiger said was subdue, but its actions did not stop in the slightest. Establishing authority. The six-winged striped tiger continuously displayed its strength to Qi Chen. It let out a tiger's roar, and its six wings flapped and swept simultaneously. With every flap of its wings, the range of its black and white domains expanded further, and the aura within became even fiercer. It continuously compressed and tore apart Qi Chen's perception domain. The six-winged striped tiger was prepared to use overwhelming strength to make Qi Chen submit. At the same time, the six-winged striped tiger was also quite curious. What kind of demonic beast could evolve to Overlord class at this time with a perception and support-based domain? Too rare. In this current era, those who couldn't fight shouldn't even be qualified to evolve. The six-winged striped tiger also wanted to see what species Qi Chen truly was. The remaining 100+ kilometers did not take too long. By the Overlord level, 10 times the speed of sound is almost the standard for every Overlord level creature. 100 kilometers is basically about half a minute. Qi Chen didn't move from his position, happy that other Overlord level creatures were seeking him out. When he saw Qi Chen's figure from tens of kilometers away, the six-winged flying tiger's eyes widened. A human? How is this possible? This was the six-winged flying tiger's first thought. It was a bit stunned, so much so that the trajectory of its six wings became somewhat erratic. The six-winged flying tiger had a strong urge to turn around and flee. The fear of being conquered and dominated by terrifying upright apes, a memory ingrained deep within it, instantly flooded its mind. But the next second, it roared in anger, snapping out of its sudden daze. The recent fear made it feel ashamed and annoyed. It was an Overlord-level creature. Now why should it fear a mere human? Human shotguns and whips could no longer harm it. The six-winged flying tiger snarled at Qi Chen. Although it was incredibly unbelievable for a human to evolve to the Overlord level in such a short time, if this guy was a human, wasn't that just perfect? Human, obey me. The six-winged flying tiger's tone was imperious, almost commanding Qi Chen to submit to it. The six-winged flying tiger felt a dark thrill. Qi Chen's identity as a human gave it a sense of revenge. Subduing an Overlord-level human as its subordinate, what could be more satisfying in the world? The six-winged flying tiger still remembered all the abuse it suffered in the circus. When the anomaly descended, the first thing it did was devour its feeder, then kill all the audience members in the theater, and then escape from the city. It forever resented those humans who treated it like a monkey for their amusement. The six-winged flying tiger's almost humiliating reprimand made Qi Chen frown. Courting death. Qi Chen had originally intended to catch the opponent off guard, but now the six-winged flying tiger was making him very uncomfortable. The domain that Qi Chen had retracted now unfolded again, circle after circle. First, the fortune domain, a golden fortune domain, was unfurled by Qi Chen. Upon seeing another layer of domain appear on Qi Chen's body, the six-winged flying tiger's arrogance subsided somewhat. Dual domains. That was already the same number as it had. However, the six-winged flying tiger did not back down. Those who could evolve to the overlord level now were all outstanding among their peers, most possessing strong innate talents. It was quite normal to have 2 or more domains right after entering the overlord level. It's fine, the opponent has a perception type domain that doesn't significantly boost combat power. We can fight. The six-winged flying tiger thought to itself. Both of its own domains were offensive, and combined with its beastly physique, it still had an advantage. Conquering such a human will be even more fulfilling. Then, Shi Chen's third domain unfolded, war domain. The six-winged flying tiger's foot paused, its scalp tingling. Triple. It's nothing. The triple domain can't completely suppress me in a short time. I can fight. The six-winged striped tiger comforted itself, but its jaws were already clenched, and it absolutely refused to bring up the matter of making Shi Chen submit again. Thinking fiercely to itself, one of Shi Chen's 3 domains was a perception-type domain that had almost no effect on combat, making it almost like a dual domain. The six-winged striped tiger indulged in self-consolation, full of the AQ spirit. It couldn't chicken out now, that would be too embarrassing. But domain of strength, domain of stealth, domain of dragon blood, domain of true dragon. The remaining layers of domains on Shi Chen almost simultaneously burst forth. As the six-winged striped tiger's eyes filled with terror, its tail, which had always been held high in pride, instantly tucked between its legs, and it turned to run. The fear of being dominated by the terrifying upright ape, the gloom from its memories instantly shrouded its heart again. Damn it, why? The six-winged striped tiger swore inwardly, not even daring to curse directly in front of Shi Chen. What were those densely packed, layered domains, like a spiraling potato tower? Is this a human? He must be the mutated monster. The six-winged striped tiger tried to expand its domains to the maximum to escape, then discovered the stickiness around it. Its 2 domains actually couldn't expand, being suppressed back by the surrounding domains. What was going on? The six-winged striped tiger looked back at Shi Chen. Expanding a domain also takes a little time. Shi Chen's various domains hadn't even covered it yet, so what was restricting its domains? The six-winged striped tiger looked around. It was the perception domain. How could this be? The six-winged striped tiger was puzzled. An auxiliary perception domain should be very fragile, so how could it restrict its dual domains? But its dual domains were indeed continuously shrinking in range, being squeezed back. Shi Chen's perception domain was not that useless to begin with. The reason it was easily torn apart before was that Shi Chen had spread the perception domain's range too wide. A domain with a radius of thousands of kilometers, no matter how strong the domain itself, when expanded to such an extent, its average intensity would be weakened. It sacrificed intensity for breadth. But when Shi Chen retracted the range of his perception domain, the intensity of the perception domain soared accordingly. Domains also have levels. Shi Chen's perception domain wouldn't directly crush the six-winged striped tiger's dual domains to collapse, but it could easily squeeze them to only maintain within 100 meters around the six-winged striped tiger. Shi Chen's perception domain directly formed an overwhelming suppression on the six-winged striped tiger. The stickiness and sluggishness of the domain slowed down its movements and speed. Overlord-level abilities are complementary to one's own domains. When the six-winged striped tiger's domains were suppressed, its own abilities would also become restricted. Within Shi Chen's domain, the six-winged striped tiger even felt like it was drowning. Ha, with just this little skill, you still want to subdue me? Shi Chen's tone was somewhat disdainful, and the remaining 10 domains also intertwined and covered them in the sky. Extreme speed domain. After the Godspeed talent evolved into a domain, it could not only boost his own speed but also affect others. The speed of the six-winged interspersed tiger's escape suddenly slowed down, almost directly dropping to 2 or 3/10 of its original speed. The six-winged interspersed tiger realized with horror that this was also a level 2 domain. Then, the domain of sky suppressed it, and Shi Chen directly stripped the six-winged interspersed tiger of its ability to fly in the air. No matter how the six-winged interspersed tiger flapped its 3 pairs of wings, it could no longer provide any lift. Like an elevator cable suddenly snapping, the six-winged interspersed tiger, like a cannonball, arced through the sky and plummeted from thousands of meters high into the wilderness.
With a loud boom, dust and smoke billowed.
The six-winged interspersed tiger didn't die from the fall, but it was certainly disoriented. Then, a dragon's roar and a rock's cry suddenly startled the six-winged interspersed tiger, and it stood up from the dust, still dizzy.
It looked around. A dragon's roar? A rock's cry? There were other overlord-level demonic beasts nearby. Anxious flickered in the six-winged interspersed tiger's eyes. Where are they? Help! Help, help!
The six-winged interspersed tiger no longer cared about its pride, shouting loudly for help, until its own cries died down, and the plea for help was choked in its throat. Even if it was dull, it sensed the source of these two bloodline auras.
Chi-Chen was surrounded by no less than 4 domains related to bloodlines. True Dragon and Great Rock. The six-winged interspersed tiger felt its intelligence was insufficient. How could a human's bloodline be purer than a demonic beast's? As a demonic beast, it was more sensitive to bloodlines.
Pure-blooded true dragon, pure-blooded true rock. Even after evolving to the overlord level, it was still worlds apart from pure blood.
He's a demonic beast. Am I a demonic beast? And how did he do it? A single person actually possesses 2 pure bloodlines simultaneously. The six-winged interspersed tiger felt confused. In its confusion, Chi-Chen's figure, leaving afterimages, had already kicked the top of the six-winged interspersed tiger's head. With a loud bang, Chi-Chen kicked downwards, and the six-winged interspersed tiger's body was directly buried in the ground. The six-winged interspersed tiger only felt the whole world sway, its vision went black, and when it opened its eyes again, it felt its entire body lighten, as if a rope was pulling it backward, its body exceptionally relaxed. The comfortable feeling reminded it of the days before it was sold to the circus. In that most primitive forest, its days as king there, hunting throughout the forest, were truly pleasant and wonderful. No!
The six-winged interspersed tiger's eyes suddenly flew open. It had just had a life flashing before its eyes.
A tremendous force surged from behind the six-winged tiger.
Chi-Chen, using the mutated pangolin's burrow and earth travel talents, also entered the ground and kicked upwards from below once more. Crack, the six-winged tiger heard the sound of its own wing breaking.
Excruciating pain.
But the next second it turned into a warm, tingling sensation. Its body's protective mechanism, the secretion of a large amount of adrenaline, made the pain begin to disappear, and it even started to enjoy this itchy, warm, numb feeling. On the Great Wall, beneath the six-winged tiger sat an exceptionally beautiful white tiger. The white tiger's submission and initiative made it narrow its eyes in enjoyment. A sudden shiver. The six-winged tiger dreamt of Chi-Chen's prying gaze and instantly woke up. The six-winged tiger abruptly opened its eyes.
Damn it, it was having flashbacks again.
Large fragments of internal organs and blood flowed from its mouth. With the taste of blood in its mouth, the six-winged tiger finally noticed that it had suffered severe internal injuries.
2 kicks, just 2 kicks. Though not instantly killed, the six-winged tiger experienced 2 near-death sensations within seconds.
The six-winged tiger wanted to expand its domain defense, but with 11 domains pressing down on it, its dual domains could only form a film less than 2 centimeters thick on its body surface.
Its domain was suppressed to the point where it couldn't even leave its body surface. 11 layers of domain were truly terrifying.
Kicked back into the air from underground, Chi-Chen reached out and grabbed the six-winged tiger's neck as if lifting a large cat. A man of 1.8 meters, pulling a fierce tiger 5 or 6 meters tall and over 10 meters long, did look a bit comical. But the six-winged tiger at this moment was like an obedient cat, not daring to move an inch. Chi-Chen's beating awakened the servility of the six-winged tiger, which had been dominated by humans during its time in the circus. It was afraid. Don't kill me, I can be your mount. 1 second you were clamoring for me to submit and be your servant, the next you surrender, fear death, and want to be my mount.
Don't you find that ridiculous?
Chi-Chen held the six-winged tiger with one hand, his cold gaze turning to speechlessness. Such a weak-willed coward, it made him lose all interest in fighting. They were in a fierce battle, and the opponent suddenly went soft, which was truly vexing.
Not satisfying enough.
The six-winged tiger shivered. Despite being the king of beasts, the Tiger King, the overlord, at this moment, it showed no trace of dominance, nor did it resemble a king. Its eyes were filled with submission and fear, which Chi-Chun found very uninteresting. The six-winged tiger had mutated into a tiger king and overlord, but the increase in its power couldn't change its fundamental nature. When faced with a stronger setback, its inherent servility and weakness were exposed. With your cowardice, if you were my mount, I'd feel ashamed to ride you out. Besides, what makes you think I'd forgive your transgression? Chi-Chun spoke, but he didn't expect an answer from the six-winged hovering tiger. As he spoke, with a crunching sound, Chi-Chun had already snapped its neck. These words were spoken to the corpse of the six-winged hovering tiger. Reaching out, he broke open the six-winged hovering tiger's head, extracting the black and white demonic core from its skull. The last light in the six-winged hovering tiger's eyes dimmed. At the moment of the six-winged hovering tiger's death, a huge tiger roar, audible for 1,000 kilometers, sounded. A massive illusory image of a hovering tiger, entirely blood-red, appeared in the sky, visible to every creature within 100 kilometers. A hegemon's lament, a residual image rising into the sky. Once a creature reached the hegemon level, death would trigger such a phenomenon. The blood rain poured down even more heavily, and the oppressive aura in the sky grew thicker. The blood rain doubled for 3 days, and the blood cloud thickened by 9,000 meters, spanning 100 li. Within these few days, creatures in this area, whether mutating or awakening to become super-powered warriors, would have a higher chance. This was also the aftermath of a hegemon's demise. It was the last remnant proof of this hegemon's past existence. But it felt more like an honor and proof of a kill. In his previous life, when high-level hegemons became more numerous, conflicts and demises still occasionally occurred among them. Chi-Chun had also witnessed and heard of such phenomena a few times. After all, the affected area of this phenomenon was indeed vast. But for him to be the protagonist, this was truly the first time, a unique experience. That six-winged hovering tiger is dead. Roar! Heh, just a newcomer who still needs to evolve and break through. How can it compare to us born hegemons? Dead is dead, no need to care. The death phenomenon of the six-winged hovering tiger spread far and wide, covering a radius of hundreds or thousands of kilometers, which was already a very large area. The Great Wall, stretching over 20,000 kilometers, was sporadically distributed, and the lament spanning a radius of thousands of kilometers almost covered all parts of the entire Great Wall. Shanhai Pass, Huanjiaguan, Juyangguan, Zijingguan, Niangziguan, Jiaguan, Yangguan, Yumengguan, Shaoku Pass, Piantuguan, Pingsingguan. There were hundreds or thousands of passes along the Great Wall. But only a dozen or so of them were the most famous, with the most treacherous gatehouses, carrying the most national destiny power. On almost every one of these core passes, a hegemon-level creature was entrenched. At this time, most of the hegemon-level creatures were naturally born hegemons, with only a very few breaking through from the Lord level. Their numbers were not large. If Chi-Chun were to observe, almost all of the future 13 kings of the Great Wall had already appeared. Naturally born hegemons harbored a psychological superiority and disdain towards creatures like the six-winged hovering tiger, which evolved from the Lord level to the hegemon level through acquired means. They looked down on the six-winged hovering tiger a bit, which was also why the six-winged hovering tiger desperately wanted to subdue Chi-Chun, hoping to use him to establish its authority and enhance its own reputation. The death of the six-winged hovering tiger did not cause much ripple in the realm of hegemons. Many overlord-level beings even scoffed, thinking that if a weakling like the six-winged spiked tiger died, it died, and there was nothing to make a fuss about. Only the two who had similarly evolved from lord level to overlord level felt a deep resonance and wore solemn expressions. Phew, these two domain effects are pretty good. After devouring the demon core of the six-winged spiked tiger, Chi-Chun gained 2 more layers of domains. Marrow Deep Domain, Adamant Slaughter Domain. The domains on his body had already reached an astonishing 13. The effects of these 2 domains were indeed quite good. The effect of the Marrow Deep Domain was that while injuring an enemy, it could leave a corrosive force in their body that was very difficult to get rid of. While increasing pain, it would also affect and weaken the enemy's strength, like a maggot burrowing into bone. When enough of this power accumulated, Chi-Chun could actively trigger its onset, or even cause an explosion. Moreover, even if Qi Chen didn't inflict a wound, staying in Qi Chen's domain for too long would still cause this power to invade, producing the same effect, just at a much slower rate.
The adamant slaughter domain was much simpler. Its ability was to provide Qi Chen with stronger, sharper adamantine energy.
It seemed ordinary, but the simpler the ability, the more brutal its intensity and the more powerful its effect.
Simply put, the adamant slaughter domain could be regarded as a killing array.
The domain could provide Qi Chen with significant attack power and penetration armor-piercing attribute bonuses.
Simple, brutal.
Using his spatial ability, he packed away the six-winged spiked tiger's body.
He wanted to keep this tiger body well.
Tiger bone wine, the benefits for men, tisk, everyone understood. This stuff wasn't common, good stuff. Finally, Qi Chen reached out and beckoned, and a phantom identical to the six-winged spiked tiger appeared beside him.
Qi Chen directly mounted it. A mount?
I can directly summon various semi-ethereal, semi-solid mimetic summons just by relying on my devouring ability. Why would I need your submission? Qi Chen curled his lips and said with some disdain. Having killed the six-winged spiked tiger, he could summon the six-winged spiked tiger.
And it would be absolutely loyal, not a coward. Isn't it much stronger than the six-winged spiked tiger itself, which surrendered? Under Qi Chen's control, all three pairs of the six-winged spiked tiger's wings began to transform into metal. Jet engine-like mechanical devices also began to appear at its tail where its rear was. The six-winged spiked tiger combined with the image of a fighter jet, Qi Chen manipulated them to synthesize, giving it even faster speed. Both handsome and fast.
Putting everything else aside, if you exclude the six-winged spiked tiger's own soul and intelligence, its appearance was still top-notch handsome. But after playing with it for a short while, Qi Chen waved his hand and still dispelled it. The aircraft carrier reappeared above his head, and Qi Chen instantly stood on the bow. When it comes to being handsome, who can be handsomer than one's own aircraft carrier and the Star Destroyer 40A fighter jet? As for the others, they were a novelty, good for a bit of fun. Brother, that six-winged tiger is dead.
Why don't we go and grab a share of the spoils?
Its carcass and demon core would be a great tonic if consumed. It could save us a lot of arduous cultivation. At Zijing Pass, a black rock spoke to a seven-colored peacock. Its tone was slightly anxious, clearly having already set its mind on snatching. Legend has it that the phoenix gave birth to two sons, namely the peacock and the great rock. The black rock and the seven-colored peacock, relying on this connection, naturally became sworn brothers. Both of them were born overlords. The black rock and the seven-colored peacock, joining forces, firmly controlled Zijing Pass, one of the 13 most famous passes of the Great Wall, and further extended their territory, occupying a large area. With formidable strength and a powerful alliance, there were few beings within or outside the Great Wall that they dared not provoke. Even Zijing Pass itself was snatched by them from another born overlord of the demon race. They were extremely domineering and arrogant. During this period, they didn't shy away from provoking other overlord-level creatures. Other overlord-level demon races, seeing that these two were wearing the same pants and knowing that two fists are no match for four hands, mostly tolerated it. This allowed them to reap many benefits. Sure enough, the Black Rock set its eyes on the corpse and demon core of the six-winged tiger that Qi Chen had just killed, intending to seize the spoils, thinking it could pull off a successful venture. The seven-colored peacock was more mature than the Black Rock. After a moment of thought, it hesitated, saying, that person was able to kill the six-winged tiger, so their strength shouldn't be weak. Oh, big brother. The Black Rock's tone was somewhat impatient. Big brother, what are we afraid of? That six-winged tiger wasn't that formidable a character anyway. If it were me, I could handle it by myself. How strong could that person possibly be? At most, they're just another born overlord, right? But there are two of us. It's 2 against 1. Aside from those two, who within or outside the Great Wall wouldn't give us a wide berth? That overlord-level being just experienced a battle with the six-winged tiger. Now should be their weakest moment, they might even be gravely injured. If we go now, would they dare to refuse? Refuse? If they don't hand over the six-winged tiger's flesh and demon core,
we'll kill them too, and eat them. The black rock's beak curved into a dangerous arc. While it claimed to coerce Chi-Chen into giving up the spoils, what it was actually thinking was how to turn Chi-Chen into its own spoils as well. When the seven-colored peacock thought this way, it also found it hard to restrain itself. Although it was slightly more cautious than the black rock, the fact that it could become sworn brothers with the black rock meant that its inherent greed was certainly no less than the black rock's. Two overlord-level bodies of flesh and demon cores. The seven-colored peacock even more directly added Chi-Chen to the list of loot resources for calculation. Alright, this deal can be done. When the time comes, you and I will each get a share of the overlord-level flesh, and each of us will get one demon core. Once consumed, we'll be able to widen the cultivation gap between us and other overlord-level beings. With you and me, brothers, working together, we'll seize another strategic pass within or outside the Great Wall. You and I, brothers, one for each of us. Good, then let's go. We need to hurry. What if that guy is seriously injured and secretly runs away? That would be troublesome. Saying that, Hei Peng flapped its wings, eager to depart. The three domains on its body were faintly about to unfurl. It makes sense that Hei Peng and the colorful peacock looked down on the six-winged striped tiger. Or rather, all naturally born overlords tend to look down on those overlords that evolved from the lord level. Evolving directly into an overlord from mutation indicates that they often possess better innate foundations. Hei Peng has 3 domains, 2 first-level domains and 1 second-level domain. The colorful peacock, on the other hand, possesses 4 domains. Of course, all 4 of these domains are still only first level. Their strength compared to the 6-winged striped tiger lies in their bloodline. As naturally born overlords, they, like Chi-Chen, possess bloodlines above level 10 and innate domains formed by those bloodlines. This is a significant advantage. Both of them were confident that if they were to face the 6-winged striped tiger, they could also crush it. Having not personally witnessed the battle between Chi-Chen and the 6-winged striped tiger, they did not believe Chi-Chen was an unbeatable enemy. They took flight, even with some urgency. They had no doubt that other overlord-level creatures would harbor the same predatory thoughts as them. Wild beasts, by nature, follow the law of the jungle. Rumble! Rumble! Suddenly, a rumbling thunder appeared in the sky. Hei Peng felt a bit strange. Although blood clouds and blood rain had always covered the sky, it had never heard of thunder for so long, right? It looked up. Brother, help! With the stealth domain, derived from the multi-cover stealth talent, covering him, Chi-Chen drove the massive aircraft carrier directly above Hei Peng and the peacock without them noticing. The impact caused by the carrier's sudden turn and dive was too great, and having already stealthily approached this close, Chi-Chen didn't bother to exert more effort to hide. Had it not caused a commotion, Hei Peng and the colorful peacock probably wouldn't have discovered it. The aircraft carrier's phantom was so vast it blotted out the sky. After continuously devouring a large number of Lord-level demon cores and 1 Overlord-level demon core, and increasing its weight through the Void Kuan's limitless growth talent, the aircraft carrier's size had long exceeded 1 million tons. Even the level of the limitless growth talent itself, without any homologous talents to stack and absorb experience, was forcibly raised to this level by Chi-Chen. One more level up, and it could even evolve into a new domain on its own. A million-ton aircraft carrier. This was a weapon of war never before seen on this planet. And it wasn't in the sea, it was flying in the sky. Even more terrifyingly, Chi-Chen, its user, often didn't use the war weapons on its hull, but rather enjoyed using its immense power to smack things, treating it like a giant brick to hit people. A super-sized brick weighing 1 million tons. Hei Peng and the colorful peacock were already quite large in size. If the bloodline Thin Xingpeng's wings were fully spread, they could be 40 meters wide. Then both of them would have to be over 60 meters. But when Chi-Chen swung the million-ton aircraft carrier down, it felt no different than swatting 2 large flies dragging their bottoms. The howling wind almost blew off Hei Peng's feathers. Hei Peng screamed for help, but the 7-colored peacock was also struggling to save itself. When the striking aircraft carrier was already this heavy, it no longer mattered whether Chi-Chen used his domain, or whether Hei Peng and the 7-colored peacock used theirs. Hei Peng and the 7-colored peacock both unleashed their domains, and quite a few of them, a total of 7, including one of He Peng's secondary domains.
But it was useless. First-level domains shattered upon contact with the million-ton ship's hull, cracking at the slightest touch.
Only one defensive domain from the 7-colored peacock in He Peng's secondary domain could slightly delay Qi Chen's movements.
But they still couldn't escape their fate of being swatted like flies, and were sent flying. Then it's going on sale. Please subscribe and keep reading with your membership. Because the author relies on this to make a living, I just want to earn money. My goal is very realistic, and I hope everyone doesn't dislike it. On QQ Reading, I feel it's more appropriate to read books with a membership. With a monthly membership, all books on the entire site are free to read. It's more suitable for book friends who read a lot. Finally, I wish myself good luck, hoping to become popular. I'm very happy today, and I wish everyone the same pleasant mood as me, hoping that you come to my book with joy and leave with joy. The aircraft carrier smashed down heavily, dragging both He Peng and the 7-colored peacock into afterimages, the two creatures smashing into a hillside on either side. Both He Peng and the 7-colored peacock were stunned. This was the first time anyone had directly torn a domain apart with brute force. Never seen it, never heard of it. If domains could be so easily shattered by repeated blows, then Lord-level creatures wouldn't be so afraid of Overlord-level creatures. How much power must that be? He Peng's head was spinning, a patch of feathers on its head already soaked with blood, faintly red amidst the black feathers, clearly indicating a gash. It wasn't killed by Qi Chen's single blow. The weakening effect of all 7 layers of domains had indeed played a significant role. But the excruciating pain in its head and body made it acutely aware of one thing: Qi Chen was an unstoppable force. He Peng had no idea that Qi Chen was the very person it was clamoring to find. He Peng was still pondering, why was it so unlucky? Had it and the 7-colored peacock provoked anyone recently? That shouldn't be the case? He Peng was bewildered. The anomaly on Azure Star had only just begun, and while its and the 7-colored peacock's actions were a bit arrogant, the number of people they had offended was limited. No matter how much trouble they could stir up, they couldn't possibly offend too many people in a single day. Moreover, He Peng remembered every monster beast it had offended. Absolutely no such large ship-like object was there. He Peng knew deep down that he couldn't win. He twisted his body, attempting to escape, but the next second his eyes widened in horror, his Tao heart almost crumbling. He discovered that his sworn brother, the 7-colored peacock, with whom he had vowed to live and die together, had long since flown far away without him noticing. His most trusted brother had actually abandoned him and stealthily fled while he was distracted. Damn it! Kong Chuan, I trusted you so much, and this is how you betray our brotherhood? Kong Chuan was the name the 7-colored peacock gave himself, imitating humans. It heard He Peng's roar behind him, but Kong Chuan didn't utter a sound, not even turning his head, just running by himself. Immature. Kong Chuan thought to himself. Better a dead fellow Taoist than a dead pauper. Without benefit, who would swear brotherhood with you? Wasn't it because I alone might not be able to completely conquer this purple thorn pass? Kong Chuan secretly thought, if I hadn't secretly run ahead, what would have happened? Then I would be the one who died first. Thinking this, the 7-colored peacock, Kong Chuan, flapped his wings with more force, increasing his speed. When fleeing for one's life, as long as you run faster and further than your friends, the enemy won't chase you first, and the chances of escape will be much greater. He Peng, like Qing Peng, possessed the bloodline of the Peng, but his bloodline and abilities were far stronger than Qing Peng's, a higher tier, a hegemonic level whose bloodline could even form a domain. In a race for escape with He Peng, Kong Chuan certainly couldn't compete. Kong Chuan didn't care about his brotherhood with He Peng and certainly wasn't willing to be a shield for him, so of course, he had to leave first. When disaster strikes, you help your brother take the first blow. Kong Chuan felt no shame at all in his heart about using He Peng as a shield. He Peng's insults only made Kong Chuan realize that his secret escape had been discovered, and he needed to run even faster. Descending from the deck of the aircraft carrier's Phantom, Qi Chen found the scheming between He Peng and Kong Chuan somewhat amusing. In the face of overwhelming power, were these petty tricks and schemes useful? Why should he, Qi Chen, follow Kong Chuan's script? Killing both of them at the same time was not a difficult task anyway. Chi Chen left the aircraft carrier to continue smashing downwards, further crushing and restricting He Peng. At the same time, he also positioned the recently killed six-winged spiked tiger beside it. Several domains, especially domain of air and domain of extreme speed, one was to restrict He Peng's flight, preventing him from flying smoothly, and the other was to counteract He Peng's level 2 domain of extreme speed. That's right, as a Peng clan member skilled in extreme speed, He Peng's signature domain was also the domain of extreme speed, and it was exactly the same. Domain of air, domain of extreme speed, and domain of concealment were all assigned by Chi Chen to the aircraft carrier, responsible for suppressing He Peng's domains. At the same time, the aircraft carrier was also carrying its own domain of power and domain of fortune, while the six-winged spiked tiger also carried its inherent limb-clinging domain and adamant-killing domain. These powers were enough to suppress and slaughter the Black Rock. Chi Chen himself stepped directly onto a Star Destroyer 40A fighter jet that had just taken off at high speed from the deck of the Phantom aircraft carrier. He left the battle here to the aircraft carrier and the six-winged spiked tiger, and then, seated in the fighter jet, he chased directly in the direction the seven-colored peacock was fleeing. He, Chi Chen, was not limited to dealing with only one enemy at a time. The speed of the Star Destroyer 40A fighter jet was inherently very fast before the anomaly. It was the fastest fighter jet on Azure Star. As Chi Chen's strength increased, its speed also steadily improved in line with Chi Chen's realm. Its growth potential in terms of speed even surpassed that of ordinary rock. Moreover, on the surface of the fighter jet, just like the unified aircraft carrier's surface is now covered with Sukuan biocoating. Chi Chen's Star Destroyer 40A fighter jet also developed fine cyan feathers on its surface, hard yet resilient, and the shape of its wings subtly deformed, revealing rock bone structures. It was completely different from the original Star Destroyer 40A fighter jet, only retaining 3 or 4/10 of its original appearance. It had completely transformed into a new type of biofighter jet. Chi Chen preferred to call it the Star Destroyer Cyan Rock. Its speed was incredibly fast, and in just a few seconds, Kong Chuan, who had already fled quite a distance, heard the rushing wind behind him. Chi Chen was rapidly approaching. Feeling that he might not be able to shake him off, Kong Chuan subconsciously looked back. He then saw that in the battlefield where the Black Rock was located, the Black Rock was being suppressed, desperately scrambling and fleeing with extreme speed, darting left and right. Chi Chen himself was already almost catching up to him. But Kong Chuan felt as if he had spotted an opportunity. After a brief observation, he believed that Chi Chen might be a summoner-type transcendent warrior. Chi Chen had left his most powerful summons with the Black Rock, which meant that only Chi Chen's main body and this strange iron bird would be coming after him. Furthermore, Kong Chuan also saw that Chi Chen had left all the multiple domains on his body with the Black Rock as well. Does that mean I still have a chance to counter-kill? Kong Chuan was enveloped by 4 colored domains. He possessed a full 4 different domains, adept in both offense and defense. But this thought lasted less than a second before Kong Chuan's face changed, his eyes twitched, and all extra thoughts vanished. He immediately turned around and continued to run. Domains unfolded one after another, and Chi Chen astonishingly manifested several more, their number no less than the domains Chi Chen had left with the Black Rock. Domain of War, Domain of Perception, Domain of Dragon Blood, Domain of True Dragon, Domain of Rock Blood, Domain of True Rock, Domain of Tiger Blood, Domain of True Tiger. A total of 8, one more than Chi Chen had left for the Black Rock. That's right, it wasn't just the True Dragon bloodline and True Rock bloodline. Even the Overlord Class 6-winged tiger with wings that Chi Chen had just devoured, its tiger bloodline formed a new domain within Chi Chen. The bloodline evolution that the 6-winged tiger with wings had always dreamed of completing was thus fulfilled by Chi Chen on its behalf. The luck domain formed by the great national weapon was sufficient to support the evolution of the tiger bloodline, allowing Chi Chen to easily gain 2 more domains. Chi Chen, piloting the Star Destroyer Azure Rock, swept past the multicolored peacock's head, its wings flapping, giving it a direct blow and effortlessly flipping it over, sending it crashing from mid-air to the ground, raising a cloud of overwhelming dust. Kong Chuan wanted to seize this opportunity to escape, but with such a small amount of dust, it couldn't even fool itself, let alone conceal itself from Chi Chen's perception. The Star Destroyer Azure Rock's belly opened up its weapon bay, and with a few whooshing sounds, 6 precision-guided missiles launched from beneath its fuselage. The missiles came with automatic tracking and precise targeting, and combined with Qi Chen's perception domain, they plunged downwards, followed by violent explosions.
Boom! Boom boom! Boom boom boom!
Kong Chuan used every trick in its book, even performing acrobatic maneuvers that could be called foul play, rolling on the ground without any regard for its dignity, barely managing to dodge the first missile. Then it used multiple domains and methods to withstand the next two, but the final three still hit its body, sending it flying a long distance.
Kong Chuan felt its wings were broken.
The power of the Star Destroyer's missiles increased with Qi Chen's strength. Coupled with the war domain specifically empowering war machines and weapons like the Star Destroyer, the weapon power of the Star Destroyer Azure Rock was something even Overlord-class creatures couldn't underestimate.
An Overlord-class creature like Kong Chuan, with its relatively low defense, would suffer several broken bones after taking a few hits. When Kong Chuan tried to stand up again, it felt a gust of wind at the back of its head. Looking back, the Star Destroyer piloted by Qi Chen actually extended a pair of mighty claws covered in metallic scales, just like their raptor counterparts, and clamped down towards its head. The posture was identical to how birds of prey hunt. This strike was too close and too late by the time it looked back. Kong Chuan's eyes widened, blood almost splitting its eye sockets, but it was useless. It knew it couldn't escape. With these adamantine claws descending, no matter how hard its head was, it would be torn off. Just then, Qi Chen's steel claw deliberately shifted to the side of Kong Chuan's head. The earth rumbled, and the ground cracked open, revealing a thick but extremely sharp and verdant willow branch emerging from beneath the earth, splitting the ground, its sharp tip striking directly at Qi Chen's body. This willow branch collided with Qi Chen's sideways shifted steel claw, sending sparks flying. Meanwhile, another willow branch emerged from beneath the earth, instantly wrapping around Kong Chuan's body, coiling around its waist, dragging its injured body rapidly backward. Qi Chen's eyes narrowed, filled with a fierce glint. Someone was trying to rescue this colorful peacock. Qi Chen's Vajra claws were not to be trifled with either. He firmly grasped the willow branch that was stabbing towards him, then continued to pursue the front. The guy who came was very powerful. Qi Chen raised his hand to block behind him, and another branch was caught by Qi Chen. The opponent's strength was great, and the willow branches were extremely tough. At the very least, it was a peak overlord-level demon beast. Qi Chen carefully recalled in his mind which famous willow demons were there inside and outside the Great Wall. Soon, a figure and a name matched up in Qi Chen's mind. Starry Ancient Willow King. One of the future 13 kings of the Great Wall. Qi Chen remembered all 13 kings born on the Great Wall. They occupied the 13 most famous and majestic passes of the Great Wall, and 13 king-level demon beasts were born there. Among them, Kong Chuan was one of the 13 kings, whose strength was relatively at the bottom among the 13 kings, and was known as the seven-colored peacock bright king. However, the starry ancient willow, the Willow King, ranks second among the 13 kings of the Great Wall. And it was widely acknowledged. Its willow branches, green with sparkling starlight, were simply too recognizable. This was a character who could even be called a king among kings in the future, and unexpectedly, he was clashing with him now. Qi Chen's mindset, which was originally playful, now became serious. A person's name, a tree's shadow. What's more, he had only just clashed with this Willow King's branches a few times. This one, even now, stood at the pinnacle of the Overlord level. But so what? Snatching someone under his nose would surely come at a price. Qi Chen pulled hard with both hands, no longer holding anything back. Besides his domain, he still had plenty of skills that hadn't yet formed into innate talents that he could use. With various powers applied, with a whoosh, Qi Chen forcibly pulled, actually directly tearing the Willow King's branches, hidden deep in the earth, straight out of the ground. Then, bang! Bang! Two sounds, not much quieter than a missile explosion, like the sound of rigid rebar twisting to its limit and then suddenly snapping and breaking, extremely sharp. Two of the Willow King's willow branches were also directly torn off by Qi Chen. Although the Willow King's main body did not appear, it was clearly impossible to deal with Qi Chen using ordinary willow branches. These two willow branches must have been very important to the Willow King. Definitely not the kind that could be easily regenerated. With two willow branches destroyed, the starry ancient tree was evidently distressed. The extended willow branches were rapidly retracting, and the action of pulling Kong Chuan became a bit faster.
Of course, the Willow King also didn't forget the Black Pang further away, and sent out 2 more willow branches to rescue the Black Pang, who was already on the verge of being tortured to death.
Mad. My prey, you think you can just take it away? Shi Chen was furious. This starry Willow King truly didn't take him seriously, wanting to save people at a time like this? Although he didn't know what madness had possessed this Willow King to meddle in his affairs. But having provoked him, it wouldn't be so easy to get away. Since Black Pang was also rescued, the formation used to trap and kill him was no longer needed. Shi Chen retracted the aircraft carrier Phantom and all 7 other domains. Now, I'm at my peak. With a full 15 domains, Shi Chen's aura instantly more than doubled. His figure flashed quickly, and Shi Chen grabbed a willow branch that the starry willow tree was retracting. Shi Chen didn't exert force, letting the starry willow tree drag him along with its branch. Stealing my prey? And you're using these 2 broken willow branches to deal with me? I'd like to see where your main body is hidden. Today, I must chop down this old tree stump. Shi Chen was furious. Shi Chen was indignant, and the starry ancient tree, far away, also felt troublesome. It couldn't possibly bring Shi Chen, this ominous star, to its main body, could it? Shi Chen was pulling hard on its core willow branch. If it retracted the starry willow branch, it would bring Shi Chen along to its main body. The starry ancient tree was very distressed about its willow branches. It only had 36 core starry willow branches in total, each one extremely precious. Breaking any one would reduce its power and require a long time to regenerate, which would greatly prolong the time needed for it to continue evolving to the king tier. It was already painful when Shi Chen tore off 2 branches just now. This was already the 3rd branch. But to avoid getting into more trouble, the starry ancient tree still chose to sever the connection between this starry willow branch and its main body. The starry ancient tree abandoned it, actively breaking off the core willow branch. The core willow branch, actively severed, quickly withered. The starry ancient tree reclaimed a large part of its core source essence, which was like the vital essence of flesh and blood transcendent life forms. This was the starry ancient tree's vital essence. The withered branch quickly softened and became brittle, soon unable to withstand Shi Chen's power, and burst into pieces with a bang. This way, it shouldn't come looking again, right? The starry willow tree thought to itself, feeling a bit distressed about losing 3 original branches. However, it was good that it had escaped. As long as it pulled back the 2 branches holding Black Pang and Kong Chuan and rescued them, it would be fine. Its core willow branches could extend extremely far, up to dozens of kilometers was no problem, and their movement speed was also extremely fast. Shi Chen was delayed for a short while by its 3 willow branches, and Black Pang and Kong Chuan were already about to be dragged near it. Moreover, the starry willow tree was cunning, making its branches do a few extra twists and turns in the air to confuse Shi Chen. Furthermore, in the sky, 2 tiny dots, one black and one colorful, were already visible, approaching from 2 directions. This way, my mission is complete. The starry willow tree quickly retracted its willow branches. It was also quite wary of Shi Chen, who was entangled with 10 or so domains. These willow branches were like its hands and eyes. It could clearly see that Shi Chen, entangled with only 8 domains, was already clashing almost equally with itself, a peak overlord tier entity. It's hard to imagine how powerful Shi Chen would be, with all 15 domains wrapped around him, going all out. The answer is, incredibly powerful. The starry ancient tree, deep in thought, sensed something amiss. It even shook off the branches that were entwined around He Pang and Kong Chuan. All of its remaining core branches, a full 33 of them, simultaneously shot upwards towards its main body. The starry willow tree bristled like a cat, all 33 of its emerald core branches wildly stabbing towards the sky. Each of the 33 willow branches carried a multitude of tiny twinkling lights. These were crystals of star power condensed within the branches. At this moment, they all glowed brightly, exerting maximum force, as if propping up a curtain of stars in the sky. The tips of the starry willow branches, with immense power, touched points 10,000 meters high, seemingly hitting empty space. Yet, the sky appeared illusory, exhibiting fluctuations and distortions, revealing the figures of Shi Chen and the aircraft carrier. It was still the concealment domain, the optical invisibility warped vision. However, the starry willow tree was no pushover. Shi-Chen looked down from above, directly at the main body of the starry ancient tree below. It wasn't rooted directly near the Great Wall but grew in a valley about 7 or 8 kilometers from the Great Wall, a place rich in scenic beauty and dense with natural energy. The trunk of the starry willow tree was massive and tall. Besides its 36 core branches, it actually had a multitude of ordinary branches, lush and verdant, covering an area equivalent to 4 or 5 soccer fields, with its highest branches reaching about 100 meters. Above its dense, lush canopy, layers of domains could be seen unfolding. This was the most formidable opponent Shi-Chen had encountered so far. The number of domains this creature possessed was more than half of his own. A full 8 different domains encircled the main body of the starry willow tree. Beneath the trunk, long roots extended nearly 10 kilometers to the Great Wall Pass, drawing national destiny and power. The 8-domain starry ancient tree was incredibly strong, whether it was the number of domains about to reach 9, or its 2 second-tier domains, or the starry domain just one step away from advancing to 3rd tier. 9 domains, 3 second-tier domains, or 1 third-tier domain, any of these 3 could serve as the foundation and condition for evolving to the king tier. The starry willow tree possessed so many and such powerful domains, and its accumulation of extraordinary energy had already reached its peak, just one step away from the king tier. Of these 3 things, if it could advance just one step in any of them, it could instantly become a king. And below the king tier, at the overlord tier, it could be said to have reached an extreme. Until Shi-Chen appeared before its eyes. With 15 domains, Shi-Chen, going all out, was truly incredibly powerful. It was still Shi-Chen's favorite move. There was nothing more convenient and satisfying than an attack based on sheer overwhelming force. When a 1,000,000-ton steel aircraft carrier slammed down, the atmosphere itself frictionally ignited into a dull red blaze. The blood rain in the sky was vaporized, and the core branches of the starry ancient tree all braced themselves towards the sky, attempting to resist. At its base, on the thick trunk of the tree, a grotesque face emerged, puffed out its cheeks, straining with immense effort. A super 1,000,000-ton aircraft carrier. If there were no other enhancements, the starry willow might have been able to withstand it. At its peak, it possessed that much strength. But the 15-layered domain relentlessly compressed the starry willow's 8-layered domain from a magnificent dome into a flat pancake. The aircraft carrier, with brutal force, directly bent all of the starry ancient tree's branches. The 33 starry willow branches were like the starry willow's 33 hands, holding up the aircraft carrier crashing down from the sky, wrestling with Shi-Chen. But its hands were forced to bend. This struggle was like an arm wrestling match, and Shi-Chen's strength was far greater than its own. If the starry willow didn't bend under the pressure, but instead tried to stand firm, it would be crushed, pulverized. But in doing so, Shi-Chen's aircraft carrier would then smash directly into its main body. Shi-Chen, with his 15-layered domain stacked, possessed absolute brute force, and crushing the starry willow didn't feel like too much pressure. Moreover, his extraordinary power accumulation wasn't exceptionally vast at the moment. He was still in the early stages of the overlord level, spanning across ranks. Otherwise, Shi-Chen's combat would have been even easier. You, daring to snatch someone from my hands, will pay the price. You can just die with them. The 3 of you can go together. Shi-Chen again applied more force, and a large number of talent entries once again pressurized his strength, adding another surge of power to the aircraft carrier's descent. And this became the last straw that broke the camel's back. A super 1,000,000-ton aircraft carrier, the starry willow couldn't withstand it either. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions erupted as the starry willow's raised star curtain was directly crushed by Shi-Chen. The light points formed by star power were shattered one by one, bursting into fragments of stardust. Not only that, but the starry willow's core branches still couldn't be saved. One by one, they were torn apart and pulverized by the immense force. Almost within seconds, more than half of them were shattered. The face on the starry willow's trunk contorted, filled with immense dread and regret. Taking on such a mission and provoking this evil star was truly a huge loss. And its life was now in danger. The starry willow's main body was rooted in the deep valley. Plant-type mutated creatures are different from flesh and blood lifeforms.
Plant-based extraordinary lifeforms are often somewhat stronger than flesh and blood lifeforms. The place where they are rooted is their home turf. This life-rich valley could almost provide the starry willow with nearly half a domain's home turf bonus. This was a significant advantage. But the corresponding drawback was, plant-based extraordinary lifeforms almost had no way to move their position. Only when their strength reached the Lord level or above would they have a slight degree of mobility. Even a star willow at the peak overlord level wasn't particularly fast, so escaping or dodging from Chi Chen's hands was definitely out of the question. The star willow stood rooted to the spot, its expression grim. Watching the aircraft carrier descending closer and closer from above, the ancient star willow disregarded the weakness of its ordinary branches and forced them all to support upwards. Its brownish-gray bark trembled, and it cried out, "Candle Dragon, save me!" Candle Dragon? Hearing that name, Chi Chen couldn't help but become vigilant. That was an undefeated legend. The star willow, Willow King, ranked second among the 13 kings of the Great Wall, and the one who held the first spot was none other than this Candle Dragon. Mad, is there no end to this? You beat the small one, and the big one comes. You beat the big one, and the old one comes. I remember the relationships among these 13 Great Wall kings weren't that good originally, were they? Normally, they'd be fighting and killing each other for territory, wishing others dead to free up positions and resources. How come they're helping each other out this time? Chi Chen was very annoyed. How many times had his battles been interrupted or challenged? A phantom of a blood-red, scorching, and very ferocious dragon claw suddenly appeared next to the star willow, raising itself towards the top of the star willow, and together with the star willow, it pushed upwards. The power emanating from the dragon claw was immense. Just this suddenly appearing claw shadow possessed a strength no less than that of the star willow's main body. So strong. With the power of this claw, even Chi Chen had to admit it was incredibly strong. In the distance, a golden-red dragon shadow could be seen hurtling from the horizon towards the battlefield of Chi Chen and the star willow at a speed comparable to a falling star. The newcomer was entirely crimson tinged with gold, with a human face and a snake body. A ferocious dragon head grew from its side behind it, and its eyes, when open, seemed to contain a great sun, making its appearance extremely strange and terrifying. As its eyes opened and closed, the surrounding environment alternately changed between light and dark, creating localized day and night, and mysterious, inexplicable profound light appeared, subtly revealing faint traces of destiny. With each breath it inhaled and exhaled, the surrounding environment would sometimes turn into a scorched earth, and other times transform into a white polar region. A single breath brought winter and summer. Candle Dragon. A king level, definitely a king level. Chi Chen had thought it would be the future first demon king inside and outside the Great Wall, but he never expected it was already a true king level now. There was yet another different realm between the king level and the overlord level. Just one claw was comparable to the power of a realm at 7 or 8 tiers. The Candle Dragon arrived with a somewhat grim expression, its mind agitated and displeased, and its aura wasn't very stable despite the immense power. This was a sign that its physical strength wasn't yet perfectly controlled. The Candle Dragon had just broken through when it was summoned by the Star Willow's cry for help. But there was no other way. It had to save the Star Willow. Not only because it was the Candle Dragon who had sent the Star Willow to rescue the Black Rock and the 7-colored peacock, and not only because the Star Willow's danger was caused by the task it had requested. Lines of fate flowed through Zhulong's human form and the 4 eyes in its dragon head, allowing it to faintly perceive a trace of Chi Chen's destiny. Chi Chen's slaughter must be stopped. The demon race is already shrouded in a death omen. Zhulong observed Chi Chen's devouring and roughly guessed his innate abilities. Chi Chen cannot be allowed to continue devouring like this, otherwise, if he devours a large number of talents and domains, no one will be able to stop him. Therefore, it entrusted the Star Willow to rescue Black Pang and Kong Chuan. That's why, having just broken through and not even having fully stabilized its aura, it hastily intervened to rescue the Star Willow. Chi Chen cannot be allowed to devour like this any longer. If they are a disaster to the world, then Chi Chen will also be a disaster to them. Killing intent had already arisen in Zhulong's eyes. Zhulong was not some benevolent being. Its desire to kill Chi Chen was not some grand, empty gesture for the entire demon race or for justice. Rather, in every thread of destiny it could see, Chi Chen threatened it. Zhulong also saw its own death omen. Therefore, even without the Star Willow's cry for help, the first thing Zhulong did after breaking through to the king level was to seek trouble with Qi Chen.
A chilling killing intent emanated from Zhulong's body.
Feeling this killing intent, Qi Chen's scalp also tightened slightly. But this only further ignited Qi Chen's ferocity. So what if it's a king level? Looking at the illusory dragon claw projected by Zhulong from a distance, and then at Zhulong rapidly approaching in the sky. This illusory dragon claw was blocking here as long as it held for a little while, Zhulong's main body would arrive instantly.
But Violent Thunder Diamond Drill.
When Overlord-level beings compete in combat power, most of them are comparing domains. Even the depth of cultivation realms takes a secondary position before the strength or weakness of domains. As for other ordinary talents that haven't reached level 10 to form a domain, they are even less valued. It's just that Qi Chen has so many talents normally, he would use several, or even a dozen, ordinary talents stacked together, which can still provide considerable combat strength. But for Overlord-level beings, ordinary talent attributes are indeed something that has been phased out by domains. Without forming a domain, no matter how strong the quality of a talent, its effect will be suppressed. But at this moment, Qi Chen precisely pulled it out. The level 8 Violent Thunder Diamond Drill. Calling it a talent, it's actually more like a skill that has been talentized. A powerful golden energy drill bit appeared at the bow of the aircraft carrier, and even more terrifying, the entire aircraft carrier, weighing over 1,000,000 tons, began to spin like a drill bit. Even though the level 8 Violent Thunder Diamond Drill talent was too heavily burdened by the aircraft carrier's self-weight, making it somewhat unable to drive and not spinning too fast. But the sudden burst of drilling force and pressure still made Zhulong in the distance and the Star Willow below widen their eyes.
Talents, can they be played like this?
With over 1,000,000 tons of self-weight plus the spinning force, Qi Chen displayed his combat wisdom, thoroughly astonishing the Star Willow and Zhulong King. The aircraft carrier plus the crazy Thunder Diamond Drill created an unparalleled chemical reaction. Almost at the same instant that Candle Dragon and Star Willow Tree widened their eyes, Candle Dragon's claw directly developed fine cracks and shattered into lava-red energy streams. Candle Dragon's was merely a claw shadow imbued with power, so it wasn't a major issue. But what shattered for Star Willow Tree was its actual body. The aircraft carrier slammed down heavily. Star Willow Tree's core branches, which were already scarce, were now completely pulverized.
With its core branches shattered, a large number of ordinary branches desperately tried to take their place.
But such resistance was futile. The fragile ordinary branches and the power now contained within the aircraft carrier were not even on the same level.
They exploded into fragments with almost no resistance, wiped out in an instant. Star Willow Tree suddenly went bald.
It was once lush green, its single form equivalent to a small dense forest, but now it had become completely bald. Even worse, the mothership falling directly smashed onto its main body.
Thump, crunch, crash.
Compared to the breaking of its flexible branches, the sound of its main trunk breaking merely sounded crisper. The speed of the shattering was no different. And at this moment, the Candle Dragon, accelerating frantically, had only just arrived. Candle Dragon's king-level strength was still beyond doubt. When its true physical dragon claw forcefully struck the side of the aircraft carrier, it still sent the carrier summoned by Qi Chen flying. The phantom carrier crashed heavily in the distance, instantly sending dust flying and rocks scattering. Large amounts of earth were overturned, and all the vegetation and trees in the valley were destroyed by the shockwave. The already not-so-small valley suddenly expanded significantly. The aircraft carrier was swatted away and embedded in the dirt. Even with its massive weight exceeding 1,000,000 tons, it clearly couldn't pose a significant threat to the Dragon God, who had already evolved to the king level.
But the Dragon God's expression was still quite grim.
Because right beside him, the Starry Willow Tree was smoking, its trunk scorched black from collisions, crushing, and friction. The high heat generated by the impact and friction had carbonized the Starry Willow's trunk. What was most deadly was that the Starry Willow's trunk had been mercilessly split in half directly by the falling aircraft carrier. The Starry Willow was on the verge of death. Even the old human face on its trunk could no longer manifest. It wasn't completely dead, sustained only by a breath of king-level life essence that the Dragon God had infused into it. It was holding on by its last breath. The dragon god waved his hand, leaving a dragon's shadow and a protective shield around the starry willow. The starry willow's life was saved, but some had died. The dragon god looked into the distance. Chi-Chen had not attacked with the aircraft carrier by the time the carrier hit the ground. Chi-Chen's true body had already fled elsewhere. At this moment, Chi-Chen was holding Kong Chuan by the neck with one hand, as if carrying a large goose.
Kong Chuan's body was no longer glowing with colorful light.
Its feathers were dull and dark, stained with a large amount of blood, especially around the neck, where the most feathers were drenched. And Kong Chuan's head was long gone, twisted off by Chi-Chen and discarded somewhere unknown. All that could be seen were torn and twisted bones and mangled flesh. Chi-Chen reached out, pressed just below the base of Kong Chuan's neck, and then pulled upwards forcefully. A beautiful, 7-colored demon core appeared in Chi-Chen's hand. Chi-Chen killed Kong Chuan while the dragon god was preoccupied with saving the starry willow. The battle between Chi-Chen and the starry willow occurred in a flash. When Chi-Chen appeared, Kong Chuan and Black Pang were still dazed when the starry willow abandoned them. Kong Chuan reacted a little faster, choosing to flee sooner than Black Pang. But what Kong Chuan hadn't expected was that Chi-Chen had chosen to kill it first, twice. But then again, who told it to be one of the future 13 kings of the Great Wall? Devouring Kong Chuan's demon core directly into the newly opened talent vortex. Successfully devoured the 7-colored peacock demon core. Obtained new talent domains. 7-colored peacock pure-blooded peacock domain, peacock bloodline domain, 7-colored protective body domain, aurora attack domain. Obtained new talent entries. Charm, 7-colored divine light, backstab, elemental mastery. Slowly devouring the 7-colored peacock's talents and domains, Chi-Chen's body gained 4 more layers of domains. Besides the 2 additional bloodline domains, Kong Chuan also possessed 2 domains, one for offense and one for defense. The domains were all beautiful. The 7-colored domain wrapped around Chi-Chen's body, expanding slightly outwards, as if he had donned a suit of colorful armor. The aurora domain directly covered all of Chi-Chen's outwardly manifested powers with a hazy color. 19 layers of domains. Chi-Chen's imposing aura and the surrounding domain pressure grew even more intense. At this moment, Zhulong had just barely managed to sustain the life of the starry willow, stabilizing its injuries, before finally having the time to look at Chi-Chen. Zhulong's expression was somewhat somber. What it had worried about had still come to pass. If he continued to devour like this, and Chi-Chen stacked another 10 or 8 layers of domains on himself, he would probably be able to easily hunt king tier beings even at the overlord tier. Zhulong glanced into the distance. Fortunately, He Peng's speed was high, and it had already fled far enough. Chi-Chen should no longer have the chance to capture and devour He Peng. Otherwise, its own pressure would also be immense. Zhulong's star-like eyes opened and closed, seemingly containing suns and moons. It glided forward, striking with a single claw, attacking Chi-Chen in an extremely domineering manner. Zhulong's speed was also extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had reached Chi-Chen's vicinity. The base attributes of overlord tier creatures were ridiculously high, and the king tier Zhulong surpassed even that. In all aspects, strength, speed, defense, and so on, the raw physical strength it could display even surpassed some overlord tier beings after they were boosted by their domains. Zhulong wanted to rely on its terrifying strength and tier difference to directly kill Chi-Chen and nip the threat in the bud. But what it didn't expect was that as soon as it plunged into Chi-Chen's domain, its body felt a sudden heaviness. 19 layers of domains were still too heavy. The layered suppression made even the king tier Zhulong feel as if it were sinking into mud. Its speed immediately slowed down considerably, while Chi-Chen, relying on his level 2 extreme speed domain, still easily dodged away. A king tier being suppressed by an overlord tier domain. Zhulong's face showed annoyance, feeling humiliated. Suddenly, divine light shone brilliantly from its body, and vaguely, a golden core could be seen moving up and down within its dragon belly. At this moment, activated by Zhulong, a golden, immortal power instantly spread out. Chi-Chen found that his domain suppression on Zhulong was instantly pushed aside by Zhulong for the most part. Golden Core. Just like the domains that only overlord tier beings could possess, king tier transcendent lifeforms also had their own unique mark of ability. In later generations, the Dragon Kingdom had also produced a number of kings. They named the source of this golden, immortal power the Golden Core. Of course, this was the Dragon Kingdom's term. In the Eagle Kingdom, it was called the Demonic Seed, and in the Holy Roman Alliance, it was called the Divine Heart. There were many names for it, but its power was undeniable. If a domain was the sublimation and outburst of innate abilities, then the Golden Core was the condensation and aggregation of domains. That's right, the Golden Core was the extraordinary core formed when domains converged, compressed, and fused, and then underwent a series of evolution, transformation, and sublimation. For king-tier beings, the characteristic was that great power returned to oneself. The Golden Core was the product of this great power returning to oneself. A powerful Golden Core could unleash golden immortality, making one invulnerable to all laws. A powerful Golden Core cultivator is impervious to any domain suppression. Merely manifesting the indestructible golden essence is enough to repel all domain fields.
Invincible to all phenomena. As long as the candle dragon stands within a domain, the domain should automatically evade it.
But what made the candle dragon frown was that it still felt suppression within Qi Chen's domain.
Indeed, when any level of ability reaches its pinnacle, does it gain transcendent power? 19 layers of domains. Qi Chen's domain count had already surpassed the normal overlord level limit.
Such a dense domain, even with the candle dragon employing its golden core, would still be somewhat weakened.
This was terrifying.
To be able to affect its indestructible golden essence and invincibility to all phenomena indicated that Qi Chen now possessed the ability to contend with king-level entities.
This was horrifying.
The candle dragon transformed into a streak of flame, opening its eyes, and instantly a blinding white sun appeared before Qi Chen. The aircraft carrier had already been retrieved by Qi Chen, who quickly slammed it down to block in front of him. But his eyes still felt a piercing pain.
Even Qi Chen's eye sockets showed some charring.
Before Qi Chen could stop the tears from flowing, the dazzling light before him instantly turned into moonless and sunless darkness.
Qi Chen's vision was completely gone, replaced by utter silence.
Then came the hot and cold breath exhaled by the candle dragon. It wasn't just a change in temperature, but the alternating hot and cold also caused air currents to shift and become chaotic, and the clamoring wind incessantly filled Qi Chen's mouth, nose, and ears. Almost instantaneously, with just one blink of the candle dragon's eyes and one exhalation from its nose, Qi Chen lost his sight, hearing, smell, and his sense of hot and cold. He was on the verge of losing all 5 senses at once. This was the candle dragon's forte. By simply utilizing its innate talents, it could significantly impact its enemies. By merely obscuring an enemy's 5 senses, most foes would be toyed with like headless flies. The candle dragon extended its dragon claw, bypassing the massive aircraft carrier shielding Qi Chen, and was ready to strike. The sharp dragon claw, imbued with an indestructible golden essence, clawed towards Qi Chen's back. The candle dragon intended to pluck out Qi Chen's heart and crush it.
Humans, such fragile bodies. The candle dragon chuckled softly, its fingertip touching Qi Chen's domain.
A flash of indestructible golden light appeared. Though the 19 superimposed layers of domains were somewhat resilient, they were still pierced by the candle dragon's extended finger. Layer by layer, even the newly acquired 7-colored bodyguarding domain, a defensive domain, didn't show much power. With a bit more effort from the candle dragon, it too was breached. It seemed the candle dragon's finger was about to pierce Qi Chen's back. The candle dragon's attack speed wasn't overly fast. It was confident that Qi Chen wouldn't notice and would be directly impaled. It wasn't until the finger touched Qi Chen's body that the candle dragon's claw suddenly became sharp. The front of the dragon claw instantly tore through Qi Chen's flesh. However, Zhulong showed no sign of great joy. Because the summoned aircraft carrier didn't disappear after Qi Chen's death. It was a decoy. A decoy actually fooled it. Zhulong looked up. At this moment, after realizing that what it had just pierced was merely a clone of Qi Chen, it began searching with intent. It wouldn't be difficult for it to find Qi Chen's true self. Qi Chen didn't intend to trick it again. The previous trick was a result of careful planning against an unsuspecting opponent. Trying to trick Zhulong again would make him seem foolish. However, there was more than one Qi Chen standing high in the sky. One main body and several clones circled extensively in the sky. This was due to the Shadow Wolf's multiple shadow clone talent. Using this talent, each clone could inherit a portion of the main body's power. But they couldn't sustain damage, otherwise, they would shatter with a single poke, just like the clone that was pierced. With an 8-level multiple shadow clone talent, Chi-Chen could currently summon up to 8 clones simultaneously. After one clone was shattered by Zhulong, Chi-Chen immediately summoned another to replace it, maintaining a full set. 8 clones plus Chi-Chen's main body, making a total of 9.
Oh? A gang up? Zhulong looked at the sky with some disdain.
If a king-level creature could be defeated by a ruler-level creature relying on a gang up, then king-level creatures wouldn't deserve their title. It was impervious to all laws and indestructible in essence.
Zhulong even mocked, "Forget about ganging up, right now, can you even sense me?"
Don't end up with too many clones, mistaking your opponent, and attacking yourself.
I'm not interested in watching that show. Chi-Chen merely pouted, wasting no words. Zhulong could disrupt a person's 5 senses, but it knew nothing about technology. Just the 5 senses?
His perception domain wasn't evolved from the 5 senses, it originated from the advanced technology aboard the Dragon Kingdom's Skynet-level electronic reconnaissance ships. What were light and heat perception, sight, hearing, and smell compared to that?
The scope of the Dragon Kingdom's electronic reconnaissance technology was far greater.
Zhulong thought he was blind, but in reality, Zhulong had been locked onto by Chi-Chen the entire time. Since the target was locked, it was time to attack.
Brothers, let's go. Furious Thunder Adamant Drill. Ultra Million-Ton Aircraft Carrier Rasengan. Chi-Chen indulged in some Chunibu antics.
8 clones plus the main body, a total of 9 Chi-Chens, simultaneously activated the Furious Thunder Adamant Drill talent, collectively urging the aircraft carrier to accelerate its rotation. With 9 layers of Furious Thunder Adamant Drill, the aircraft carrier instantly transformed into a drill, spinning so fast that it became almost a blur. The violent rotational force whipped up a hurricane, making Zhulong's scalp tingle.
What kind of maneuver was this? This power. Zhulong no longer stood still, nor did it bother repeating that it was impervious to all laws and indestructible. Screw that. Anyone hit by this thing would be completely bewildered, alright?
Zhulong never expected Chi-Chen to pull off such a wild move.
Chi-Chen chuckled mischievously.
All 9 Chi-Chens simultaneously launched the aircraft carrier Rasengan towards Zhulong.
Enjoy it. My super million-ton aircraft carrier Rasengan.
The aircraft carrier's bow pointed down, stern up, rotating obliquely downwards like a spinning top, pushed by the 9 Chi-Chens, hurtling towards Zhulong. Furious Thunder Adamantite Drill was originally Wild Ape's innate skill to enhance the power of its hands and fingers, but Chi-Chen frequently adapted it for use on the aircraft carrier. The carrier's bow was silver gold, dazzling with the hull strength boosted by the Furious Thunder Adamantite Drill. The explosive aircraft carrier Rasengan slammed directly into Zhulong's body. With all 9 Chi-Chens exerting force, the launched object was not easily dodged.
Boom!
With a tremendous roar and the shaking of the earth, a deep basin-like crater formed directly where Zhulong had been standing. But the 9 Chi-Chens still watched cautiously from above. Because the aircraft carrier didn't directly drill into the ground, instead, it continued to rotate, emitting an ear-splitting screeching sound, like grinding gears rubbing against steel. This strike, on which he had placed so much hope, must still have been resisted. A blazing crimson glow at the bottom of the carrier's bow grew from small to large, suddenly bursting forth. Intense sparks suddenly sprayed out from the bottom of the pit, shooting over 100 meters. The red light engulfed the silver-gold glow at the bow. Only then did Chi-Chen see that Zhulong had somehow acquired a pair of dark red gauntlets, incredibly hard. The aircraft carrier Rasengan had been blocked by these gauntlets. These were fingerless gauntlets, which Zhulong put on, exposing its sharp, pointed claws while protecting its entire palm and wrist. Lifeblood artifact. As a king-tier transcendent, Zhulong would certainly not be so easily killed by Chi-Chen. It still had trump cards. Feeling the perfectly integrated aura between the gauntlets and Zhulong's body, Chi-Chen recognized what it was at a glance.
Chi-Chen's eyes tightened.
Like the Golden Core, a lifeblood artifact was also a special weapon that king tiers could possess. King tiers could nurture and shape their own lifeblood artifacts within their golden cores, whether they were weapons, auxiliary items, or defensive gear and armor. Each one could greatly enhance the strength of a king tier transcendent. Moreover, the power of a lifeblood artifact could grow along with the king tier transcendent, constantly becoming stronger. Chen was quite surprised that Zhulong already had a lifeblood artifact at this stage. The gauntlets in Zhulong's hand were clearly not weak, capable of withstanding the rotational immense pressure of the aircraft carrier Rasengan without being destroyed. However, while Zhulong resisted Chen's attack, it still paid a heavy price. Looking at the parts of Zhulong not protected by the gauntlets, the blades of Zhulong's claws already had countless chips. Zhulong's arms even faintly showed dense networks of cracks. Zhulong's golden core floated in its chest, glowing brightly. If not for the massive protective power of the indestructible golden essence, Zhulong's arms would surely have shattered by now. It was just a faded magic treasure glove that could save a life, but it absolutely couldn't allow Zhulong to remain unharmed. However, at this moment, the spiraling force carried by the aircraft carrier was also gradually being depleted. Slowly, the crushing weight of the aircraft carrier decreased to a level Zhulong could bear. If it weren't for the immense spiraling force and thrust, Zhulong could have still pushed away the mere million-ton self-weight of the aircraft carrier. A king-level transcendent possessed such immense power. Zhulong bent and threw its arms, directly flinging the phantom aircraft carrier away. And it intentionally threw it very far, precisely to prevent Chen from immediately picking it up and launching another such attack. Zhulong's arms trembled slightly, and the power of indestructible gold spread through them, causing the shattered cracks on its arms to rapidly begin healing. Above the king level, even without special self-healing talents or domains, the mere indestructible golden core could still rapidly heal injuries. But Zhulong knew that its healing was merely superficial. Within its claws and arms, a power like maggots clinging to bones was continuously spreading and flowing, ceaselessly hindering the internal healing of its flesh, meridians, and bones. Osseous domain. Chen's domain still managed to play some role after all. Although the power of indestructible gold could dispel this troublesome energy, it required focusing and spending time to dissipate it little by little. But clearly, Zhulong didn't have that kind of time right now. Moreover, with a large amount of indestructible gold power being used, Zhulong felt its golden core dim and seemingly shrink in size. This was its source of power. At the king level, all talents, demon cores, domains. Everything was condensed here. The loss in the golden core pained Zhulong. But it immediately stopped feeling pain. Because when it flung away the particularly massive, sight-obstructing aircraft carrier, Zhulong realized that missing one aircraft carrier wasn't all that important to Chen after all. Because, in the sky, blotting out the sun, there were 8 more aircraft carriers summoned, hovering right above its head, poised for action. All 4 of Zhulong's eyeballs were wide with shock. How could such powerful things be summoned even as clones? What was the point of it throwing that one away then? Without time to think, Chen's main body reached out and pressed downwards, and the 8 spiraling aircraft carriers simultaneously crashed down upon it. Although these 8 aircraft carriers were not as powerful as the previous aircraft carrier Rasengan, each one was a phantom summoned by a clone, and they were only augmented with a limited number of thunderclap adamant drills. But this was still a force that required Zhulong to fiercely counterattack. Moreover, Zhulong saw that as these 8 aircraft carriers were being pushed down, Chen's main body and clones scampered off to retrieve the phantom carrier it had previously thrown far away. If they launched that attack again. Candle Dragon's face was twitching. It feared that after enduring this wave of attack, it would once again face an aircraft carrier Rasengan. And after enduring the Rasengan, it would once again suffer an attack from 8 aircraft carriers, in an endless loop. Even if it was a king tier being, it would be played to death like this. Chen stood in the sky, watching the Candle Dragon below from a distance. Indeed, this was his overt strategy. And this was also Chen's most adept fighting style. What would the Candle Dragon do then? Chen didn't think he could kill the Candle Dragon now. He didn't believe that a being that would be top tier even among king tier beings in the future would only have its innate magical artifact as its sole trump card. Though seemingly having gained an advantage, Chen inwardly grew even more vigilant. Always on guard for Candle Dragon's next outburst.
Candle Dragon saw Qi Chen's expression, as if understanding Qi Chen's thoughts.
Its face suddenly regained its composure, even ignoring the 8 aircraft carriers plummeting from the sky like falling giants.
It looked up at Qi Chen and said faintly, "You seem to be eagerly anticipating my trump card? Then I'll show you, I hope you won't regret it."
A flicker of distress still passed through Candle Dragon's eyes. At the same time, its precious golden core, which it cherished deeply, suddenly shrunk by half again. Upon seeing this, before Candle Dragon could even feel the pang, Qi Chen's pupils suddenly contracted.
Even in the realm of the transcendent, the conservation of energy is a law for most of the time. How terrifying would an ability consuming so much energy be?
Qi Chen was curious, but he wasn't foolish. Running away right now was the most important thing. Fighting in the wild isn't like playing an online game, where once you enter a boss room, you can't leave until you either clear it or your whole party is wiped out. Candle Dragon's golden core had directly lost half its size. If he ran away now, Candle Dragon would surely be weakened after its frantic outburst and would need a long time to recover. He could then return to cause it trouble later. A wise man doesn't suffer immediate losses, and Qi Chen was not a pedantic person. Qi Chen directly mounted the hypersonic fighter jet, preparing to run as fast as possible. At this moment, a startling change occurred in Candle Dragon. Candle Dragon's eyes, which had originally flickered with light, suddenly all turned brilliant white. The power belonging to destiny was amplified to its extreme. Its 4 pairs of eyes stared straight ahead. Observing time and destiny was an innate ability of its. It was its own unique talent, not derived from the Candle Dragon bloodline. Normally, it could superficially observe some traces of destiny, occasionally offering premonitions. Saving Black Rock, Kong Chuan, Star Willow, and prematurely eliminating Qi Chen, all stemmed from the crises of destiny perceived through these eyes.
But normally, such observations were very shallow.
Yet at this moment, the momentum created was entirely different.
Those eyes actually opened up a path ahead.
It was also dazzling white, but extremely hazy and ethereal. Large drops of sweat fell from both of Candle Dragon's heads, and its golden core, expending great effort again, shrunk another circle, barely managing to split the hazy colors on this path down the middle.
It was then that one could see.
At the far end of the road, a Zhulong Candle Dragon also stood. The Zhulong looked at its future self in fate, and that Zhulong in future fate seemed to sense something, suddenly turning around to look behind it. This road, representing fate and time, was already exceptionally illusory. This shouldn't have been the power the Zhulong possessed at this moment. At this moment, a self-gaze across time and space instantly caused this road to rapidly collapse and ripple. It was about to crumble. The Zhulong dared not delay, quickly calling out to its future self in fate, "Help me." The Zhulong was borrowing power from its future self. Its voice seemed to have truly carried over. The Zhulong in the distant future furrowed its brow, shook its head, and then suddenly sighed in despair, as if it didn't think highly of this borrowing of strength. Yet, that Zhulong did not refuse its past self. Its figure drifted, moving against this road that was already on the verge of collapse, flying rapidly backward. Opening the path of time and fate, borrowing from the future. This was the Zhulong's true trump card. The road collapsed section by section, but in the end, the figure of the future Zhulong still traversed out from the collapsing path. At this moment, the Zhulong's 4 eyes finally couldn't hold on, reverting to their original appearance. However, its aura and spirit were extremely weak. The waxing and waning of light and darkness that had originally accompanied the opening and closing of its eyes also became slow and disordered. The watermelon-sized golden core within its dragon body ultimately couldn't avoid being consumed again. Now it was only the size of 2 clenched fists, dim and lusterless. Even its immortal golden essence barely flowed out anymore. But that didn't matter. The figure of the Zhulong from future fate emerged from the road, stood face to face with the Zhulong, then shrunk, entered its eyes, and merged with the current Zhulong. The Zhulong's aura, which had been at its absolute lowest, instantly surged. Early King Tier, Mid King Tier, Late King Tier, Peak. The Zhulong's aura surged like mad. The future Zhulong brought it too much power, almost instantly boosting it to the peak of the King Tier. A violent, mighty shock caused the 8 aircraft carriers plummeting down to slow by half. With another flick of its hand, its claws swished like shadows in the wind, and all 8 rotating, crashing aircraft carriers were swatted away by the Zhulong. Million-ton aircraft carriers crashing down could no longer pressure the Zhulong. Even if another full-power aircraft carrier Rasengan were to strike, the Zhulong could handle it. A Peak King Tier and the Zhulong from moments ago were simply on 2 different levels. But the Zhulong's eyes were still somewhat hollow. Not because of its previous weakness, but because it saw, in the future after the Zhulong turned away, there was a precipice, an abyss, a bottomless darkness. There was no longer a path ahead. The path ahead was cut off, meaning the Zhulong had ended there, it had no future left at that point. What did this represent? It was all too clear. But the Zhulong's will only sank slightly before regaining its resolve. According to his foresight, Qi Chen was the most threatening one to it. So, the reason for its truncated future was naturally self-evident. Zhulong's 4 eyes turned scarlet as it looked at Qi Chen fleeing into the distance. Kill you, and the path ahead will naturally reconnect. Zhulong believed that as long as Qi Chen was killed, the abyss of future destiny would naturally change. Zhulong moved. At the peak of the King Tier, its speed clearly surpassed that of Qi Chen, who possessed a level 2 extreme speed domain. While increasing the distance, Qi Chen never stopped perceiving Zhulong's movements. Although he couldn't see with his eyes, his perception domain was always active. Sensing Zhulong's pursuit, Qi Chen couldn't help but curse under his breath, damn it, so powerful. Its trump card can actually directly reach the peak of the King Tier, this is truly fatal. Qi Chen still couldn't help but glance back. This wouldn't do. Zhulong's speed was faster than his, there was no escaping. The plan to seize the opportunity to escape and wait for Zhulong to weaken had to be abandoned. If I keep running like this, I'll die. It seems I can only use that thing ahead of time. I originally thought of saving it for the very last moment, unleashing overwhelming power to wipe them all out in one fell swoop. It looks like that's not going to happen. I can only save my life first. Qi Chen was a bit depressed. He actually still had trump cards. It's just that Zhulong suddenly played 4 twos, so his big and small jokers could only be used prematurely. No longer running into the distance, Qi Chen turned around and flew directly towards the direction of the Great Wall. Damn it, isn't it just a King Tier peak? Watch me devour the Great Wall of 10,000 li directly. Qi Chen quickly flew to a section of the Great Wall, which was Juyang Pass, occupied by the starry willow tree. Zhulong followed too quickly from behind. Qi Chen didn't even have time to use his devour skill. He hugged the Great Wall and took a bite, then, while chewing and swallowing, he quickly flew into the distance, widening the gap. Devour the Great Wall. Successfully devoured the Great Wall of 10,000 li. Obtained a new talent entry, Great Wall Vigil. Contrary to Qi Chen's imagination, after devouring the Great Wall, there weren't many talent entries, even pitifully few, only one. But this one was a full 15 levels of Great Wall Vigil. The Great Wall of 10,000 li, starting from the Spring and Autumn and Warring States periods, spanning several dynasties, thousands of kilometers. It embodies the will and expectations of the people of Dragon Country for thousands of years, billions of soldiers, and countless ordinary citizens. Within it are fighting spirit, protection, anticipation, and throughout countless ages, countless people walked here, died in battle, or returned victorious from 100 battles. Countless gazes and blessings were also all cast upon this place. The Great Wall protected the people of the Central Plains for thousands of years, and at the foot of this Great Wall of 10,000 li, the bones and wills of countless heroes have been deposited. Great Wall Vigil. With this talent, you can become a vessel for the will, faith, expectation, and other spiritual powers entrusted by others. The mind possesses immense power. The more people believe in you, and the stronger their belief in you, the more powerful the strength bonuses you can obtain. Second, you can permanently consume the spiritual power accumulated by this talent to gain a massive short-term boost in strength. Third, within the effective range of this talent, you can also empower your teammates. Fourth, with this talent, your will has been linked with the true Great Wall. Within the Great Wall's range, your power will be blessed by the will accumulated over thousands of years, giving you unparalleled strength. The closer you are to the Great Wall, the stronger the blessing you receive. Fifth, you have the authority to summon the will energy accumulated within the Great Wall. The better your Great Wall watch level, the stronger the recognition you receive from the Great Wall, and the more energy you can summon. Sixth, this talent does not require active cultivation, its level changes only with the quantity and strength of the beliefs entrusted to the talent holder. Great Wall Watch. For 5,000 years, what has always repelled invaders for the Dragon Nation has never been walls thousands of miles long. Yes, what has always repelled invaders is flesh and blood, will, and the human heart. Feeling this newly acquired special talent, Shi-Chen only felt a heavy burden in his heart. After possessing this talent, Shi-Chen did not start accumulating from scratch, but directly had a Great Wall Watch level. This indicates that during the devour process, Shi-Chen also directly inherited a large amount of accumulated will from the Great Wall. At this moment, Shi-Chen felt a heavy weight on his shoulders. Because these wills were actually stripped from the Great Wall by Shi-Chen using his talent abilities. Will energy can only be transferred, not copied. Even Shi-Chen's super devouring talent couldn't achieve complete assimilation and level replication this time. The Great Wall was fundamentally too powerful. The level of the Great Wall is Shi-Chen's current tolerance limit, not the limit of the Great Wall's will. Shi-Chen felt an immense pressure on his mind. These accumulated will energies were not purely benevolent, of course. With the Dragon Nation standing for thousands of years, it couldn't be a purely benevolent nation either. Killing intent, hatred, hope, protection, homesickness, slaughter, indifference. All kinds of wills and emotions pressed upon Shi-Chen's mind, right at the limit he could bear, making his mental pressure extremely heavy. Shi-Chen thought this was the price of becoming a vessel for such will. But the next second, the pressure on him suddenly lightened. Shi-Chen's belief in slaughtering demon beasts and aberrations, expelling chaos, and protecting the Great Wall was recognized. They no longer exerted pressure on Shi-Chen. The Great Walls will began to help Shi-Chen and started to resonate with Shi-Chen's will. At this moment, Shi-Chen began to feel his power growing explosively. Shi-Chen, who had originally planned to flee further, immediately stopped and proactively turned back towards the Juyang Pass of the Great Wall, which he had just crossed. Why run? What the hell? Now, Shi-Chen is at his most powerful state on the Great Wall. The closer he is to the Great Wall, the stronger he becomes. If I run any further, the will of the Great Wall Guard won't bless me, and I won't be able to defeat Zhulong. He will fight Zhulong near the Great Wall. As for whether the Juyang Pass section of the Great Wall is damaged? After activating and resonating with the will of the Great Wall Guard, the Great Wall also underwent a unique transformation. Large amounts of pale white light rose from the ground near Juyang Pass. These were accumulated mental wills, now activated. The bricks of the Great Wall glowed with different lights. There were crimson, dark green, and iron colors. Each color represented a core, distinct mental will. They adhered to the city bricks, stretching endlessly, instantly giving the Great Wall, originally piled with bricks and stones, an indestructible aura. Even on the walls of Juyang Pass, there were tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions. Similarly, stretching for an unknown distance, standing neatly on the city wall, armored and armed, with surging battle intent. They were all the wills and obsessions of elite soldiers who had once slept and died here. The Great Wall sprawled, beginning and ending unknown, like a coiled dragon. Shi-Chen stood atop Juyang Pass, as if standing on one of the claws of this giant guardian dragon, awaiting Zhulong's arrival. With the blessing of the Great Wall Guard's will, Shi-Chen's current strength was also unfathomable. Zhulong's pursuing figure was involuntarily deterred by such a sudden change. It looked at Shi-Chen standing on the Great Wall. At this moment, Juyang Pass truly seemed like a sharp dragon claw striking out. On the spiritual level, Zhulong saw a giant dragon claw and wanted to grasp it in its hand. Fortunately, Zhulong's king level will was considered top tier, and some golden immortal power barely permeated its golden core again, relying on its characteristic immunity to all methods to resist. Shi-Chen hadn't even made a move, but the Great Wall of 10,000 Li had already struck first. Fortunately, Zhulong was also a top-tier powerhouse, and the Great Wall of 10,000 Li was an inanimate object without human control, so the power it could exert through autonomous defense and attack was limited. Zhulong shook its head vigorously, a slight stinging pain in its mind, but thankfully it was not unbearable. Zhulong looked at Qi-Chen below, whose eyes were completely bright white, with a faint blue tint at the bottom, making Zhulong feel a little dazzled. These were all will energies. The change in Qi-Chen's pupil color and the flowing light were manifestations of the overflowing will energy contained within him. Even from Qi-Chen's body, blue smoke and clear qi continuously emanated. One can imagine how immense the divine will power on Qi-Chen's body was now. Essence, qi, spirit. The talents of extraordinary warriors can also be roughly divided into these three different categories. And now, the divine will on Qi-Chen's body had reached its peak. In the extraordinary, will can change reality, and divine will can also kill. At each strategic pass of the Great Wall, where the core of national fortune condensed, a crimson and blood-colored auspicious dragon of destiny would ascend. They originally coiled above the strategic passes, but now this dragon of destiny was wrapped around Qi-Chen. Qi-Chen reached out, and the divine dragon obediently flew into his hand, transforming into a scarlet long saber imbued with a bloodthirsty aura. With a menacing expression, Qi-Chen pointed his saber at the candle dragon in the sky and loudly roared, "You barbarian demon, come and fight." The blood saber, temporarily formed by the national fortune divine dragon, compensated for the disparity between Qi-Chen and the candle dragon's magical artifact. The candle dragon was still somewhat cautious about the changes in Qi-Chen and the Great Wall, but Qi-Chen had already taken the initiative, holding his long saber and slashing down vertically. It had no choice but to meet the attack. With a harsh tearing sound, Qi-Chen and the candle dragon separated as soon as they met in mid-air. Spreading its claws, the candle dragon unbelievably discovered that the very center of its natal magical artifact had been directly scored with a white mark. The white mark was the mental will contained in Qi-Chen's attack, which had directly permeated its magical artifact, proving even more troublesome than the previous bone-piercing domain. The candle dragon tried to clear it, but surprisingly couldn't remove it immediately. But the candle dragon had no time to think further, because Qi-Chen turned around and attacked again without any pause. His eyes were filled with nothing but coldness and killing intent, sending a chill down the spine of the candle dragon, an overlord among demons. There was no emotion in those eyes. Qi-Chen's emotional fluctuations were suppressed by various wills. But precisely because of this, Qi-Chen was able to unleash even greater power. The candle dragon turned its head, realizing that at some point, Qi-Chen had left a clone behind it, targeting one of its two dragon heads. The clone's attack was dodged by the candle dragon, but Qi-Chen's main body's attack squarely struck the candle dragon's palm. In two attacks, the scarlet blood saber accurately struck the same spot. Qi-Chen's second strike pierced into the gash created by the first. The saber blade passed straight through, Qi-Chen having pierced clean through the candle dragon's palm. The candle dragon gently inhaled through its nostrils, creating an even colder extreme cold than before. Its goal was to freeze Qi-Chen, or at least slow him down. At this moment, Qi-Chen was too strong, too fast. Having just borrowed power from the future, making it comparable to a peak king-level entity, it still couldn't gain any advantage. To have its magical artifact shattered and its dragon claw injured right at the start was unimaginable. As the cold current entered his body, Qi-Chen's body was immediately covered in a layer of blue ice crystals. His body froze in the sky, and his movements instantly became sluggish. But before the candle dragon could even sigh in relief, the ice crystals on Qi-Chen shattered abruptly. The entire process from freezing to shattering took less than a second, and Qi-Chen returned to his original speed. Moreover, because the breakthrough happened so quickly, the candle dragon, whose mind had just relaxed, was unprepared. This saber strike directly severed one of its dragon horns. Herculean body. Although the level of this talent modifier wasn't high, it often produced miraculous effects. The red-gold dragon horn fell, plummeting towards the mountains below. With a loud rumble, it was as if a bolt of lightning had struck from the sky, instantly shattering a sizable hilltop. Dragon horns are also the essence of a dragon's power. It contains immense power, and is also a special flesh and blood panacea that can be refined into magical artifacts or objects. Even Zhulong needs to use its dragon horns for many special attacks. Under normal circumstances, such a treasure would surely attract many people to fight over it. But now, this dragon horn has fallen to the ground, and no one is paying attention to it. Qi-Chen and Zhulong were both busy fighting, and neither of them had their minds on this broken dragon horn. Other Overlord-level beings, feeling the battle aura here, were eager to stay away, avoiding it like the plague. No one dared to get involved in this battle. As for lower-tier mutated creatures, Lord-level demon beasts didn't even have time to escape. Now, as Qi Chen and Zhulong flew over their heads, the simple residual force of their battle was enough to directly crush these Lord-level demon beasts into pieces. And even lower elite-level mutated monsters didn't have the qualification to face Qi Chen and Zhulong. When the dormant will of the Great Wall Guardians was activated, the Great Wall's self-defense function was upgraded. Not only ordinary mutated monsters, but even more powerful elite-level mutated monsters now couldn't withstand the Great Wall's destiny and will's pressure. Any mutated creature covered within this range was instantly killed. It didn't take long for hundreds of millions of mutated creatures near the Great Wall to be killed or injured. The Lord-level demon beasts near Juyong Pass were massacred completely. Overlord-level creatures in several nearby mighty passes directly relocated, fearing to be affected by the battle between Qi Chen and Zhulong, retreating far away. With Qi Chen deliberately drawing out the battlefield, his battle with Zhulong, before a victor was decided, first resolved the troubles along thousands of miles of the Great Wall. Qi Chen never forgot his original intention. His ultimate goal in constantly killing and devouring mutated demon beasts inside and outside the Great Wall was to reclaim and protect the Great Wall from mutated creatures, to serve as a sanctuary for the Dragon Kingdom, rather than blindly pursuing strength. Getting stronger was merely a natural progression along this path. Moreover, as Qi Chen continuously shifted the battlefield with Zhulong, passing through these thousands of miles of the Great Wall, a will resonance occurred with each section, activating all the Great Wall Guardians at every pass. These passes with activated Great Wall Guardians became difficult for mutated demon beasts to occupy, destroy, or seize. The Great Wall was rapidly being restored with Qi Chen's actions. And as Qi Chen activated more passes, the power of will within him grew even more immense. This recent strike actually cut off half of Zhulong's tail. At this moment, Zhulong had just slapped away Qi Chen's blood blade with one hand, while the other hand held a freshly severed, bloody dragon tail, its face grim. It was somewhat afraid that if the battle continued like this, and if Qi Chen activated more passes, could the power within Qi Chen push him to a higher realm? Zhulong could sense that Qi Chen seemed to have already transcended half a step beyond the king level. Another half step, and he would be beyond the king level. However, after fighting for so long, Zhulong also discovered the weaknesses in Qi Chen. He also found that the further Qi Chen was from the Great Wall, the weaker his power became. Now Zhulong faced two difficult choices. Should he continue to prevent Qi Chen from activating more of the Great Wall's Guardians? Or should he seize the moment before Qi Chen's power could completely overwhelm him and quickly flee far away? The further, the better. If he abandoned the Great Wall now, Qi Chen might truly break through to a stronger level, reaching beyond the peak of the king tier. By then, this Great Wall would have nothing to do with him. He took another blow from Qi Chen. This time, even a clone could push Zhulong back. Gritting his teeth, Zhulong finally made a decision. No matter what choice he made, the final outcome would likely remain unchanged. Qi Chen was reclaiming the Great Wall, and he couldn't stop it. Should he really stubbornly hold out until the end, waiting to throw his life away? While the power borrowed from the future had not yet faded, Zhulong turned around, no longer engaging Qi Chen in combat, and chose to flee. And Qi Chen only pursued for a few dozen kilometers before stopping. It wasn't that the willpower buff would disappear if he continued to pursue, but rather that if he kept fighting and using the accumulated willpower from the Great Wall's Guardians, Qi Chen's own will would soon be extinguished. He was not without any cost. Watching Zhulong being driven away, Qi Chen didn't pursue him deeply. Instead, he immediately sat down cross-legged in mid-air and began to suppress the power of the Great Wall's Guardians. Though good, the Great Wall's Guardians would constantly pressure and overshadow his own will. Even if the Great Wall's will had recognized him, when the scale of this will reached an extremely vast quantity, it would still affect Qi Chen. While power was good, if sustained for too long, Qi Chen's own emotions would become numb, and he would generally move towards an indifferent and emotionless state. At the same time, due to the common origin of the Great Wall's Guardians and the 10,000-li Great Wall, the Great Wall itself was continuously summoning Qi Chen, wanting him to merge with it, to become the eternal guardian on the Great Wall.
Yes, the kind that couldn't move an inch. This was something Qi Chen was unwilling to do.
This was also the reason why Qi Chen let Zhulong go. In the short term, Qi Chen had no certainty of killing Zhulong. But extending the time and activating a few thousand more kilometers of the Great Wall's will, Qi Chen himself wouldn't be able to withstand the Great Wall's summons and the overwhelming influx of will. Killing a minor nuisance at the cost of his own freedom was a deal Qi Chen was unwilling to make. Qi Chen's goal was to protect Dragon Nation, but the Great Wall was not the only thing in Dragon Nation. After about an hour of suppression, the constantly flowing pale green willpower glow around Qi Chen finally faded from strong to faint. Qi Chen dispelled the excessive willpower and obsession back into the nearby Great Wall. At this moment, when he opened his eyes, there was finally some vibrant fluctuation in Qi Chen's gaze. No longer that cold, indifferent feeling towards everything. Even a little further from the nearby Great Wall, Qi Chen still felt a sense of lingering fear. Had he suppressed it a moment later, his body would have been overtaken by countless guardian wills and collections of obsession, no longer his own. Slowly ascending, Qi Chen flew tens of thousands of meters into the sky. His perception domain gradually unfolded. Although he didn't reclaim the entire Great Wall at once, the section he had activated, the Great Wall Watch, already covered nearly 10,000 kilometers. Enough to sustain tens of millions, or even over 100 million people. Qi Chen activated his innate ability, information intrusion. Now, Qi Chen's electronic infiltration could cover and interfere with almost the entire northern and central regions of Manhwa. Combined with his far-reaching perception domain, Qi Chen transmitted these few messages to all detectable and connectable electronic devices. Attention to all who receive this message. Parts of the Great Wall of Manhwa have been recaptured. All aberrant monsters within this range have been cleared. The Great Wall possesses powerful protective forces and can serve as a long-term sanctuary to ensure your safety. Great Wall range with protective power, annotation, expandable. Information about the sanctuary, expandable. Information about the Great Wall Watch, its protection, and self-defense capabilities, expandable. Surviving people of Manhwa can relocate to the nearest section of the Great Wall for safe refuge. Note, if you do not possess Manhwa ancestry, please disregard this message. It is difficult to guarantee that the will of the Great Wall will not deem you a hostile barbarian or invader, potentially causing irreversible harm to you. Attachment: map of the Great Wall closest to your current location. Please pay special attention to the red skull markers on the map. These locations harbor aberrant creatures of Lord level or higher, which are irresistible. Due to my personal abilities, this map is not updated in real time. There is a risk that these aberrant monsters may leave their territories and move elsewhere. Please ensure you stay especially far away. Concurrently, if conditions permit, you can try to find some extraordinary resources and attempt to awaken as an extraordinary warrior. Attachment: Extraordinary Warrior Data, expandable. Expand: Extraordinary Rank System, identification of extraordinary resources, resources that can increase awakening probability, how extraordinary warriors cultivate, resources that can assist extraordinary warriors in cultivation. Attachment: Apocalypse Survival Knowledge, expandable. Please, those capable of receiving this message, help spread it to others. People of Manhwa, be strong. This was the information Qi Chen transmitted to ordinary Manhwa citizens. The message was quite lengthy, practically a nanny-level message and survival guide sent to everyone who could receive it. It also informed them of the Great Wall's protection. Not everyone might be able to or have the means to relocate, but in an apocalyptic world, people sometimes just need this glimmer of hope. Moreover, with that extraordinary data and survival knowledge, plus an attached map, even those who couldn't reach the Great Wall would significantly increase their chances of survival and becoming stronger. At least, there will be far more survivors in Dragon Country than in Qi Chen's previous life. In his previous life, this basic transcendent data and knowledge was compiled by countless people, who paid countless hours, lives, and sacrifices. Now, Qi Chen has directly given it all away in advance. If not twice as many people survive, it would be a disservice to himself. The information Qi Chen transmitted not only reached ordinary people. Within these thousands of kilometers, departments that still retained organizational capabilities and regrouped armies all received the message.
In Jojo. Commander, you also received such a message on your phone?
Not just me, but even our internal information and communication system received an email like this. The commander of Jojo base's expression wasn't very good. Their proudly built information encryption system had been directly breached just like that, and they couldn't even find the source. However, this wasn't the time to investigate this matter. The base commander instructed his chief of staff, saying, "Let's put the information encryption matter aside for now. First, go verify the authenticity of this data for me."
When our military district was undergoing rectification, didn't we kill many mutated animals and plants?
It seems to me that many of the resources mentioned in his data are extracted from these mutated creatures. Explain the risks within the military region, find a few warriors willing to try, and see if, as he claims, these resources can increase the chance of transcendent warriors awakening. Also, take some resources to our already awakened warriors and see if they can help them improve their strength.
The commander's orders were relayed. At this moment, his command center was located in an abandoned building within the ruins of Jojo City.
This was his frontline command center. Outside were countless Jojo military district warriors fighting fiercely, as well as intense artillery fire and gunshots. They had left the military district long ago and were currently liberating the city. However, 10 to 20,000 elite warriors scattered across the city was still a drop in the ocean. They desperately needed to improve their strength now. If this information about transcendent warriors was true, that would be immensely helpful. Therefore, although such direct experimentation seemed a bit rash, in this critical time, the military district commander immediately ordered it to be verified. Moreover, it wasn't just here the strongest characteristic of Dragon Nation is its strong organization, resilience, and rapid recovery capabilities. There were hundreds, even thousands, of places that had restored an organized state, and those with some determination had already begun organizing people to try the methods revealed by Qi Chen. Soon, experimental results emerged. The chief of staff, who had only just left, quickly returned. Without even time to prepare a report, with joy on his face, and meeting the Jojo commander's seemingly knowing gaze, the chief of staff confirmed the good news, saying, "Commander, it's a success. Absorbing the energy from those transcendent resources and the thing called demon crystals can indeed rapidly raise the transcendent level of transcendent warriors."
Excellent.
The Jojo commander clapped his hands firmly, then clasped them in salute, saying with excitement in his eyes, "Then distribute all the demon crystals we've collected during this period to our transcendent warriors, to help them rapidly improve their strength. Ideally, all of them can quickly advance to elite level or above. Additionally, didn't we also kill a lord-level demonic beast in the wild? Distribute the demon core dissected from it as well, give it to the warriors who have already reached elite level, to give them a boost, so that they can break through to lord level as much and as quickly as possible." Upon hearing the commander's words, the chief of staff's mouth slightly opened, and he couldn't help but say, "Don't we need to keep some of it?" Also, that lord-level demon core, according to the extraordinary data, is extremely precious and has a great many uses. It can even be used to build a temporary shelter capable of accommodating several hundred people. The chief of staff felt that some resources should be kept, as they could still be used for other purposes. Especially that lord-level demon core, using it just like that felt a bit wasteful. The commander tapped the table with his finger, waved his hand, and said, "Don't be so stingy. If resources run out, we'll fight and seize more. According to intelligence, there are countless mutated monsters on this Azure Star. If we want these resources, can't we get them at any time? The most important thing now is to first enhance the strength of our soldiers. As long as our soldiers become stronger, these resources won't be a problem. As for that lord-level demon core, we desperately need our own lord-level extraordinary warriors right now. Lord-level demon beasts are simply too powerful. In our territory, artillery fire isn't suitable for every place and every moment. It's best if we have our own lord-level extraordinary beings. Now we have a method to enhance the strength of extraordinary warriors. So don't be stingy. Resources are only truly resources when they are all used.
Otherwise, they're just junk piled up there. Want to accumulate some resources?
That can wait until our soldiers have mostly improved and we have a surplus. The most urgent thing now is to quickly increase our strength and rescue more survivors.
Yes, Chief.
The Chief of Staff saluted, standing at attention with a solemn military salute.
All right, and this, take a look.
The Jojo commander beckoned, inviting the Chief of Staff closer to show him a piece of information. Then he said, "You were out just now, so you didn't see it."
This mysterious person is very capable.
Not only did he send a message to all survivors, but he also knows about the existence of our military.
He provided us with real-time intelligence information.
He provided us with real-time distribution maps of the number and strength of mutated monsters. However, he also requested that we cooperate with his actions to provide rescue and armed protection to survivors moving towards the Great Wall.
So what should we do? The Chief of Staff leaned in to look at the images transmitted by Chi Chen.
Even the most sophisticated military satellite reconnaissance maps weren't much better than this. Currently, the sky is covered with blood clouds, and many satellite signal detection methods are affected. The images transmitted by Chi Chen are the first, and most detailed, pieces of intelligence they have received. With this real-time map information, they can kill more mutated monsters and rescue more survivors. At the same time, it can also reduce many casualties and save many soldiers' lives.
Very useful. Let's split up.
I'll take half the men and continue searching for survivors in the city.
With this map, the work of finding survivors will be much easier than before.
We already have many survivors rescued, and you will take half of the remaining warriors to escorting them in batches to the Great Wall. Then, along the way, set up some protective outposts as requested by that mysterious person. Once you reach the Great Wall, you will stay there with the warriors and survivors to establish a sanctuary near the Great Wall. As the Commander and Chief of Staff finished discussing the next strategy, all the forces under their command immediately sprang into action, with great speed and efficiency. But they were only among the best. Chi Chen stood in the sky above the Great Wall. In his perception, after the information about transcended warriors was made public, Lord-level human transcended warriors had already appeared in some places. With a method, humanity's strength began to grow rapidly, at an astonishing pace. The one standing above the Great Wall now was not Chi Chen's main body, but his clone. He also left behind the Phantom of the Skynet-class electronic reconnaissance ship to enhance this clone's abilities in the domain of perception and information intrusion. Furthermore, he left behind the Overlord-level Phantoms of Kong Chuan and the Six-Winged Winged Tiger to guard the Great Wall together as high-tier combat forces. Chi Chen used this clone to replace himself, to guard and contact others in his stead. In Chi Chen's perception domain, it wasn't just this force in Jojo that was willing to cooperate. Many forces and organizations were taking action. On the map, green dots representing friendly forces were rapidly moving to their designated positions. Chi Chen's clone, through its perception domain and information intrusion abilities, remotely commanded operations over thousands of kilometers, with large numbers of survivors and military forces moving towards the Great Wall. Soon, a large number of green dots gathered near the Great Wall, and the Great Wall suddenly became lively. Meanwhile, Chi Chen's main body had already left the influence range of the Great Wall these past 2 days. Now, the further he was from the Great Wall, the better. Otherwise, he would easily be influenced by the will of the Great Wall and sink into it. Chi Chen was currently unable to fully bear the entire will of the Great Wall. Flying in mid-air, he once again passed over the valley outside Juyang Pass. The large half-trunk of the starry willow tree was gone. Only a sinkhole, tens of feet in diameter and hundreds of meters deep, was left in its place. Many broken roots were still left in the pit. These were all top-grade Overlord-level resources. Some extremely daring rodent-type aberrant monsters were currently gnawing on them. Evidently, the half-dead starry willow tree had been uprooted by Zhulong in advance. "This guy, repeatedly obstructing me, I will settle the score with you." Chi Chen and Zhulong had formed a grudge. However, having left the vicinity of the Great Wall, Chi Chen was currently no match for Zhulong and needed to find a way to improve his strength further. He stomped hard on the ground, casually using an earthquake-generating talent, and effortlessly crushed these rodent-type aberrant monsters to death. Then, Shi-Chin used his earth attribute ability to dig 3 feet deep, unearthing the severed roots and stems. The roots and stems of a hegemon-level pinnacle creature, these are good stuff, usable in medicine or cooking. Near the Great Wall, Shi-Chen's clone was currently negotiating with people in a makeshift camp.
Shi-Chen brought out many good things to entertain the people in the room.
6-winged tiger's penis soup, azure rock grilled wings, spicy braised colorful peacock heads, sinewy earth dragon tendons. Those who could be entertained by Shi-Chun with so many good things were naturally not simple individuals. In recent days, the first batch of people had successively moved to the vicinity of the Great Wall and begun to establish shelters. Various factions, the military, the police, and even some powers organized by plutocrats and big businessmen relying on personal abilities, had all relocated here. Counting them, there were at least 17 or 18 factions that could sit at the table now. The future establishment of the Great Wall shelter and the maintenance of order would require their efforts, which is why Shi-Chin specially organized this gathering, hoping to bring them all together. This room full of people, about 20 of them, could all be considered the current top echelons and elites of Dragon Nation.
There were even 2 Lord-level transcendent warriors present in the room. To entertain such a lineup in such an extremely plain room was indeed a bit crude.
However, the people present showed no dissatisfaction, their eyes were even filled with awe.
What were these things on the table?
Just the aura emanating from them made their scalps tingle and tighten. Suppressed to this extent by the aura of a few dishes, no one even dared to pick up their chopsticks first.
Come, eat.
Why are you all just staring? Shi-Chen's clone was the first to pick up a piece of the mountain-moving earth dragon tendon with his chopsticks and put it into his mouth. The chewy yet soft texture made him almost want to swallow his own tongue. Truly delicious.
Another spoonful of tiger's penis soup, that was simply authentic.
Especially that fiery sensation, it instantly rushed down to the little head, very effective.
Using transcendent power to block the execution path of this force, channeling it into the dantian.
What a pity, it wasn't the main body eating this dish. The enhancement of this power could only give the clone a temporary buff. Shi-Chin glanced at someone at the banquet, raised a cup of star willow juice, and said with a smile,
"Chief of Staff Sue's cooks are really good. This food is delicious."
To be able to cook even these hegemon level and lord level ingredients so tenderly and deliciously, they must have real skill.
This dish is authentic.
Lord level, hegemon level, ingredients. When these 3 words entered the ears of everyone present, many people's eyes widened.
This is lord level ingredient? And hegemon level? My goodness! I haven't even seen what a hegemon level creature looks like.
The room, which had been somewhat quiet and a bit silent, immediately became lively. No one could remain indifferent to such dishes.
Especially when such high-level resources are presented in this manner. What does it signify?
The other party has killed a large number of overlord class and lord class aberrant creatures. The leaders in the room frequently exchanged glances. They had thought Shi-Chin would be strong, but never imagined he would be so formidable. The 2 factions who had brought Lord-class transcendent warriors were originally quite smug, believing it was already impressive that they could cultivate Lord-class transcendent warriors in such a short time. Now, they realized there were always people better than themselves, and always something beyond what they knew.
Many people looked at Shi-Chun with even greater solemnity.
Shi-Chen, smiling, proactively picked some dishes for a few people beside him, his smile unwavering, especially giving extra chopsticks full to the 2 Lord-class transcendent warriors, saying,
"Eat more.
You are the elites of Dragon Nation. Only with greater strength can you protect more people." Shi-Chen was all smiles, serving this table full of dishes to these people. He did it on purpose. He greatly respected these people present. Every faction there, whether military, individual, or newly emerging in chaos, all had rescued and gathered many survivors, preserving a large amount of vital force for Dragon Nation. However, with his high position and power, and being alone, Shi-Chin inevitably might be underestimated by some. Some self-proclaimed intelligence schemers might even try to take advantage of him. Establishing authority appropriately is an effective way to quickly gain respect.
Once others have a sense of trepidation, subsequent matters will be easier to discuss.
With Chechen actively serving them food, the leaders at the table finally began to pick up their chopsticks and dared to eat. There was no helping it compared to their fear of these ingredients. Chechen, a super expert capable of hunting Lord class and Overlord class creatures, serving them food was even more frightening, wasn't it? Having experienced several days of global aberration, everyone's mindset was rapidly shifting. The law of the jungle, where the strong prevail. Especially these leaders who were still alive and standing here were inherently intelligent people, and they understood this point even more deeply. No one would be so tactless as to keep waiting for Chechen to serve them food. Of course, later on, Chechen didn't even need to move, they themselves started to scramble for it. This top-tier food was so delicious it almost made them chew off their tongues, but the most important thing was the enhancement in strength provided by these transcendent resources. From the moment everyone started eating, at every moment, someone had to stop chewing and then focus on breaking through their cultivation realm. Even the 2 Lord-class transcendent warriors each advanced by 1 minor realm. The flesh and blood of Overlord-class creatures, even if not the core demon core, contained a far greater quantity and quality of energy than what they possessed. Eating Overlord-class ingredients and improving one's realm was a natural and logical progression. Even the few present who had not awakened transcendent abilities and failed to become transcendent warriors were all pleasantly surprised to awaken as transcendents after cautiously consuming a bite or two of the dishes. Lord-level Void Whale Soft Gold can give ordinary people a 50-60% awakening rate, and Overlord-level resources increase the awakening chance even more. There were no unlucky individuals present who couldn't awaken even with an 80-90% chance. Without exception, everyone successfully awakened. This banquet lasted a long time, going on from morning until evening, and only then were all the dishes finally eaten. But even so, more than half of it still ended up in Chechen's stomach. The energy contained in these foods was too immense and their quality too high. Others felt full after eating just a little, and aside from the 2 Lord-level transcendent warriors, none could absorb too much. Especially those who had greedily drunk a few more mouthfuls of tiger whip soup were now all hunched over, faces flushed, sitting in their seats. Until someone couldn't take it anymore and proactively asked Chechen, "You invited us to this banquet, but what exactly is the specific matter we need to discuss?" Seeing that the atmosphere was just right, Chechen stopped playing coy and stated his purpose. "My goal is very simple, it is to integrate all your forces. For you all to haphazardly build over a dozen shelters in this vicinity as soon as you arrived, that is not acceptable. This simply cannot unleash our collective strength. Moreover, it is not conducive to restoring order." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present became alert. But the room became somewhat silent. All kinds of gazes fell upon Chechen, some with hesitation, some with thought, some with silence. They were all considering one thing. What did Chechen mean by saying this? Was he going to unite all the forces present and become the leader of these forces? What ambition! Many had already begun to weigh and speculate about Chechen's motives and legitimacy in their minds. While some didn't speak, their hearts were absolutely rejecting the idea. The global anomaly brought disaster, disrupting the existing order, but it also brought them opportunities. Many of them, as leaders of now rising major powers, found that the taste of being a local emperor, above thousands, was something they could never have enjoyed in the old, ordered world. Now someone wants to integrate them. Not only will they have new superiors above them, but order will also be restored, preventing them from enjoying the freedom of being local emperors. They are unwilling. This was the thinking of the individual powers. As for the representatives of the military, police, and various government agencies, their hearts stirred. Re-establishing order was also what they desired and needed. They also needed a unified leadership. But, as the saying goes, if everyone were to unite, the military, police, government agencies. Everyone was roughly equal in rank originally, who would be in charge now? Surely, they couldn't actually let Chechen be the leader. But since Chechen had proposed this, what exactly was his intention? Everyone felt that Chechen wanted to be the highest authority. At the same time, everyone inwardly disagreed, but it wasn't appropriate, and they didn't quite dare to openly refute Chechen. After all, Chechen's personal strength was the greatest. If Chechen truly wanted to establish a force, he didn't need any of them, he could simply gather survivors himself.
Humans admire strength. These people were not absolutely essential. Seeing the atmosphere in the room solidify slightly, Chi-Chen smiled and said exasperatedly, "What are you thinking? I have no interest in being the leader of your factions.
It's just that I saw each of you setting up your own shelters, hastily building so many, plus the lower tier shelters and teams established by some people below. Nearly 100 shelters, large and small, emerged, and thousands of various forces and teams. Some things were just unbearable to watch, it was too chaotic. The anomaly disaster has just begun. There are countless external enemies and monsters outside. We must unite everyone, integrate resources and talent, to unleash greater potential. Only by establishing stable rules and order can society recover and redevelop, leading to more strong individuals and saving more survivors. Saving and protecting alone are not enough. The harm caused by chaos is absolutely no less than the harm caused by the anomaly disaster." Hearing Chi-Chen say this, the atmosphere on the scene eased somewhat. But if Chi-Chen wasn't eyeing that position, among the factions present, whoever took the lead, the others would surely be unconvinced. No one dared to speak up and claim that position, as it would make them a target of public criticism. Finally, it was Staff Officer Su Bin, who had helped prepare the delicious meal, who spoke up and asked, "Then what do you mean?" Since I raised the question, I naturally have a solution. Chi-Chen smiled mysteriously, then reached out and pointed outside the door. Unbeknownst to them, an old man had slowly walked in. Everyone in the room looked in the direction of Chi-Chen's finger and was greatly shocked, all standing up in an instant. Especially the representatives from the military, police, and government departments were extremely emotional. A large group of men were on the verge of tears. For a moment, all sorts of exclamations were heard. Chi-Chen looked at the old man before him, and he too stood up like the others, showing him the same respect. No one had expected that Chi-Chen would find this person. The old man possessed an inherent presence and was very spirited. Yet, his demeanor was very gentle, like a kind old neighbor, nodding to everyone. Especially when he looked at Chi-Chen, he admired him and took a few extra glances. When this person appeared, the representatives from the military, police, and government immediately had no further questions. The old man who arrived was none other than the chief helmsman of Dragon Nation before the disaster, the Chancellor of Dragon Nation. Everyone looked at him intently, and then at Chi-Chen. No one was more suitable than this man to lead the re-establishment of order after the disaster. Subin cast a particularly grateful look at Chi-Chen, then gave him a deep salute and solemnly spoke. "The Chief of Staff of the Jojo Legion, on behalf of all soldiers of the Jojo military region, expresses gratitude for your contributions. On behalf of the Jojo Legion, I agree to this proposal and am willing to continue accepting your leadership." Following Su Bin, several others also rose and saluted, then quickly declared their positions. Xingqing Special Police Detachment, reassume your post. Northern Legion 102nd Division, reassume your post. The Yunzhou State Government Leadership Team is ready to resume its leadership under your command. Almost instantly, all official organizations changed their minds. At this point, half of the agenda for Chi-Chen's banquet had been approved. Then, Chi-Chen and the elders' gazes both turned to the remaining individual factions. What would they do? Representatives from the military, police, and government all looked towards the other faction leaders, applying pressure. Faced with such pressure, ordinary people could not withstand it. I agree. I also agree. I am also willing to accept the leadership. Some shrewd individuals proactively chose to accept, and the inherent forces of the Dragon Kingdom rapidly coalesced. Coupled with Chi-Chen's impetus, with such overwhelming power, they no longer had any room to refuse. And with a leader setting the tone, everyone else could only go with the flow of the general trend, expressing their agreement one after another. Even those who were unwilling in their hearts couldn't show it at this moment. They could only be coerced by the general trend, unified and integrated, and accept commands. And so, the first unified force representing legitimacy in Longwa after the disaster finally emerged. It was countless times faster than the previous life, where warlords rose up before eventually uniting. Chi-Chen looked at this scene with satisfaction. This way, Longwa's internal affairs could avoid too much internal friction. Currently, there aren't many unofficial individual forces rising, and even if there are, their ambition to carve out a territory and become a local emperor hasn't yet reached the extent it would later.
Starting with this organization, we will gradually connect and integrate the entire manhwa. Soon, order across the country will be restored. Guiding manhwa back to vitality was also a very fulfilling thing for Chi-Chen. Of course, this matter was not without benefits for him either.
Chi-Chen helped Longwei integrate these forces and re-establish order, both for the public good and for himself. From the very beginning of the global anomaly, he never hesitated to do anything that could help Longwei save more survivors and quickly restore order. Similarly, when it came to things beneficial to himself, if he had requests, he wouldn't be embarrassed to voice them. Right now, the leaders of the major forces around the Great Wall were all in this room. Chi-Chen decided to seize this opportunity to directly state his demands. Additionally, I have 2 more matters that require everyone's help. As Chi-Chen's words fell, the somewhat lively atmosphere in the room suddenly quieted down again. The crowd looked at each other, and finally, all eyes converged on Chi-Chen. Even with the old Prime Minister present, they dared not ignore Chi-Chen's words.
The strong, naturally, should hold more sway.
However, they were also a little nervous, wondering what demands Chi-Chen would make. Mainly, Chi-Chen's previous attitude had been too good. He brought them together, treated them to top-tier extraordinary ingredients, and then helped them re-elect the old Prime Minister. Generally speaking, the more one gives, the greater the demands and rewards sought in return. They were genuinely afraid that Chi-Chen would make some difficult requests. Seeing their expressions, Chi-Chen was a bit speechless. Did he really have such a great deterrent effect that a single word from him could make these people go silent? Chi-Chen said, somewhat exasperated. What are you all so nervous about? They're just minor tasks that are very cumbersome and troublesome for me to do alone. It's just that the workload for these tasks is too large, which is why I need to borrow your manpower for help. The tasks themselves are not difficult at all. Hearing this, everyone else breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that it's nothing too difficult. So, what do you need our help with? Among those present, Su Bin was the boldest. After glancing at the old Prime Minister, he took the initiative to ask on behalf of the old Prime Minister and everyone else. It's simple, help me collect blood. The blood of all your superhuman warriors. You don't need much, just a drop or 2 from each person is enough. No need to separate it, just mix it all together and give it to me. I need them to quickly enhance my strength, Chi-Chen said. With so many factions present, all the factions combined with the survivors they rescued mean there are tens of thousands of superhuman warriors, easily. If I don't fiercely devour some talent traits, I'd be letting myself down. Moreover, the number of survivors migrating towards the Great Wall is continuously increasing. Ever since Chi-Chen announced the method to increase the awakening rate of superhuman warriors, new superhuman warriors are appearing every minute. Ultimately, the number of superhuman warriors gathered inside and outside the Great Wall will reach an astonishing figure. If I were to devour the blood of all these superhuman warriors, I would instantly gain a vast number and variety of new talent traits. More importantly, these traits would also overlap and devour each other. Chi-Chen estimated that in a short time, more than 1 million superhuman warriors would gather inside and outside the Great Wall. 1 million, or even several million superhuman traits, will eventually overlap and devour each other due to common origins and similarities, and the number remaining might not be large. In the end, perhaps only 1 or 2,000, or even a few hundred, integrated talents might remain. But in the end, the level of each fused talent trait will definitely be very high. There will definitely be many reaching level A or above. These traits can then transform into new domains, and my existing dozen or so domains might also upgrade as a result. At that time, although his superhuman realm won't change, his strength will be greatly enhanced. Before leaving the Great Wall, Candle Dragon also took away most of the Overlord level and Lord level demon beasts, aiming to restrict and delay Chi-Chen's growth rate. This was to prevent being devoured by Chi-Chen, and also to facilitate their banding together for warmth. The battle between Chi-Chen and Candle Dragon was felt by all creatures inside and outside the Great Wall at that time. And then, a six-winged winged tiger and Kong Chuan appeared consecutively in the sky, two death omens of Overlord-level creatures. Overlords wailed, residual images rose into the sky. Two Overlord-level creatures died in a row. When Candle Dragon went to find them, it was carrying the dying Starry Willow and the heavily injured Black Pang, and even the king-level Candle Dragon was not in very good condition. Anyone who saw it would be intimidated and feel fear towards Chi-Chen. Except for a very small number of greedy ones who thought that with other demon beasts gone and the Great Wall yielded, they could occupy and absorb more national destiny. They were unwilling to leave, thinking they could absorb the Great Wall's national destiny for a while longer, and then flee when Chi-Chen was about to arrive. Faced with these dim-witted individuals, Candle Dragon directly dealt a ruthless blow in front of the other demon beasts. These past few days, without Chi-Chen even lifting a finger himself, he once again witnessed the residual images of two Overlord-level beings falling within a 100-mile radius. Zhulong is also a ruthless and decisive person. Since these fellows insist on staying here at the Great Wall and using their lives to aid the enemy, they might as well just die. The remaining demon cores and flesh can still be used to help it recover some strength. Zhulong's killing of these two Overlord-level demon races greatly deterred the remaining demon races. For a time, both inside and outside the Great Wall, even in the parts where Chi-Chen hadn't activated the Great Wall's Watchers will, all the demon powerhouses had cleared out. Zhulong didn't want Chi-Chen to continue slaughtering other demon races on the Great Wall, relying on the Great Wall Watcher's blessing, nor did he want Chi-Chen to devour more top-tier demon races. It was even gathering demon races from other parts of Dragon Nation, precisely to restrict Chi-Chen's growth. However, what Zhulong didn't know was that regarding talent attributes, Chi-Chen could not only absorb them but also cultivate and upgrade them, just like normally awakened talents. Even if there were no more high-level demon races to kill, by devouring the blood of other transcendent warriors, he could also cultivate and integrate a large number of a grade or higher talent attributes, and then transform them into domains. Moreover, this collection method's speed only required someone to make an announcement with a loudspeaker around the shelter, and then someone else to collect it. The efficiency of improving Chi-Chen's strength was no slower than Chi-Chen hunting mutated monsters one by one and then absorbing 2 or 3 domains at once. Zhulong's schemes against Chi-Chen were futile from the very beginning. Hearing Chi-Chen's request, it was actually not difficult, it was just a matter of relaying a message downwards. Such a thing could be handled quickly, and many felt relieved, with smiles appearing on their faces. This was not too difficult a matter. However, a small portion of those skilled in political maneuvering subconsciously worried internally, as Chi-Chen said he needed the blood of these transcendent warriors to rapidly increase his strength. Now, for them to have an equal dialogue with Chi-Chen would have to proactively lower his stance. If Chi-Chen's strength grew even stronger, wouldn't he be even more unstoppable? Alright, this matter is not difficult to resolve. We will send people to help you collect transcendent blood. Your strength improving is a good thing, and those high-level mutated monsters still need you to deal with them. While some were still hesitating, the old Prime Minister was the first to speak, expressing his approval. At this moment, those who hadn't yet properly positioned themselves only then suddenly realized that they no longer existed as individual, independent forces. The one holding the final say and setting the general direction had already changed from themselves to the old Prime Minister. Since the old Prime Minister, in his capacity as the highest authority after unification, had agreed to Chi-Chen's request, they lost the chance to continue hesitating or refuting. At this point, under no circumstances could they go against the old Prime Minister. The old Prime Minister secretly nodded to Chi-Chen. Global distortion, with the emergence of a large number of extraordinary powerhouses and forces, had indeed caused a considerable impact on his authority and trust. Chi-Chen made a request, and finally, the old Chancellor made the decision to agree. This was something the two of them had discussed and planned beforehand. This way, an additional benefit would be that others would quickly recognize the current state of affairs and help the old Chancellor re-establish his say. Of course, re-establishing one's say isn't something that can be decided by merely making a single decision. Since he intends to consolidate the power from others into his own hands, he must offer corresponding benefits. If one seeks to wield greater power, one must be able to bring more benefits to others. Power, always accompanied by it, means having to create more value for those below, for this force, and for Dragon Country. Shi Chen took care of this part for the old chancellor. Shi Chen saw the job through, and since he helped the old chancellor, he intended to fully restore him to his position. The old chancellor spoke to Shi Chen, asking, "We agree to this matter.
However, we also want to gain some benefits from you."
Oh? Shi Chen feigned an expression of keen interest. The old chancellor pointed to the empty plates on the table and said, "We need more high-quality extraordinary resources." This was a bargaining chip they had discussed long ago.
Yes.
Shi Chen agreed, and with a casual gesture, his spatial ability unfolded, revealing a talent similar to a storage space. A transparent, wave-like light curtain appeared next to Shi Chen, allowing one to see the contents stored inside the storage space from the outside. Massive quantities of demon beast corpses were stacked within, piled up like several large mountains.
Along his journey, Shi Chen had slain too many demon beasts.
Especially when he desperately activated the Great Wall's will at the end, he swept through tens of thousands of kilometers of the Great Wall, killing dozens of powerful Lord-level demon beasts. Adding to that, Shi Chen had also killed the six-winged sprouting tiger in Kong Chuan, the rock wings of Black Rock, the roots of the peak overlord-level star willow, and a king-level dragon horn from the candle dragon. Shi Chen had an excessive amount of high-grade demon beast flesh and blood. It was piled up in his storage space, forming mountains of meat. As soon as the storage space Shi Chen had created was revealed, everyone in the room was stunned.
After 3 or 4 seconds, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Are these all high-grade demon beast flesh and blood? How much is there? It must be hundreds of thousands of tons. One must know that demon beasts after the distortion are generally very large.
A creature with unique talent like the Void Koan could grow to hundreds of thousands of tons at the Lord level.
Of course, the Void Koan size is an anomaly.
But it's not difficult for a typical Lord-level demon beast to grow to several hundred tons, or even several thousand or tens of thousands of tons. The flesh and blood in Shi Chen's storage space amounted to over 1 million tons.
Not to mention the disassembled demon cores.
Everyone's breathing became hurried, and many people's breathing turned greedy for a moment, then that greed instantly dissipated.
Because facing Shi Chen, they had no right to be greedy.
They didn't even need to imagine Shi Chen's power. The sheer sight of nearly 100 Lord-level demon corpses piled up here was enough to fill them with dread.
Yet, this still couldn't extinguish the fervent heat of their breathing. Even the old Prime Minister's throat felt somewhat dry, and he asked in a slightly hoarse voice, "Are all these available to us?"
The shock in the old Prime Minister's eyes was no less than anyone else's. Although he and Shi Chen had planned out the script, what Shi Chen produced so suddenly still threw him off.
But Shi Chen didn't care.
He casually opened another portal within this storage space, then granted it partial access permissions, molded it into a silver imprint, and pressed it into the old Prime Minister's hand.
Then Shi Chen said, "I have opened up partial access permissions within this imprint.
From now on, every time I receive some transcendent blood, I will open up a portion of resource permissions in exchange.
We will benefit mutually."
Distributing these Lord-level resources was precisely what Shi Chen wanted to do.
Shi Chen wasn't some prodigal son. It was a very simple principle. Distributing these resources would easily awaken more transcendent warriors and also enable more transcendent warriors to elevate their talent levels. At that time, Shi Chen would gain even more benefits by devouring the talent entries from their blood. However, if these resources were simply given away for free, there was a high probability they wouldn't be cherished by others, and he would be seen as a fool, or even incite some people's insatiable greed. Therefore, Shi Chen deliberately added an exchange of benefits into the process. Things that aren't free are more likely to be valued. Moreover, Shi Chen placing the imprint containing the resources into the old Prime Minister's hand was tantamount to handing over the right to distribute resources to the old Prime Minister. With a large quantity of tempting resources in hand, others would naturally respect and obey. Sometimes, seizing the right to speak is that simple and unadorned. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Shi Chen's clone almost literally escorted the old Prime Minister and the newly established united forces toward normalcy. As the banquet dispersed, Shi Chen was the first to leave, giving space to those in the room so they could continue discussing other matters. The re-establishment of order was no simple task. He spent some effort to promote order both inside and outside the Great Wall, bringing it back on track,
while Qi Chun himself did not delay his own strength improvement. In fact, Qi Chen's strength had already increased by the time his clone finished this banquet. Successfully devoured the root juice of the starry willow. Acquired new talent domains. Star domain, life domain, spirit gathering domain, forest domain, nature domain, parasitic domain, defense domain, star god bloodline domain. Acquired new talent entries. Nourishment absorption, resilient panel, plant affinity, life affinity, star envoy. Successfully devoured the black rock wing. Obtained a new talent domain. Extreme speed domain. Successfully devoured the black rock wing. Obtained new talent domains. Extreme speed domain, rock blood domain, true rock black rock domain. Obtained new talent attributes. Soaring, sharpness, farsight, steel feather. Zhulong still wanted to restrict Qi Chen's speed in acquiring domains through devouring others. Little did he know, by merely devouring the roots of the stellar willow and the black rock's wings, Qi Chen effortlessly increased his domain count by a full 11, boosting his domain capabilities by more than half. Before this, Qi Chen had never devoured the flesh and blood of living creatures to strengthen himself, nor had he directly devoured enemies actively fighting him during combat. The purpose was to keep a hidden card, allowing others to misjudge him. Additionally, Qi Chen never needed to do so. He was confident in defeating his opponents and then devouring them after the battle, collecting his spoils. There was no need for temporary power boosts. So, one way or another, Qi Chen also deceived Zhulong. But in reality, it wasn't like that. A full 30 domains enveloped Qi Chen. However, changes soon occurred again. The domains were also merging. Firstly, the rock blood domain and the true rock domain, both of which Qi Chen now possessed 2 layers of, began to mutually devour and merge. The bloodline power of the rock blood domain all originated from the rock bloodline, with no significant fundamental differences, so the rock blood domains quickly merged with each other. Qi Chen felt the vital energy in his body constantly boiling. Originally, due to acquiring a double rock blood domain, the proportion of the rock bloodline in Qi Chen's body had precisely doubled. It surged through Qi Chen's blood, occupying more space. But after these double domains began to merge, Qi Chen's double bloodline actually started to shrink, and began to precipitate some golden essence. These golden essence bloodlines were fewer in quantity but higher in quality. Within every drop of golden essence blood, a rock subtly danced and flew. The quantity of bloodline was returning to normal, but its quality was transforming to a higher level. Finally, the rock bloodline recovered its original quantity, while the golden blood droplets within the entire bloodline had integrated with it, making the entire bloodline faintly flow with a pale golden hue. It was clearly not far from becoming brilliant gold. Qi Chen estimated that the rock bloodline would probably be able to restore a true rock bloodline. Even so, the rock bloodline had significantly boosted his physical speed and strength. Qi Chen felt that the power buff from this single second-tier rock bloodline alone already surpassed the combined power of all his other bloodlines, the dragon bloodline, the tiger bloodline, and the peacock bloodline. The hierarchical class of fierce beast bloodlines was truly outrageous. Even a slight increase in purity could make a bloodline stronger than one a tier lower by a huge margin. The level 2 bloodline of the rock can stack and crush the other 3 bloodlines. If the rock blood domain is fusion, then the true rock domain is devouring. The rock blood domain shares the same origin. But the true rock domain has the biggest divergence on the true rock itself. Is it predominantly the black rock? Or predominantly the azure rock? Therefore, their merger was not a fusion based on shared origins, but rather 2 domains fiercely devouring each other. Countless black rocks and azure rocks, large and small, appeared within Qi Chen's flesh and blood, battling and devouring each other using Qi Chen's body as a battlefield. These black rocks and azure rocks, large and small, were actually manifestations of domain power. As long as the black rock's power could devour one azure rock, it would strengthen the black rock domain by 1 increment and then split off to create a new black rock to join the battle, and vice versa. Qi Chen's body ached faintly. The conflict of mutual devouring between the 2 domains was still very intense. Especially since this conflict was happening within Qi Chen's flesh and blood. This level of intensity would tear apart the flesh and blood of an ordinary transcendent being. At least if it were the azure rock or black rock itself, they absolutely couldn't withstand this kind of devouring fusion. But Qi Chen's remaining 20-plus domains suppressed everything, firmly protecting his body, so Qi Chen didn't have this concern. At this point, the two speed domains also began to merge. Its fusion was simpler than all the bloodline domain fusions.
There wasn't much change.
The two speed domains, one above and one below, overlapped with almost no resistance. Then, the thickness and range of the slightly white speed domain almost doubled.
The domain's speed amplification also doubled again.
They became each other's experience, complementing each other, and very easily merged into the speed domain. Due to its special nature, after multiple attempts, Qi Chen confirmed that Great Wall Watch could not be transformed into a domain.
This speed domain is Qi Chen's first level 3 domain.
It is Qi Chen's most powerful domain currently. And at this moment, the two true rock domains within Qi Chen's body also completed their mutual devouring.
It was no surprise to Qi Chen that the Black Rock domain was the ultimate victor.
Compared to the Black Rock, the Azure Rock had too many inherent disadvantages. The Azure Rock's original form was only at the Lord level. Its bloodline initially evolved successfully by relying on the national destiny entrusted within Qi Chen's great power heavy weapon talent entry, climbing multiple ranks to form the true rock bloodline. The Black Rock, however, was naturally an overlord level being, and its bloodline inherently reached the true rock level. Just this alone made it far stronger than the Azure Rock.
Moreover, not only that, Qi Chen's great power heavy weapon entry, now the Destiny domain, did not show favoritism after devouring the Black Rock's bloodline. The Destiny domain also blessed the Black Rock's true rock domain.
The Azure Rock itself had almost no chance of winning.
It took almost no time at all for the Black Rock domain to devour the Azure Rock domain with overwhelming force. At this moment, Jinping domain has evolved into Jinping Blackping domain.
The Azure Pang wrapped around Qi Chen has disappeared. Qi Chen can't even summon its phantom anymore. The Azure Pang was completely devoured by the Black Pang.
But in its place is the Blackping wrapped around Qi Chen.
And the Black Pang's appearance has also drastically changed. Its feathers are no longer just pure black with only a hint of gold on the wingtips. Now, a third of the Black Pang's feathers have turned gold, and the golden feathers on its wings make up more than half. On the originally golden wingtips, including its beak and a wisp of pang feather on its head, the color has even deepened to dark gold.
The change in color is not simple. It represents an improvement in bloodline and strength. The Black Pang can carry its 3 inherent domains: Extreme Speed Domain, Pang Blood Domain, and Jinping Domain.
At this moment, Qi Chen transferred these 3 newly evolved domains onto it.
The Black Pang, which was originally only at the mid to late Overlord level, is now subtly emanating a King level aura.